injuring each other, leaving him to profit. He couldn't even begin to imagine how much money he might make and how he'd spend it. But Sasori saved him from pondering that conundrum further. Seeing Kakuzu and Haiden quarreling, Sasori crept quietly over to Uchenchi. The man's focus was entirely on Kakuzu, Haiden, and Deidara. He never noticed the hidden crafty fox approaching. While Uchenchi fretted about possibly having too much money to spend, Sasori, having locked onto him with the mechanical arm powered by his Hextech rejuvenation core, sprang into action. The next instant, Death Ray unleashed. A beam of light, transitioning from blue to red, shot out from the palm of that mechanical arm with blinding speed, slicing clean through Uchenchi's neck before he even realized what was happening. Ding! Splat! With that single death ray, Sasori instantly killed the ninja with a 30 million RY bounty on his head. Overjoyed, he thought excitedly, the Hextech rejuvenation core is incredible, boosting all aspects of my puppet control and hugely increasing my combat PoWER. Before, to handle someone of this level, I'd have needed to deploy lots of puppets, maybe losing a few. But this time, striking by surprise, I finished him in one blow. Now I can get top quality materials more easily too. Still elated, he used the tail of his Hirako puppet to pick up Uchenchi's head and stash it inside the main puppet body. Clack! A compartment on Hirako's back opened, and Sasori placed the severed head inside. The commotion naturally caught Kakuzu's group's attention, but Sasori ignored their reactions for the moment and first responded to something Deidara had said earlier. Deidara, I've told you many times, that fleeting stuff of yours can't be called art. Only something that can last forever can be considered true art. Everyone turned to stare at him, dumbfounded. None of them had noticed Sasori's arrival, let alone that he would kill Uchenchi so stealthily. Kakuzu, surprised face. Haiden, surprised face. Deidara, surprised face. Surprised face. They were all shocked there was a sneak like Th's, a crafty fox who had seized the bounty target. While they were still arguing, both Kakuzu and Haiden were furious. Kakuzu snarled, Sasori, what do you think you're doing? Are you provoking me? You dare kill my target? You must have a death wish. Hiden was just as angry, Sasori, you bastard. Afraid I'd return to Lord Jashin, you sabotaged my mission. I'll kill you for that. Sasori paid no heed to their threats. Now that he had upgraded to the Hextech rejuvenation core, he saw them as nothing special. Deidara was also surprised that Sasori had played the sneaky card, but he wasn't really concerned about the bounty itself. What infuriated him was Sasori's challenge to his view of art. Looking at Sasori coldly, Deidara said, Humph! Quit spouting nonsense. Art isn't eternal, it's the radiant burst in a single fleeting moment. Art is an explosion. Kakuzu and Haiden, preoccupied with their stolen target, paid no attention to the art debate. Kakuzu glowered at Sasori. Hand over the head of my beloved bounty target. Otherwise, even if we were once friends, I won't go easy on you. Haiden was less subtle. Brandishing his giant scythe, he said angrily, give me back my target's head. Or I'll cut off your head and take it myself. Sasori sneered. Kakuzu, Haiden, just you two lightweights want to challenge my art. Then he turned to Deidara. Deidara, open your eyes wide. Let me show you what truly perfect art looks like. Compared to before, I've made a massive leap. Of course, Deidara didn't buy that Sasori had progressed. He also completely rejected Sasori's concept of art, believing his own explosive approach was supreme. Incensed by Sasori's direct mockery, both Kakuzu and Haiden rushed forward, aiming to teach that sneaky guy a painful lesson for stealing their target. Even 2 versus 1, Sasori had no fear, just a minor squall on the artistic path. As they closed in, Sasori wasted no time. He activated his Hextech Rejuvenation Core's third arm ability. A mechanical arm imbued with a high-tech, mysterious vibe floated beside him. Boom! A flash lit up the center of that mechanical palm, releasing a dazzling beam at Kakuzu with lethal force. Arg! Kakuzu poured everything into the body flicker technique and barely dodged, but the attack still burned through on each side of his Akatsuki robe. Had he been a fraction slower, he would have been hit. Even though his Earth Grudge fear would have helped him survive, he was certain Sasori had grown stronger. While Sasori attacked Kakuzu, Haiden lunged from another angle. Boom! Without missing a beat, Sasori used another death ray. Thanks to the vast chakra from his Hextech core, he could spam this near-instant technique. Sparks flew as Haiden's giant scythe got blasted away. Before he could react, Sasori fired again. Utterly startled, Haiden had to roll aside to avoid it, then scramble toward his blood-stained triple-bladed scythe. Kakuzu prevented Sasori from pressing the attack on Haiden by unleashing a mass of Earth Grudge fear black threads at him. Boom! Faced with Kakuzu's move, Sasori let out a cold laugh. Controlling his mechanical arm via the Hextech Rejuvenation Core, he unleashed another powerful beam, scattering the black threads that aimed to bind him. Even fighting 2 opponents, Sasori was unscathed. Standing tall, he said proudly, "I told you both of you are just a bit of rough weather on my artistic journey. You're nothing but weaklings." Though Sasori couldn't stand up to someone like Orochimaru, who had repeatedly bought cheats from Senshi, he had no trouble handling Haiden, who had no cheats, and Kakuzu, who only had partial upgrades. Seeing Sasori so conceited, Haiden and Kakuzu decided to go all out. Kakuzu sneered, "What's there to be smug about? I know you too well. This ability is nothing like W-hat you used to have. It's not something you trained yourself to do, but a cheat you got from Senshi. Otherwise, you'd be dead by my hand or even Haiden's." While Kakuzu said this, Sasori momentarily lost focus, giving Haiden a chance to strike. Haiden was also a crafty type. He dashed over to Sasori's Hirako puppet, slashing it furiously with his triple-bladed scythe. Then he unexpectedly pulled out a black rod and stabbed Sasori's body. Hey! No blood was drawn. He tried a few more times in different spots, still no blood. Haiden was at a loss. Damn, not a drop of blood in this guy's body. Originally, Sasori's rejuvenation core was partly organic, containing flesh and blood. But once it was upgraded to the Hextech version, he had no biological tissue left. That made him a perfect counter to Haiden's death curse ritual. Realizing Haiden was just poking him with a black rod without accomplishing anything, Sasori immediately fired a death ray at Haiden's face. Haiden barely managed to block with his scythe. Boom! The mighty impact blasted him backward. Sasori ignored him, turning to Kakuzu in the distance. "Kakuzu, is that all you've got? No wonder Senshi abandoned you 2 weaklings." Those words completely enraged Kakuzu and Haiden. Haiden shook his head, got up, and gripped his triple-bladed scythe again, preparing to dismantle Sasori's Hirako puppet. Kakuzu, without a word, unleashed his 5 Earth Grudge fear-masked beasts, ready for an all-out war. Not far from Kakuzu, F shouted, "Stop it! Don't fight any more, please." Meanwhile, Deidara was stunned by Sasori's artistic advancement. He himself had once lost to Kakuzu, yet Sasori could now handle both Haiden and Kakuzu at once. Didn't that mean Sasori's art had far surpassed his own? It was a crushing blow to Deodara's confidence on his artistic journey. Faced with a monstrous rival whose art made his own seem feeble, he couldn't see a clear victory. However, Sasori's three-way fight didn't continue. Just as they were about to go all in, a dark red, swirling portal they all knew well appeared, a space-time gateway. The next moment, Senshi emerged with Karin. Senshi had no clue what had transpired among them beforehand. He'd only seen via his mantra that Sasori and the others were fighting fiercely and were on the verge of taking extreme measures. When Senshi arrived, Haydn instantly howled, dropped to his knees, and slid toward him, tears and snot flying. "Lord Jashin, that bastard Sasori ruined the mission you gave me. You've gotta punish him." Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Read more long chapters, and also this fanfic is already completed in Patreon. Please check it out. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Donkwik Kakuzu. Senshi, surprised face, caught off guard, Senshi glanced over at Sasori and asked, "Sasori, what's going on here?" Hearing Senshi's question, Sasori didn't hide anything. He explained the entire situation in detail, step by step. After listening, Senshi could only pat Haydn on the shoulder. This wasn't Sasori's fault. Sure, him stealing your mission target was out of line, but it's not as if you taking a mission automatically means nobody else can. You'll just have to learn from it. Next time you spot a target, move faster, don't leave any opportunity for others to swoop in. Once Senshi finished, Karin also leaned over and patted Haydn's shoulder. "Haydn, no more tears, all right? I'll fix you something really tasty soon." Hearing that, Haydn started crying even louder. Meanwhile, Deodara's eyes had been locked on Senshi the entire time. Sasori's display moments ago had astonished Deodara. He'd had brief contact with Sasori before. After joining Akatsuki to partner with Kakuzu, he'd heard a bit about Sasori from Kakuzu. Now, though, Sasori was completely different from how Deodara had pictured him based on that intel. Deodara realized then why Sasori used to insist so strongly on finding Senshi. Judging by Sasori's performance, he hadn't been exaggerating, his art really had become more perfected. But Sasori's wording glossed over one key detail. Namely, that with Senshi's help, his art had become more perfected. Remembering Sasori's spectacular moves from just now, Deodara began thinking, maybe I should find Senshi to upgrade my art, too? If Senshi could make Sasori's art more perfect, presumably he could do the same for me. But before Deodara could approach him, Senshi was already striding over to Kakuzu. Kakuzu was one of Senshi's most trusted fighters, a cornerstone member of the mercenary squad. Lately, Kakuzu the Moneybags had earned Senshi a massive haul of commission points. And Senshi happened to have just the thing to boost Kakuzu's strength. So he didn't delay, but headed straight over. Seeing Senshi come toward him, Kakuzu kept up his usual impassive front, but deep inside he was beside himself with excitement. Finally, he was getting acknowledgement for all his mission work. Otherwise, Senshi wouldn't have walked straight up to him without speaking to anyone else first. And it turned out just as he'd hoped. Senshi came to Kakuzu's side, patted his shoulder, and said, "Kakuzu, you've done a fantastic job lately." Hearing that, Kakuzu was elated, though he managed to keep from bursting into tears. Steadying his excitement, he spoke as calmly as he could. "I've been saying all along, in the ninja world's black market, my mission ability is second only to yours. Together, we're the perfect team." No sooner had Kakuzu said this than his new assistant, F, chimed in from the side. Thok H. Lord Senshi is indeed the black market's new legend. Lord Kakuzu was a legendary figure in the black market even before he appeared. In my mind, no matter the time or place, Lord Kakuzu is superb and flawless. I'm certain he'll be the one most likely to challenge Lord Senshi's hold on first place in the black market. Kakuzu, surprised face, that made Kakuzu start. He quickly understood, though, that Senshi had a personal assistant. Precisely because an aide always unfailingly cheers for you, no matter what. Sensei, surprised face, Senshi, for his part, was a bit taken aback by FS words, but she wasn't really wrong. Kakuzu had 70+ years of experience, after all, and extremely refined mission skills. Plus, he could rotate hearts to stay perpetually at peak strength GTH, which even Haydn couldn't match. Only Sasori, having fully mechanized himself, had slightly better endurance. But in terms of pure job experience, Kakuzu had him beat as well. Meaning Kakuzu really was the black market's second strongest, though number one wasn't going to happen. Seeing F step up as Kakuzu's hype squad, Karin likewise piped up to defend Senshi. No. Senshi is the best. No one can shake his position in the black market. F shook her head, eyes resolute. I believe Lord Kakuzu is on E of the black market's finest, and definitely the biggest threat to Lord Senshi's top spot. Karin adamantly disagreed. Senshi will always be the strongest. That's final. F. I see Lord Kakuzu having every opportunity to challenge him. Karin, that's impossible. Senshi's status is unassailable. F. I trust Lord Kakuzu can make it happen. Karin, Senshi's never coming down from his throne. F. Kakuzu. Karin, Senshi. As their two aides bickered, Senshi separated them. You're all in one mercenary corps. Don't fight among yourselves. Also, I hope Kakuzu can keep improving so he can compete for my black market top spot. He certainly wished Kakuzu would step up. In mission ranking, Senshi was miles ahead of everybody else, out of sight. But if Kakuzu managed to catch up even a little, it could yield an ocean of commission points for Senshi while letting him take it easy. He had no interest in stifling black market ninjas from challenging him. In fact, now that they were all in his mercenary G-rope, he was happy to provide them any support or resources to help them do missions and bring him more profit. Having broken up the two aides, F returned to Kakuzu and muttered softly, Lord Kakuzu, you're the greatest. One day, I'm sure you can mount The strongest challenge to Lord Senshi. Karin, likewise refusing to yield, clung to Senshi's leg. Senshi is always the greatest, and not a single black market ninja can surpass him. Though Senshi found their quarrel amusing, he had more pressing matters to handle. He turned to Kakuzu seriously. Kakuzu, I've come by a treasure that's perfect for you, something that'll drastically enhance your mission effectiveness. As he spoke, he took out the string fruit he'd acquired previously. This fruit went in glove with Kakuzu's Earth Grudge Fear secret art. Once Kakuzu ate it and developed its powers, it would be like giving Orochimaru the Yamata no Orokai fruit or upgrading Sasori's Hex Core a huge power boost. When Senshi produced the fruit, Kakuzu felt another deep jolt of excitement. Indeed, he held an irreplaceable place in Senshi's heart. Even though they hadn't formed a mission team recently, Senshi still had him in mind, ha ha ha. Moreover, anything Senshi gave people was useful. Last time, Senshi had given Kakuzu a treasure that fixed his main weaknesses. So Kakuzu had high hopes for this new fruit Senshi was handing him. Now, accepting the string fruit, he smirked at Sasori. You only got stronger thanks to Senshi's help. Meanwhile, my power and mission ability are also about to rise again with Senshi's gift. And since Senshi chose to reward me personally, it shows how much he appreciates my skill, whereas you had to chase him down, begging for an upgrade from miles away. Compare the two, clearly I come out on top. Kakuzu felt a wave of satisfaction surge through him. Earlier, Sasori's new abilities gained from Senshi had overshadowed him and Haiden. Now, though, he'd regained the upper hand. He had to brag a bit. Hearing all that, Sasori felt tempted to tell him that his Hextech rejuvenation core had been free as well. He only had to pay for upgrades and that it could still be upgraded 4 times. Whereas the fruit presumably couldn't. Meanwhile, Senshi was somewhat exasperated that Kakuzu was making such a show of it. Once he'd handed Kakuzu the string fruit, the best next step was simply for Kakuzu to eat it. Otherwise, if Sasori revealed that his art core was still upgradable, Kakuzu would get all riled up again. Yet from Keirin's perspective, this was a golden chance. She peeked out from behind Senshi and said, with a grin, "See? Senshi can help Kakuzu grow stronger, so clearly Senshi's number one." F gave her a serious look. Lord Senshi must see amazing potential in Lord Kakuzu, bestowing this treasure upon him is an act of a real one acknowledging another real one. Otherwise, how come he didn't hand it to anyone else? F's final remark didn't matter much to everyone else, but for Haiden it was devastating. He was supposed to be Lord Jashin's most recognized follower. Why did Kakuzu get the prize? Immediately, Haiden rushed Senshi in tears. "Lord Jashin, I'm definitely more suited than Kakuzu to be your true follower. I haven't slacked off on the tasks you gave me for even a moment. Please, Lord Jashin, grant me new powers too, so I can follow you more faithfully." In Haiden's mind, new powers were nice, but the truly important thing was preserving his spot as Lord Jashin's number -1 follower, not letting Kakuzu surpass him in Senshi's yes. Senshi, surprised face, he froze. Did Haiden also want a reward? Granted, Haiden had been doing well. Giving him something wouldn't be totally amiss. But the string fruit had long been earmarked for Kakuzu. It was perfect for him, just like the Hex Core for Sasori or the Yamada fruit for Orochimaru. Senshi searched his system space in case there was an item fit for Haiden but came up empty-handed. There was no mosquito summoning, for example. That might suit him. So Senshi considered another approach. Patting Haiden's shoulder, he earnestly reassured him. "Haiden, you'll get your reward soon, 2 bread will come in time. If you can complete an even harder mission, I'll give you a super unbelievably awesome reward." Just then, a sinister whisper from the Lord Jashin echoed near Haiden's ear. "Haiden, my most devout and strong believer, I present you with a mission you must fulfill. Complete this mission, and I shall grant you supreme power." Hearing that, Haiden perked up, tears vanishing. Excited beyond measure, he dropped to one knee in reverence. "Lord Jashin, please give me my mission." Senshi lost no time, saying, "Haiden, I want you to head to Kumagakure. Carry on doing missions, and simultaneously keep an eye on the 8 tails. Can you handle that?" Sending Haiden to Kumagakure served multiple goals. He could do missions over there, so the spoils wouldn't all go to Kumagakure's ninja. Haiden could keep tabs on Killer Bee, so if Senshi needed to capture 8 tails later, he'd know Bee's whereabouts. Haiden being posted to Kumo also freed up the Omegakure black market, avoiding another fiasco where Sasori, Kakuzu, and Haiden all wrestle for the same assignment and end up fighting among themselves. A triple win scenario. As soon as Senshi finished, Haiden again heard the divine voice, "Haiden, my devoted follower, your mission is to go to Kumagakur, watch the 8 tails, and continue spreading the Lord Jashin teachings in your assignments. Can you do that?" Haiden nodded vigorously. Full of pious fervor, he declared, "Lord Jashin, I'll never disappoint you." At that, Kakuzu scoffed, shaking his head. "See, Haiden? You're obviously less important to Senshi, because you've got to do another assignment first just to earn a reward, whereas I got one straight off. It's obvious who's higher up." But Haiden wasn't fazed. He shouted, "It's you who's too weak," so Lord Jashin didn't bother to give you a mission. He just threw you a bone on the spot. You don't get it, do you? In Kakuzu's view, that was just denial. After all, he considered himself extremely capable in both combat and mission prowess, so he scoffed. But seeing as he already had his fruit, there was no point fighting. Holding up the string fruit, he asked Senshi, "So how do I use it? Just eat it?" Sensei gave a slight nod, "Yeah, just eat it." Without hesitation, Kakuzu popped the fruit into his mouth. Instantly, a mysterious power awakened inside. At first he wondered about its value. Gradually, though, knowledge about the fruit's abilities surfaced in his mind, turning his initial confusion to solemn awe, then astonishment until he ended up gaping. What Senshi had given him was beyond extraordinary and perfectly matched his earth grudge. Fear. That secret art let him manipulate black threads to steal hearts or do various other tasks. Now, with the string fruit, those black threads were enhanced further. Immediately, they became more diverse in usage and more lethal offensively. Ah! Thanks to the fruit, threads shot from Kakuzu's wrists, extending into a whip-like form. One swing across the ground carved a deep trench. And with a swift whoosh, the 5 earth grudge fear puppet masks behind him were flung much farther than normal. The fruit's power had multiplied his fighting range and control. The masks could now use not only ninjutsu but also the black threads themselves as additional weapons. Though he'd just obtained it and still lacked a full handle on its abilities, Kakuzu could already see how much stronger he'd become. His range was broader, his tactics more varied, and he sensed even more secrets lay dormant. Realizing all this, Kakuzu got fired up. Everything he'd done had been worthwhile. Countless sleepless nights of missions, assisting Senshi's clansmen at the Uzumaki settlement, hiring his own aid in imitation of Senshi, raising productivity. Now it paid off. Senshi had given him something so overpowering, surely a sign that Senshi wanted him back as a partner. Kakuzu turned to Senshi, heart thumping. "Yes, Senshi, invite me now. I'm all set. I'll prove to you that across the ninja world, I am your best partner." But Senshi had no idea what Kakuzu was thinking. Satisfied the fruit suited him perfectly, Senshi simply nodded, then said, "You did well today, so keep up the good work. I've got other business to handle." With that, he took Karin by the hand and left, not looking back. Karin stuck her tongue out at F, making a cheeky face, then proclaimed, "Senshi is number 1, the mightiest in the whole ninja world, no arguments." F refused to yield. She nearly sprouted wings on the spot. Lord Kakuzu will work even harder and challenge Lord Senshi. Regardless of what happens, he's still the greatest. No arguments. Karin started to retort, but Senshi didn't let them continue. He just dragged her off. He planned to visit the Uzumaki clan's settlement, see if there were any promising clan members or youngsters he could recruit to the mercenary corps. Watching Senshi walk off without a second glance, Kakuzu was utterly floored. "Kakuzu," surprised face, something felt off. This wasn't how he imagined it at all. Senshi had given him a fruit so unbelievably powerful, presumably with the intent to re-invite him as a partner? Yet not a single word about being teammates again? That made no sense. As Senshi's figure got smaller and smaller in the distance, Kakuzu heaved a long sigh, then turned to speak to F. F, it looks like all these missions we've done so far still aren't enough, not even close. True, I earned Senshi's approval and received this F route, but evidently he still doesn't think I'm qualified to be his partner. We have to push ourselves harder, complete more missions. F's face also grew solemn as she nodded resolutely. Yes, Lord Kakuzu. As your finest aide, I'll assist you so we can rack up even more missions. Deidara, surprised face, seeing the enthusiasm of Kakuzu and F, Deidara couldn't help staring. He thought wryly, give it a rest, you two. You've already hogged so many assignments and now you want to take even more? Trying to monopolize a Megakure's entire black market? Of course, Deidara knew refining his artistry through assignments was necessary. But obtaining an immediate upgrade from Senshi was far more crucial, especially after seeing how any random item Senshi handed out could drastically strengthen someone. If Deidara's art could also be improved under Senshi's tutelage, wouldn't it become perfect? Hence he resolved to investigate how Senshi might boost his art. Possibly by asking Kakuzu, who once partnered with Senshi and knew him best. As for Senshi, oblivious to Kakuzu's or Deidara's thoughts, he had already left with Sasori and Karin in tow. After they'd gone a little way, he put Karin down. He'd been half lifting her and she glanced around, uncertain. Hey? Are we going to the Uzumaki settlement to see Haruko and the others? Great! Karin was quite fond of the Uzumaki clan's people, many of them adorable kids, plus the very helpful Uncle Takusan, the bizarrely minded Mokusan, and so forth. At her remark, Senshi casually replied, right, we'll check the Uzumaki settlement, see if they need anything. But then he quickly cautioned, we've got a lot to handle there, so you won't be able to make any of your cooking for Haruko and them this time. We've got to focus on other stuff. Karin, _ Her face immediately fell. She'd learned so many new dishes recently, but now she couldn't share them with Haruko and her friends, so disappointing. Seeing her crestfallen look, Senshi patted her on the head and said, Karin, you can keep practicing and refining your skills. In the meantime, Matatabi and Seiken can help taste your dishes. Then, when your cooking is even better, you can whip something up for everyone and blow their minds. Karin. That brightened her mood at once. True, Senshi was right. Even though her cooking was already good, there was always room to improve. One of her dreams was to become the best chef in the ninja world. Meanwhile, inside the Kamui dimension, Matatabi had been napping but jolted awake from a nightmare. Hastily, she turned to Seiken not far away. Hey, Sai, this is bad, I've got a bad feeling that this time we're really in for it. Seiken just grunted dismissively, you're in for it. Me? I've already been poisoned. I'm dead, got it. Matatabi nodded. She understood Karen's cooking had psychologically scarred Seiken so badly that he still hadn't recovered. Matatabi had warned him, but he wouldn't listen. Outside in the real world, Senshi and Karin hadn't even reached the Uzumaki settlement before someone blocked their path, someone who surprised Senshi greatly, Hoshigaki Kisame, famously the most honest ninja, who dreamed of making everyone do the full 40-4 hand signs for Water Dragon Bullet. Seeing Kisame, Senshi looked stunned. Karin cocked her head, furrowing her brow. And who are you? Senshi jumped, thinking, what's this about? He flicked Karen's forehead gently. Watch how you Phrase that. Karan thought for a second, eyes lighting up. Only one truth is possible, this must be Hoshigaki. Kisame. Indeed, Kisame had been hiding from Senshi for a long time, so Karan basically forgot his name. Momentarily. Senshi himself had worried Karan might have come down with Senshi syndrome. But then Kisame's words stunned him anew. Voice trembling slightly, Kisame said, Senshi. I've captured that deserter, Uchiha Itachi, for you. Kisame had always feared Senshi, and now it was worse. Before, while Haiden had been tormented by Senshi, at least Haiden was somewhat stable. But after returning, Haiden seemed outraged insane. Babbling about Lord Jashin missions. Meanwhile, Itachi had once slipped away mid-mission with Senshi, who knew what horror awaited him now. Kisame hoped Senshi would punish only Itachi and not blame him. After all, Itachi running off was none of Kisame's doing. Senshi, surprised face. Kisame's statement left Senshi baffled. When did I ask anyone to catch Itachi? There was no such request. Senshi's quizzical silence seemed in Kisame's eyes like a terrifying hush. To Kisame, it signaled that Senshi, who was always so vengeful, was about to do something drastic. Because of something so trivial, Kakuzu and Haiden had been abused. Now that Ichi-ni-san, Itachi, had messed up, how could Senshi let that slide? Kisame quickly tried to explain, that Ichi-ni-san guy who knows what he was thinking, he ran off alone in the middle of your joint mission. The whole plan was his, and I had nothing to do with it. I locked him up at once, so at any moment I can bring him to you. At that, Senshi waved his hand, glancing at Sasori. Kisame, just let him go. A stamina weak, physically inept type like him isn't worth teaming with. I've already got a new partner, Sasori. He works 24/7 all year round. That's a real teammate, understand? Hearing this, Kisame's heart sank. He trembled to the core. Glancing at Sasori, Kisame could only feel sorry for him, someone forced to labor 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, until death. That's terrible. But actually, he realized Sasori wasn't even the worst off. The worst was that Ichi-ni-san, who had deserted. People like Kakuzu and Haiden had only gotten a beating, while apparently Senshi didn't even see Itachi as a person. So Senshi never asked him to deliver Itachi to receive punishment. In Senshi's mind, Itachi must already be as good as dead. Yes, standing close by, Sasori could see how frightened Kisame was, but Sasori couldn't fathom why. As Sasori saw it, Senshi was obviously a good person. He'd given Sasori the Hextech core for free. Minus upgrade fees, Kakuzu got a fruit for free. Who else in the ninja world was so generous? Senshi was basically the philanthropic umbrella of Omegakure. So Sasori couldn't help asking, Senshi, what did you do to him? He seems terrified of you. Senshi, displeased, replied, ridiculous. I'm super nice to old Sharky. I even gave up 2 emissive bounty missions in Kirigakure for him. Who in the ninja world does that for a buddy? Sasori, Omega. Sasori was staggered. Could Kisame be so important that Senshi was willing to give up 2 big commissions for him? Even if it was Senshi himself who said it, it sounded like tall tales. Karin pursed her lips. But wasn't that because you couldn't attack a fellow Akatsuki member, so you had to let that mission go? Senshi scoffed, nonsense. You really think I'd go after my own brothers in arms for a mere bounty? Karin nodded vigorously. You would. You are that sort of person. Look at what you do to Orochimaru. He's basically your oldest friend, and you keep stabbing him. Annoyed, Senshi reached over and tousled Karen's neat red hair into a messy nest. His assistant was spouting nonsense, siding against him now. Karen, humph. She sulked, arms crossed. I was only telling the truth. Having messed up Karen's hair, Senshi gave her a quick head pat so she wouldn't start flailing at him. Then he continued, anyway, wasn't I the one who gave up those 2 bounty missions, yes or no? Karen pouted. Yes, but you had other reasons. Senshi grinned. Even if there were other reasons, I did let 2 commissions on Kisame go, right? With that, Karen was left speechless. Senshi really was just twisting logic. Sasori only felt more startled. No matter the cause, apparently Senshi had twice turned down missions targeting Kisame. Fairly mind-blowing. Among Senshi's tasks, you either took them or you didn't. If you could do them, but then voluntarily backed out, that was rare indeed. Likely it was only these 2. Kisame could brag about that forever he wasn't killed by Senshi on a mission, but Senshi had actively let it go. In Senshi's eyes, beyond turning down those jobs, he'd done a lot for Kisame. He genuinely liked an honest ninja like him. Who else but Kisame would meticulously form all 40-4 hand seals for Water Dragon Bullet? Senshi even let him remain idle if he refused to do missions with him, unlike poor Kakuzu who got dragged off forcibly. Yes, that incident where Senshi nearly beat Kisame to death didn't count. After all, Senshi didn't beat him to death in the end, so that was all good, right? Finally, Senshi said, Kisame, just go back and release Ichien-I-san. He's worthless with such lousy stamina. At this point, Kisame almost cried. He understood Senshi's meaning, too late, just let him die. No matter how quickly Kisame had apprehended Itaki, as soon as Senshi came back and gave instructions, it changed nothing. Ichien-I-san was doomed. If it had been someone else, maybe Senshi would do a quick kill, but we're talking about the ruthless Senshi who tortured Haiden and overshadowed Kakuzu. Who knew how awfully Itaki would suffer? Or how hopeless his end would be? Not to mention how Kisame was the one who'd seized Itaki immediately, even though it was all Itaki's own plan. If Senshi turned that anger on him, he'd be helpless. He still remembered how, back in Kirigakure, simply wanting to kill a few small fry had nearly gotten him beaten to death. Feeling more and more hopeless, Kisame left disheartened to free Itaki at their base, unsure of what else to do. Maybe the only outcome was the 2 of them awaiting final judgment. But upon arriving at Teehee cell he used, Kisame found Itaki gone. He'd been despairing before, but now he was truly panicked. It's over. Over. In Kisame's mind, since Senshi wanted Itaki left there for death, maybe Senshi would let him off with a quick kill. But Itaki apparently hadn't stayed put as told. Senshi discovering that could mean all-out wrath upon both him and Itaki. Just then, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Uchiha Itaki, speaking casually, what's over? Kisame, surprised face, he froze, realizing a moment later that Itaki must have used genjutsu to trick him and escape. On the spot, he demanded, you cast a genjutsu? When did you slip out? Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Misunderstanding. After Kisame posed his question, Itaki casually found somewhere to sit before speaking. I left a long time ago, he said. After that, every interaction you had with me was under a genjutsu. When Itaki put it that way, Kisame couldn't help thinking of all kinds of bad possibilities. During past missions, he often wound up utterly exhausted while Itaki never seemed tired at all. Could that too have been because Itaka had placed him under a genjutsu, so that whatever mission they were supposedly doing, Kisame was actually doing alone, while Itaka basically never had to fight? What Kisame did not know was that in reality, they had never gone on missions. In order to deliver intelligence to Konoha, Itaka had cast Genjutsu on Kisame to make him believe they were out on missions. Every time Kisame thought he was battling an enemy target, in truth he was just shadowboxing in the midst of illusions. However, that truth was simply too cruel for an earnest, straightforward fellow like Kisame, so Itaka had no plans to tell him any of it. Moreover, not only had Itaka made his escape early on this time, he had also found time for a quick trip back to Konoha. Thinking about that brief return home left Itaka with mixed feelings. Thanks to Senshi's guidance, his blockhead little brother was improving quickly, but there had been serious problems. As the saying goes, like a teacher, like a student. Suzuki was already being led astray by Senshi. Suzuki and that nine-tails brat were so hooked on mission grinding that they got fidgety and miserable if they went even one day without a mission. To Itaka, it was obviously bad. And yet Sasuke's growth rate was so dazzling that he could only call it tempting. Even if Suzuki was being dragged off course by Senshi, Itaka no longer wanted Senshi to stop teaching him. Suzuki was fine for now, so Itaka could at last give his full attention to Kisame's case. Knowing Kisame as he did, there had to be something unusual behind Kisame's decision to move against him, perhaps a special reason, or maybe a misunderstanding. Itaka was considering these things when Kisame muttered gloomily, "Itaka-san, Senshi's gone back to Omegakure." Itaka gave a small nod. He already knew that. He also knew that Senshi had formed a new team, plus had several standbys. There was no reason for alarm. So he just looked at Kisame and asked casually, and then Kisame looked as though the sky were falling. "Itaka-san, you're so clever. Yet up to now you still haven't figured out what's really going on." Itaka, surprised face. Itaka was baffled. Was there something he was supposed to have figured out? Seeing how Itaka looked mystified, Kisame understood that Itaka-san had not grasped the dire truth. No wonder he'd dared to run off. So Kisame decided simply to explain everything from start to finish. Senshi's original partner was Kakuzu, remember, he said. Then Kakuzu went and broke away from Senshi's two-man team, picking Haiden to join him instead. From that moment on, fate's wheel began turning. Kisame laid out all the intel he had, plus his own speculation about Senshi, in a great rush to Uchiha Itaka, leaving Itaka speechless, gaping in astonishment. Itaka, surprised face. Once Kisame finished, Itaka felt completely stunned. He even suspected Kisame might have suffered so many genjutsu illusions that his mind had snapped. Granted, the data about Haiden and Kakuzu was mostly accurate, but the actual circumstances did not match Kisame's claims. Strictly speaking, Senshi wasn't some terrible demon. In many respects, he was a good person. The people he killed were criminals who deserved it. He turned the commission fees he earned from missions into funds for ninja academies and shelters, supporting many displaced who had nowhere else to live. Countless individuals throughout the ninja world owed their survival to Senshi's generosity. The children of Omegakure also had new chances at bright futures because of him. Thanks to Senshi, even the daily lives of AIM's citizens were far better. All of that demonstrated that Senshi was, at heart, a decent man, just ruthless in dealing with his team partners. The real issue was that Kisame had overinterpreted Senshi's every action. Itaka massaged his temples in minor frustration. Then he sighed. Kisame, Senshi isn't who you think. He is. Those words almost made Kisame cry on the spot. So, if Senshi was not the person Kisame had imagined, that meant he might be even worse? At that, Kisame wailed hopelessly, Itaka-san, you've ruined both of us. If you hadn't run off alone back then, none of this would be happening. Not long ago I sought out Senshi. He spelled it out plainly. It's too late, nothing you can do. He's sure to use some horrific method to torture us both. Boo-hoo-hoo. Itaka did not believe him. Kisame already had such a huge misunderstanding about Senshi. Why assume anything Kisame had concluded was correct? All the same, Itaka decided he had to walk Kisame step by step through the reality of Senshi. Kisame's too simple and honest to untangle it by himself. Calmly, he began, Kisame, truly, Senshi is a good. He never finished. Suddenly Kisame's eyes went wide with realization, and his voice trembled with excitement. Itaka-san, I just got it. This Senshi tyrant has to be resisted. We must strike first. Between your genjutsu and my water style plus same hata, we actually stand a chance. Better to fight back than sit here waiting to die. At first Itaka thought Kisame had finally caught on. But with that pronouncement, he realized Kisame had caught on to an entirely wrong idea so drastically that he was now plotting to fight Senshi? That was beyond bold, it bordered on insane. Senshi's power, albeit widely feared, was known truly by very few. But Itaka, as Senshi's partner for a short time, had personally glimpsed his Six Paths mode. Already monstrous, if Senshi went Six Paths mode, who in the world could withstand him? Kisame plus Itaka, or even them plus the whole 7 ninja swordsmen, wouldn't be nearly enough to prevail. In fact, Itaka couldn't think of any method that would topple a 6 Paths M-powered Senshi. Luckily, the pair did not need to fight Senshi in the first place. So Itaka wasted no time trying to steer Kisame onto a safer track. Kisame, you don't really need to worry. You simply don't understand Senshi well enough. Moreover, you can't beat Senshi with raw force. There's another way. To Itaka's mind, Kisame's prejudice was deeply ingrained. You couldn't talk him out of it by praising Senshi's goodness. The best bet was to get Kisame dealing with Senshi in a more peaceful manner. Maybe, ironically, by taking advantage of him. Kisame, surprised face, another way to handle Senshi seriously? The man was terrifying, but Itaka seemed confident. Kisame asked, Itaka-san, do you truly have some method to deal with him without fighting? Itaka nodded. Yes. If your aim is for Senshi not to hurt you to befriend him, even then it's quite simple. Simple. That was Senshi they were talking about. Kisame's gaze filled with doubt, prompting Itaka to reaffirm. If you want Senshi to do you no harm and actually form friendly ties, it's very doable. Did you ever hear about Senshi's relationship to Orochimaru? Kisame was perplexed. Their relationship. Orochimaru is called Snake Bro by Senshi. Several times in public, Senshi has flat out said that Orochimaru is like a cherished friend, almost a family member. Kisame's expression changed dramatically. Orochimaru pulled that off. He actually got on that well with someone as fearsome as Senshi? So if Kisame could manage the same, he'd never again have to fret about Senshi smashing down his door and killing him. Eagerly, he asked, how did Orochimaru do that? Itaka's lips curved slightly, Kisame was biting the lure. Because Orochimaru is Senshi's client, he frequently hires Senshi for missions. A client. Seeing Kisame mulling it over, Itaka pressed on, Kisame, think carefully. If you, like Orochimaru, regularly commissioned senshi with huge bounties, wouldn't he treat you as a dear friend, a brother, maybe even call you Kisame bro? Kisame bro. At the mere suggestion, Kisame's voice shook. Right, if Orochimaru could do it, why not him? He pictured senshi quietly facing him, politely addressing him as Kisame bro, and the thrill of it left him trembling. He drew a deep breath, half lidding his eyes in delight. Even just imagining it felt amazing. Brimming with excitement, Kisame turned to Itaki. As expected of you, Itaka-san. Let's go. I'll immediately find Sensei to post a mission request. Kisame found this logic thoroughly convincing. The reports said Orochimaru had earned Senshi's attention and, indeed, got along fine. In that case, obviously Kisame would go do the same. He wanted to become Kisame bro, not see our as little fish. Ready to race off and hire Senshi, Kisame looked back only to see Itaka strolling over to lie down on a bed across the room, presumably to rest. He said over his shoulder, Kisame, commissioning senshi can be extremely pricey. If you can't pay enough, you won't get any special camaraderie. Because he was really in Akatsuki just to feed intel to Konoha, Itaka hadn't been chasing money. He and Kisame had almost nothing saved. Meanwhile, one big job with senshi could easily start at 100 million ryo. How could they scrounge up that kind of funding? Hearing that, Kisame came back to reality. They were broke. So, quickly, he told Itaki, yes, you're right. Let's earn some money first. We'll start on that right away. Itaka nodded, all right, from tomorrow on, we'll take black market jobs. But Kisame shook his head. Not tomorrow now, right away. We can't waste a single minute. Itaki, surprised face, what's with that look of fervor? Weren't these just missions? But Itaka tried again, Kisame, you need proper rest to maintain fighting form. Kisame refused outright. Itaka-san, how can we squander precious mission time on pointless rest? In the hours we nap, who knows how many jobs we could complete, how much we could earn. Let's go now, not a second to lose. With that, before Itaka could decline, Kisame bent down, hoisted him up, and jogged for the black market. Itaki, lying helplessly across Kisame's shoulder, felt that familiar bobbing motion. Tears nearly sprang to his eyes. Meanwhile, Nagato, monitoring the entire Omegakure with Rain Tiger at will, suddenly noticed those two. He was stunned. Thought maybe he'd cast the jutsu incorrectly. After rechecking, no, it was real. The two laid-back duo of Akatsuki, Itaki, and Kisame, voluntarily heading to do black market missions. These two had always gone about tasks sluggishly, if forced at all. Given the choice, they'd lounge around training themselves, never interested in money. Yet now they'd seemingly caught Senshi's virus and were raring to mission grind. And Orochimaru, formerly holed up in his lab, had likewise started traveling the ninja world doing tasks. This was not the Akatsuki or Omegakure that Nagato had envisaged. While he felt dazed, Konan opened the door. Seeing her no tea carrying anything, he exhaled in relief. Only to watch her turn and call, bring it in. Two of Senshi's wood clones entered lugging a large crate stuffed with documents. She explained, Nagato, these are the quarterlies from the organization and the Omegakures Anbu. Security, interrogation, the cage's office, the academy, refugee care, and so on, a total of 1,600 or so files for you to go through and provide feedback, so they can do better next quarter. 1,600 more tasks? This was basically a death sentence. And those were merely the Quarterlies, if it were the year-end, it might be over 10,000 pages needing his review. Could he possibly just return Senchi's super ninja serum? He no longer wanted all this wonderful endurance. If it meant indefinite desk work. Then Nagato spotted the paper bag the clones were carrying. "And that bag?" he asked. Taking it, Conan calmly said, "Light bulbs. Figured if you're reading documents all night long, your lamp might burn out. Keep these on hand so if it breaks, you can replace it yourself and not get delayed." Nagato, surprised face, they'd worried about the lamp giving out but not his own physical exhaustion. How many all-nighters was this? He could only let out a sigh. Well, at least it was only 4 times a year. If it were every few days, he'd be done for. Conan then added, "Start with these first, Nagato. The rest of the quarterlies aren't fully compiled. I'll go hurry them, then bring the rest." With that, she and the wood clones departed, leaving Nagato on the verge of tears. To him, the rain of a Megakure was not literal rain, it was the grief of a beleaguered cage. At the refugee shelter in a Megakure, Senshi showed up accompanied by Sasori and Karin, causing a huge stir. Word spread instantly that Sensei had returned. Had it not been for Senshi, many there would never have survived. Some would have starved, some exploited to death, some frozen in harsh nights. Their families, their children, none would remain. Yet by Senshi's plan and under his funding, the new shelter was built and they all lived on, out of the cold and the hunger. Not only that, Senshi's Ninja Academy gave their children real hope for the future. He was their savior, virtually their rebirth parent, a blazing torch lighting up their lives. So the moment Senshi arrived, all those displaced folks who had now settled in, contributed to building the aim, and started new lives came flocking out. Wherever Senshi and Karin passed, throngs welcomed them, an atmosphere of bustling life reminiscent of unstoppable spring growth. "Welcome, Lord Senshi. Welcome, Miss Karin," the assistant. Seeing such warmth, Senshi nodded and waved in return. Then, with Sasori and Karin, he headed on toward the Uzumaki clan's settlement. Crowds cheered and parted, voices of excitement getting louder. "Lord Senshi, Miss Karin, we're so glad you came. You must come more often, my lord. Lord Senshi, how about a visit to the Tsuchigumo clan settlement here?" Senshi, surprised face, "Really? The Tsuchigumo too?" Quick mental check revealed it was just another clan using the same name, not the ones that famous for developing a jutsu that can wipe out a village. Senshi didn't linger. He returned the people's friendly greetings while continuing onward, ultimately heading for the Uzumaki area. Some Uzumaki members rushed over, though they couldn't see him well through the crowd. A few kids managed to pop out but got pushed back in, losing sight. However, they realized from the direction Senshi was walking that he was probably visiting their settlement, so they felt even happier. Meanwhile, Senshi privately opened up his task panel. A number of Uzumaki folks showed strong bonds with him. But some were 40-something genin, long past their prime for new endeavors, or just small kids like Haruko, 4 or 5 years old, obviously too little. He needed older kids with decent talent, strong synergy, and enough camaraderie. He recalled 3 in particular. One was Uncle Takusan's nephew, the somewhat Chiyunibu-ish Uzumaki Musen. The other 2, newly arrived clan members named Uzumaki Runyu and Uzumaki Lanmu, a boy-girl pair who, together with Musen, formed a 3-person team. At the Uzumaki settlement, Uncle Takusan and that trio had no idea Senshi was coming. Musen, Runyu, and Lanmu were busy practicing their ninjutsu. Takusan, only a genin himself, was fretting that he lacked the skill to instruct these three especially gifted young people. Though Omegakure had a ninja academy, with Senshi's wood clones teaching special light ninja release classes, staff was stretched too thin. The school only took children around age 6, some gifted ones slightly younger. But Muzan, 14, Runyu, 14, and Lanyu, 13, were all past the normal age. So for now, Takusan had to do what he could. But he was limited. He taught them basic Uzumaki sealing arts, leaving out anything powerful for fear of the clan's old tragedy repeating. After all, the Uzumaki's advanced sealing made them a target. Thus Muzan's trio could manage only basic techniques, good for restraining an already wounded foe. And that was it. He had no skill in water or earth release for Muzan, or lightning for Runyu, or water for Lanyu. So it was giving him headaches. But in the wake of Ozishio's destruction, it was a miracle the survivors had even basic skills left. Senshi's direct help had let them eat, stay warm, and have a safe place to live. Restoring the clan's full legacy of ninjutsu would be a long road indeed. The three kids themselves felt differently from Takusan. They were all delighted just to have a place to live and time to train. Their gratitude for Senshi was no less than anyone's, possibly deeper. They recognized that without Senshi, they might have died somewhere, or lived on the run. Malnourished and homeless. The ninja world outside Omegakure was vast and dangerous. In personality, Muzan was sunny and a bit Chiyunibu. Runyu, calm and steady, reminiscent of Nagato. Lanyu, an innocent, quiet beauty like Konan. As they kept practicing, a commotion arose in the distance. Takusan and the trio glanced that way. One glimpse, and they got excited. Both Muzan and Takusan had met Senshi and Karin. Runyu and Lanyu had at least seen pictures. They realized at once that Senshi was indeed heading for the clan settlement, so all four dashed over in high spirits. At that moment, Senshi and Karin halted in front of a local landmark, a pair of statues with over-large heads. One statue showed Senshi holding a stack of mission papers as though checking a request, the other statue showed Kari-en clutching Senshi's leg. Senshi thought it did Karin a disservice. They ought to have sculpted Karin standing with hands on her hips, maybe spouting some feisty remark. Karin herself frowned, the statue only had her hugging Senshi's leg, leaving out all her distinctive traits. Shouldn't they have her shown cooking some new dish? Before Karin could fuss further, little Haruko came flying in like a whirlwind, leaping into a hug. Karin Nei-chan. You and Lord Senshi came to the Uzumaki settlement, yay! More sea children crowded around, hopping for joy. Meanwhile, many adult clan members gathered around Senshi. Some were so overwhelmed that tears spilled. Lord Senshi, welcome back. Lord Senshi, please, this way we'll prepare a banquet for you and Miss Karin, to give you a proper welcome. Lord Senshi, I'll fetch you two something good to eat right now. Senshi simply waved a hand. No need to fuss, we're all one big family. This time, I'm here to recruit some of our young clansmen into my mercenary corps. Could everyone gather here, please? Hearing that, Uncle Takusan and the others were thrilled. They hurried off to summon anyone still working. In truth, most Uzumaki were already nearby, those missing were off at the Ninja Academy, the refugee shelter, or other posts in the village's new production efforts. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Followers. Not long after, every member of the Uzumaki clan had gathered. Senshi noticed that, despite so much time having passed, there still weren't that many people in the Uzumaki clan. From what Uncle Takusan had told him, at the very beginning, more than 10 clan members had arrived at the Omegakure. After that, a long time would pass before just one, or at most 2, more clan members made it to the village. As a result, all these years later, the Uzumaki clan numbered only around 30 people. Still, there was some good news. The Uzumaki clan now had a tiny new Uzumaki. It was a newborn baby. When the baby's mother was on her way to Omegakure, she almost died not far from the village. Luckily, Konan discovered her and brought her into the village. Hence, the baby was named Uzumaki Nanko, so that when she grew up, she would remember her mother's savior. Once all the Uzumaki clan members were assembled, Senshi began making his selections. He decided first to pick out a few who had never gone to school. Because the Uzumaki clan's bond value was the highest, and although there were some suitable young prospects in the Ames Ninja Academy, those children were still too young. Their top priority right now was studying and growing stronger. Senshi wouldn't rush things. He had no intention of sending 3 or 4-year-olds onto the battlefield, and there was no need to do so. After they graduated from the academy, they would be able to do missions even more efficiently. I'll call out some names. If you hear yours, please step forward. After that, I'll tell you about my mercenary group, and you can choose whether or not to join it. Uzumaki Musen, Uzumaki Lanyu, Uzumaki Lanmu. Step forward. This time, Senshi singled out 2 teenage boys and 1 teenage girl from the Uzumaki clan. Among all the clan members at the settlement, these 3 were the most talented and also shared the highest bond value with him, more than worth training. However, because Uzushio village had been destroyed, the land of whirlpools had fallen, and the Uzumaki clan's ninjutsu inheritance had been cut off, these 3 were currently neither powerful nor skilled enough. But that was no problem at all. Weak power? Inadequate ability? Those are nothing in the face of sweat and hard work. The moment Musen and the other 2 were chosen, they didn't even wait for Senshi to introduce his mercenary group before they excitedly spoke up. Lord Senshi, we're willing to join your mercenary group. Please let us join Lord Senshi's mercenary group right now. Lord Senshi, please allow us to join your mercenary group immediately. All 3 were brimming with excitement. They felt honored to be accepted into Senshi's mercenary group and secretly vowed to work very hard in the future to complete missions under his leadership. Seeing how eager they were, Senshi was delighted. Since these 3 young recruits were still too weak to farm missions efficiently and thus couldn't yet provide him with many employment points, he decided on the spot to solve that problem from 2 directions. After Musen and the other 2 were selected, the ones who weren't chosen, and the ones who were still too young, all looked on with envy. Each of them silently resolved to put in twice the effort from now on so that they, too, could earn Senshi's recognition and join his mercenary group. At that moment, Senshi continued speaking, turning to Musen and the other 2. You 3 have worked very hard, so I want to reward and encourage you so that you can start taking on missions right away. By completing them time after time, you'll gain experience and quickly improve. Also, I'll leave a wood clone here at the Uzumaki clan's settlement to guide everyone in ninjutsu training. The moment Senshi said this, every member of the Uzumaki clan grew excited, practically trembling with joy. After all, having someone as powerful and from their own clan teaching them was sure to help everyone improve. For Musen's trio, it was the most thrilling of all. Not only had they joined Lord Senshi's mercenary group and received direct guidance from his wood clone, but they were about to get a present from him, too. While the three looked at him expectantly, Senshi raised his hand and rested it lightly on Musen's forehead, just like the way Itaka would tap Suzuki. At his touch, Musen's whole body shuddered, his eyes going wide as he stood there, speechless. With that single gesture, Senshi had given him a bloodline limit with fearsome renown across the shinobi world, would release. Along with that bloodline limit, he could now use one basic wood release technique. As for wood release's other jutsu, he would need to familiarize himself with the bloodline limit and develop it gradually before employing them. After withdrawing his hand, Senshi said to Musen, "Try out your new ability." He had given Musen wood release for 3 reasons. First, of all the Uzumaki ninjas in the settlement, Musen's bond value with him was the highest. Second, Musen was especially talented in water and earth release, which were perfect foundations for wood release. Third, if Senshi later acquired a certain wood power, he could further enhance Musen wood release, plus that wood power would reinforce each other, possibly making Musen a wood release ninja stronger than even the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, and an even more impressive super worker than Kakuzu. Hearing Senshi's words, Musen snapped out of his daze. "Yes, Lord Senshi," he answered. Then he formed hand seals and cast a jutsu. Wood release, silent strangling binding technique. The instant his voice fell, the ground beside him cracked loudly on both sides, and 3 brown wooden tendrils burst forth, instantly shooting toward a large boulder not far away to constrict and crush it. Rumble. Crack. The boulder near Musen was tightly bound by those 3 brown wooden tendrils, its surface covered in splintering cracks, and began breaking apart bit by bit. This scene left the Uzumaki clan members too shocked for words. After all, they knew exactly how strong Musen used to be. Uncle Takusen, one of the few ninjas in the CLN, was even more astounded. He was well aware of what a bloodline limit was. Musen had never had wood release before, but with just a single touch from Senshi, he suddenly did. Moreover, the former Uzushiagakuer had once been allied with the Konohagakuer, so Uncle Takusen knew that the village's founder, the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, one of the 2 heroes of the Warring States period, had used his unbelievably powerful wood release to awe the entire shinobi world. Now his very own nephew, Uzumaki Musen, had that same power. How could he not be stunned? As Uncle Takusen's mind roiled, Senshi walked over to Uzumaki Lanyu and Uzumaki Lanyu. They, too, were gaping in amazement at Musen's transformation. Having formed a 3-person squad that trained together daily, they were fully aware that Musen's newly revealed power had been bestowed by Senshi. And while they were busy marveling, Senshi raised his hand once more, touching each of their brows, bestowing storm release on Lanyu and ice release on Lanyu. Afterward, he smiled. "Go on. Test your new abilities." Uzumaki Lanyu answered steadily, "Yes, Lord Senshi." Uzumaki Lanyu, normally a bit airhead, was so stunned at suddenly acquiring a bloodline limit that she froze up. Only after Lanyu cleared his throat did she snap back and hurriedly say, "Yes, Lord Senshi." Under the curious gazes of the watching crowd, Lanyu quickly formed hand seals and announced, "Storm release, laser circus." The moment he spoke, a bolt of lightning shot forth from his palm. Everyone watched in amazement. As the electricity twisted and curved like water, even changing direction in midair, it turned behind him, striking in the opposite direction from where he'd launched it. Lanyu was already showing remarkable talent with the power Senshi had granted him. Even Senshi paused to watch in admiration. Given how quickly Lanyu had adapted, he would undoubtedly become very strong over Time. Senshi then looked at Lan Mu, who was typically quiet and rather spacey. Lan Mu wasted no time. Quickly forming hand seals and calling out in a soft voice, "Ice release, ice rock dome of magnificent nothingness." With a thunderous rumble, a massive, translucent dome of ice rose from the ground, enclosing her completely. Many of the Uzumaki members were close to Musen's team and knew very well that none of the three had such abilities before. Now, with just a tap to each forehead, Senshi had granted them bloodline limits. The looks they turned on Senshi were now filled with both reverence and awe, as though he were the sage of six paths himself. The clan's settlement had never been so lively, with good news coming one after another. Everyone was full of joy. The saying "a common man with a treasure invites trouble" fits the Uzumaki clan's history perfectly. As direct descendants of the Sage of Six Paths, they were born with an extremely powerful talent for sealing techniques. In the past, the clan had possessed numerous potent finjutsu that countless forces coveted, which was the reason for their village's fall and their nation's destruction. A once large group, after that calamity, had only reassembled about 30 or so people in the Omegakure. Yet today, every Uzumaki felt hope that the clan might rise again. Even though Senshi had not declared himself to be their clan leader, he was acting like one leading them forward once more. This time, Uzumaki Musen, Uzumaki Lanyu, and Uzumaki Lanmu had successfully joined Lord Senshi's mercenary group. On top of that, Lord Senshi left behind a wood clone specifically to help everyone train. Going forward, any clan member who met certain requirements could enter Lord Senshi's mercenary group as well. While many in the clan were gazing hopefully toward the future, Musen, Lanyu, and Lanmu were more concerned about what would come next. They knew something about Senshi's mercenary group, but not in detail. Senshi had never given an in-depth introduction to it, and they had no other sources of information. Now Musen approached Senshi with respect and anticipation. "Lord Senshi, now that we've joined your mercenary group, are we going to follow you to conquer the shinobi world?" Senshi, surprised face, Karin, surprised face, Lanyu, Lanmu. Musen's comment also stunned Karin. Since when had the mercenary group's mission become conquering the ninja world? Sure, Senshi could do that if he wanted to, but there was no point. He wasn't the supreme ruler of the shinobi world, and conquering it, or even all worlds, held no meaning for him. Neither Lanyu nor Lanmu were surprised that Musen said something like that. He was a bit silly to begin with. Even a newly granted bloodline limit from Lord Senshi couldn't suppress his shinobi streak. Senshi paused briefly, then considered how to arrange things for Musen, Lanyu, and Lanmu. Naruto and Sasuke were the reincarnations of Indra and Ashura. Given the altered timeline, he'd placed a wood clone near them so they could simply grow naturally. However, he couldn't just leave Musen's trio to fend for themselves. If not for Senshi's changes to the world line, there was no telling if they'd even still be alive at this point, let alone have the chance to become strong. But he also couldn't personally take them everywhere. He had his own affairs to attend to, and his current team was already nicely balanced. After some thought, a sudden idea struck him. Like Konoha's established training model, these three should have their own Genin instructor. Who would be best suited for that role? Of course it would be the Honorable Takikage, Kakuzu. Kakuzu normally led teams out of the Omegakure, taking missions in and around the Land of Rain. So, Musen and the other two could simply be entrusted to him. First, Kakuzu, after being enhanced twice, was extremely strong even among cage-level ninja. Enough to guarantee their safety. Second, he was a seasoned mercenary with over 70 years of Black market experience there was a huge amount he could teach them. Lastly, because Kakuzu mostly operated within the land of rain, Muzan and his teammates wouldn't be too far from home, letting them check in on the clan settlement and help out. This was a triple win. So, the three of them had to be assigned to Kakuzu, and not even the Sage of Six Paths himself could stop it. Senshi cleared his throat and said to Muzan, Lan Yu, and Lan Yu, our mercenary group's mission isn't to conquer the shinobi world. It's to hone ourselves through missions and become better ninjas, so that we can help others and complete more assignments. After all, most employers only post requests when they're in trouble or in crisis. Our role is to help them identify and solve those problems, and in doing so, we gain experience and grow. Hearing these words, not only Muzan and the other two, but the entire Uzumaki clan listened intently. They couldn't have heard such a perspective anywhere else, and everyone found Senshi's reasoning very compelling. Indeed, a shinobi's life would feel extremely meaningful if, while completing jobs for pay, they were also rescuing and aiding people in dire need. Muzan's trio stalwart youth of the Uzumaki clan were more eager than ever to embark on such a path. Noticing their enthusiasm, Senshi nodded with satisfaction and went on, carrying out missions isn't easy, so you'll need to follow an experienced senior until you're able to stand on your own. That senior is also a member of our mercenary group. His name is Kakuzu, and you probably know who he is, right? In Senshi's absence, Kakuzu was essentially the top figure at the Ames Black Market. Most people in the village knew of him. What happened next surprised Senshi a little. When Muzan heard Kakuzu's name, he brightened and said, Lord Senshi, you're saying we're to learn from Kakuzu how to execute missions efficiently? Great! We're pretty familiar with Lord Kakuzu. Lani Yu and Lan Yu also looked relieved. In their memories, Kakuzu often came by the Uzumaki clan's settlement to lend a hand, so they viewed him as a very kind senior. Senshi, surprised face, he was a bit taken aback that these three little Uzumaki were already so well acquainted with Kakuzu. Curious, he asked, you all know Kakuzu? Muzan nodded respectfully. Yes, Lord Senshi. Kakuzu often comes to the Uzumaki settlement to help. He's given our people a lot of assistance and told us many things about the outside world. In our eyes, he's always been a very good senior. Senshi was glad to hear that, it saved him trouble. There would be no need for them to get to know each other from scratch or spend time on building rapport. They already knew one another. Immediately, He said, excellent if that's the case, go find Kakuzu right away. He's one of the founding members of our group, so if you have any questions, just ask him. Before Muzan and the others could answer, Karin raised her hand. I'm a founding member, too. Older than Kakuzu. You can ask me if you have any questions. Of course, Senshi and the surrounding clan members just smiled and let that pass, not taking it seriously. After all, Karin was just a little kid, despite her impressive strength, and there were still plenty of things she didn't know. Realizing their looks, Karin planted her hands on her hips and pouted, hey, don't underestimate me. I'm Senshi's personal assistant. I've done lots of missions with him. While she was muttering in annoyance, a middle-aged woman stepped forward, gently pulled Karin into her arms, and patted her head. We don't doubt you, Karin. You're amazing for always assisting. Lord Senshi and Haruko and the others all look up to you. Karin, a bit embarrassed, said, honestly, I haven't helped that much. Once Senshi had finished arranging matters for Muzan and the others, he headed off with Sasori and Karin, following Uncle Takusan to rest. After Senshi left, Muzan, Lanyu, and Lanyu became the center of everyone's attention. In the Omegakure, everyone knew that only outstanding ninjas could join the Akatsuki, and it took someone even more exceptional to join Lord Senshi's mercenary group. Up until now, it seemed the only one that strong had been Kakuzu. That meant if they themselves became as good as Muzan's trio, they too could join Senshi's group. Just becoming one of Lord Senshi's mercenaries was already a huge honor, envied by countless people. On top of that, Muzan's trio had gained bloodline limits directly from him. Plenty of Uzumaki were now determined to work doubly hard so they could one day join up as well, become recognized by Senshi and the entire Omegakure, and in turn shoulder greater responsibilities in the village's growth, taking on more missions and making more contributions. Muzan, meanwhile, was too impatient to wait. Lanyu, let's go find Lord Kakuzu right now and learn how to carry out missions under him. Lanyu shook his head. We should explain things first and await his instructions. Lan Yu stayed silent, though normally she was calm and a bit aloof. She admired Lord Senshi for saving her entire clan, so she became more enthusiastic only when talking to him. In her opinion, Lanyu was right, someone like Kakuzu wouldn't appreciate it if the Y just barged in without a plan. But Muzan couldn't wait even a moment. He grabbed Lanyu by the sleeve and turned to Lanyu. Lanyu, don't listen to him. He makes everything more complicated. Hurry up, we'll go find Kakuzu right now. With that, Muzan dragged Lanyu off at a run, Lanyu following in exasperation. She felt the urge to punch Muzan. Wasn't a good ninja supposed to look before leaping? That guy always just did whatever came to mind in the heat of the moment. Led by Muzan's impatience, the three of them soon made their way toward the Ames black market. They never made it inside, though. Soon after leaving the Uzumaki settlement, they ran into Kakuzu, who was on his way there as well, accompanied by Deidara and F. The moment Muzan spotted them, he waved eagerly. Lord Kakuzu, wait for us. Kakuzu saw three excited Uzumaki teens rushing over, their eyes shining, and was puzzled. He knew these kids well. They were the three most promising young members of the Uzumaki clan. He wondered if something had happened to the clan. But judging by their excited looks, it hardly seemed they were in trouble. Plus, Senshi was in the village right now, so if something had happened, they would have gone to him first. This only made Kakuzu more confused about why they'd see Om. He stopped to wait for them, and once they caught up, Muzan opened his mouth, but before he could say a word, Lanyu quickly spoke on his behalf. Lord Kakuzu, here's the situation. The three of us have joined Lord Senshi's mercenary group. He said you re one of the group's leading members and have a wealth of mission experience. He wants us to follow you, train, and ask you whenever we have questions. Hearing Lanyu's measured explanation, Muzan swallowed the words he'd been about to blurt out. He had intended to say, Lord Kakuzu, we're going to stick to you from now on, but realized Lanyu had phrased it a lot more elegantly. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Trouble. Kakuzu. Although Lanyu had explained things quite clearly, after listening to him, Kakuzu still grew even more puzzled. What's going on here? Why would Senshi have these three brats come find him? He may have joined Senshi's mercenary group long ago, but Senshi never said what you're actually supposed to do once you join. Kakuzu had simply been going all out doing missions, and Senshi never complained. In fact, on 2 separate occasions, he gave Kakuzu 2 extremely powerful treasures. The first treasure shored up Kakuzu's weaknesses, eliminating the inherent flaw in his earth grudge. Fear secret technique. The second treasure substantially strengthened his earth grudge fear secret technique, granting him more ways to fight. Could it be? Could it be that Senshi believes he's done an excellent job, and is now entrusting him with these 3 seedlings, the very hope of the Uzumaki clan? That's quite a hefty responsibility. When Deidara learned why Muzan and the other 2 had come, he flatly refused with a look of distaste. Are you kidding me? I'm devoted to the pursuit of a more perfect art. How could I possibly get distracted and babysit these little brats along with you? He was already annoyed at having the 7 Tails Jinkriki, on their team. In Deidara's view, even without he and Kakuzu could do just fine completing missions. Of course, that wasn't the real point. The main issue was that they couldn't afford to add 3 more kids to the team. Though also still quite young, immediately denounced Lord Sensei once she learned why Muzan and the others had come. Lord Senshi is too much. He doesn't want to take care of the kids himself, so he foists them off on Lord Kakuzu. But Lord Kakuzu has his own things to do. Where's he supposed to find the time to look after them? Upon hearing this, Muzan was immediately displeased. Ha ha ha! How could you talk that way about Lord Senshi? Besides, do you think we're just delicate little flowers that need coddling? Pursed her lips. Aren't you? Muzan had been waiting for exactly this opening. When he first got his wood style, he could only use a single wood style ninjutsu. But now, he could already perform a second one, and it had a big visual impact. Learning this ninjutsu made Muzan feel incredibly proud. After a LL, it was Lord Senshi's most frequently used technique. With the corners of his mouth curving upward, Muzan clapped his hands together and rapidly formed hand seals, announcing, wood style, wood clone technique. Crack 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 crack. The moment his voice fell, numerous wooden tendrils sprouted from his body. In the blink of an eye, these wooden strands morphed into another Muzan. Wood style. Kakuzu, Omega Omega. Omega Omega. Deidara, Omega Omega. Seeing what Muzan was capable of, all 3 were astonished, Kakuzu especially. Everyone had always teased him about the time he tried to assassinate a wood-style user, Senju Hashirama. He never imagined this kid from the Uzumaki clan, Muzan, would actually possess the wood style. Kekii Genkai. Before long, Kakuzu realized that not only had Muzan changed, but Uzumaki Lanyu and Uzumaki Lanyu were different, too. Storm style, laser circus. Ice style, ice rock dome of magnificent nothingness. In order to prove to Deidara and they weren't just children needing special care, Lanyu and Lanyu demonstrated their Kekii Genkai as well. This time, Kakuzu and the other 2 were thoroughly stunned. Kakuzu, surprised face. Surprised face. Deidara, surprised face. None of them had anticipated that Muzan, Lanyu, and Lanyu would all possess Kekii Genkai. What made it even more surprising was that Kakuzu used to bring and Deidara over to the Uzumaki clan's settlement frequently, so they had a decent grasp of these 3's abilities. While the trio was certainly impressive, they absolutely did not have Kekii Genkai in the past. Kakuzu couldn't help asking, Muzan, what's going on here? Looking rather smug, Muzan replied, Lord Senshi bestowed this power upon us. After hearing that, Kakuzu felt more certain than ever. Indeed, Lord Senshi must truly trust him to entrust him with these young hopes of the Uzumaki clan. Muzan, Lanyu, and Lanyu were already the 3 most promising youngsters in the Uzumaki clan. Now each had received a Kekii Genkai from Lord Senshi. It proved how deeply Lord Senshi trusted and valued him. Otherwise, there was no way he'd have them come to Kakuzu. Don't be fooled by how casually Lord Senshi handed out Kekii Genkai. In the ninja world, any Kekii Genkai is exceptionally precious. This goes double for wood style. From the information Kakuzu had gathered, Konoha placed enormous importance on wood style. If Lord Senshi sent Muzan to Konoha, they would be willing to go to any lengths to cultivate him into a wood-style ninja, who wielded the will of fire with one hand and protected Konoha with the other. Yet Lord Senshi had simply sent them directly to Kakuzu. That's trust. A profound trust in Kakuzu's abilities. The notion that Lord Senshi was simply avoiding babysitting duties? Nonsense. Impossible. Initially, Deidara was very reluctant to accept these three brats. Now, though, his opinion changed. Eyes lighting up, he stared at the three of them. Hey! I see a spark in you three that can help perfect my art. Sure, you're annoying brats, but if you want to come along on missions with us, I don't mind. Meanwhile, F was completely confused. She had just heard and seen something unbelievable. A Kekii Genkai, could it really be gifted to someone like this? Back into Kigakuer, her br other Shivuki definitely never said anything like that. From the start, Kakuzu believed Senshi trusted him to train Muzan and the other two. Discovering they all possessed Kekii Genkai only confirmed his theory. He resolved, then and there, to take them under his wing and make sure they all became strong, outstanding shinobi for Senshi's mercenary group and the Uzumaki clan. With that in mind, Kakuzu turned to the three. Since Senshi wants it, from today on, it's up to me to teach you everything you need to know about being in our mercenary group. After pondering Senshi's routine and his own, Kakuzu summed up the new members' duties in a few words. Once you're in the mercenary group, you only need to focus on three things: doing missions, doing missions, and doing missions. Remember, the more missions you complete, the more experience you gain, the faster you improve, and of course, the quicker you earn money. Uzumaki Muzan, surprised face. Uzumaki Lanyu, surprised face. Uzumaki Lanyu, surprised face. They couldn't tell whether Kakuzu was precisely correct or just partly. But it sounded plausible, and it did match Lord Senshi's way of doing things. He was always out doing jobs, after all. So, starting today, under Kakuzu's guidance, would they also be working non-stop, day and night? Realizing how much Senshi acknowledged and trusted him, Kakuzu felt unexpectedly cheerful. Without hesitation, he took Muzan and the others to the black market in Omegakure. With 3 more kids added in, Kakuzu had practically become a leader in charge of children. After all, the Seven Tails Jinkriki was only around 10, while Muzan and the other 2 were 13 or 14. Even Deidara was still quite young. In the original timeline, he was only in his early 20s when he died, so he was clearly just a teenager now. But Kakuzu gave no further thought to their ages. Instead, he mused on how awesome Senshi truly was, showing him so much trust and even getting rid of that troublesome Haiden. When Haiden was still in Omegakure, he constantly competed with Kakuzu for missions in a nasty way. But now that Haiden was gone, all the black market jobs here would belong to Kakuzu. Arriving at the black market's entrance, Kakuzu took a moment to comment to Muzan and his friends, "You 3 picked the perfect time to show up. If you'd come any sooner, you wouldn't have landed a single job, meaning you couldn't have honed your skills." Looking puzzled, Muzan asked, "Why, Kakuzu-senpai?" Before Kakuzu could reply, cut in, "Because there's this really annoying guy who's always fighting us for work. Meanwhile, on the road to Kumagakur, Haydn felt like a fish swimming free in a river or a bird. Released into the open sky, finally unhindered. Carrying his blood-stained triple-bladed scythe, he strolled along happily. Ha! Lord Jashin is so wise. Going to Kumagakur to grind missions will finally free me from that obnoxious Kakuzu and that pesky brat always tagging along with him. Truly worthy of praise, Lord Jashin. Kakuzu had been thinking much the same thing until he entered the black market with Muzan and the others. That's when he was stunned. Inside, in front of the black market clerk, stood two all too familiar faces, Hoshigaki Kisame and Uchiha Itaki. Bang! 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 Kisame, who had somehow slipped through the cracks of proper moral education, was hammering on the clerk's counter and shouting, "Hand over every job you have." By his side, Itaka looked utterly worn out, as though he'd fallen into a predicament of his own making. Kisame, apparently, had become obsessed with farming missions, and thanks to his massive chakra reserve he was called the tailless-tailed beast. After all, he simply couldn't stop. Kakuzu, surprised face. Seeing this, Kakuzu was dazed. Seriously? First Haydn leaves, and now the SE2 show up to steal all his jobs? Couldn't he just get some peace and leisurely grind missions at the black market? They nerve. Could the ninja world get any more ridiculous? Muzan and the other two Uzumaki kids also stared, taken aback. In their minds, Kisame and Itaka truly are mainstays of the Akatsuki. Look at their unwavering commitment to carrying out the will of Rain. They come to the black market and try to pick up all the missions at once. But clearly, Kisame wasn't too familiar with the black market's rules. Over time, Nagato had revised those rules again and again to keep troublemakers like Senshi, Kakuzu, and Haydn under control. Now nobody could claim all the missions for themselves. Hearing Kisame's demand, the black market clerk flipped through a logbook and said, "According to the boss's latest directive, you can only accept 10% of the jobs here at a time. Either finish those first and come back for more, or submit a request to the boss to take on additional tasks. But keep in mind, the boss has stacks of paperwork to go through every day, so it might take 2 or 3 days for your request to be approved if it's approved at all." As soon as the clerk finished, Kisame yelled, "Fine, then give me 10%, and give Itaka-san another 10%. In truth, Kisame himself wasn't particularly interested in doing missions. He had no need to hire Senshi for anything. But he'd noticed that he wasn't feeling as vigorous as before. He needed more rest. Then again, extra money wouldn't age. He might eventually hire Senshi for medical treatment. After all, even the boss had been gravely ill once, but with Senshi's help, made a full recovery and could now stay up 3 nights in a row crunching stacks of paperwork. After Kisame and Itaki accepted their jobs, Kakuzu brought Deidara and the 4 kids over for their share of missions. Kakuzu, Deidara, and F could each take on a hefty batch of tasks, but Muzan, Lanyu, and Lanwu were all new with no prior record in the black market, so each could only take a single D-rank mission. They'd have to return after completing it. Muzan was not pleased. "Darn it! Don't underestimate my bond with Lord Senshi. I'm destined to surpass even the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. And all you give me is a single D-rank mission." Hearing this, Lanyu and Lanwu both covered their faces, pretending not to know him. A mere genin. Acting like he's on par with one of the Warring States era's greatest ninjas? How embarrassing! Kakuzu also chided him at this point. "Muzan, don't waste your mission time complaining here. If you spend another minute grumbling, you could have finished that job by now." Muzan stiffened, then quickly said, I understand, Kakuzu-senpai. I'll complete my mission right away. And off he does head for the exit. There, he turned back to Lanyu and Lanmu and yelled, You two aren't starting yet? Planning to throw in the towel already? Not that it matters no matter how hard you try, I'll still beat you to finishing my mission. Lanmu felt utterly speechless. Who wanted to compete with that idiot? But she couldn't even think it through before Lanyu said, Muzan, you clearly know nothing about the speed of a lightning style user. The words had barely left his mouth when Lanyu disappeared in a flash, leaving Lanmu to lament. Internally, they're both idiots. Little did she know there was an even bigger pro among them. Kakuzu chuckled, You two have no idea how fast a truly outstanding black market ninja can clear missions. Since Senshi entrusted you to me, I'll give you a demonstration. Whoosh! With a single body flicker, Kakuzu vanished. Wait for me, Lord Kakuzu, cried transparent wings, courtesy of the seven tails, sprouted from her back, and she chased after him. Lanmu could only stare, dumbstruck. Was it really fine for Lord Senshi to put them under Kakuzu's care? While Kakuzu's group started rapidly cranking out missions, Lord Senshi's mercenary interface began spamming notifications. Your mercenary group member Uzumaki Muzan has completed a mission. You have received plus 10 employment points. Your mercenary group member Uzumaki Lanyu has completed a mission. You have received plus 10 employment points. Your mercenary group member Uzumaki Lanyu has completed a mission. You have received plus 10 employment points. Seeing these promising kids from the Uzumaki clan also beginning to grind missions and earn employment points, Senshi couldn't help but praise Kakuzu. Incredible efficiency, Kakuzu. He got them started so quickly. Having them train under High M was the right move. He thought happily, from now on, whenever new, promising members of the Uzumaki clan come along, or when the younger children grow old enough, I can invite them all to join and dump them on Kakuzu to be trained, then just sit back and watch. How convenient. He couldn't hold back a grin. He realized that before long, he wouldn't even need to do anything himself. He'd just watch his employment points climb. That prospect alone made him eager for more new recruits to fill his mercenary group. Not just from the Uzumaki clan either, any promising rookies were welcome. If they needed training, he'd hand them over to Kakuzu. Once the group was large enough, he'd be raking in employment points every moment of the day, and with enough employment points, he'd have all the power-ups he could ask for. Just the thought of it was exhilarating. Meanwhile, as Kakuzu led his new team of kids on a mission spree, Mei Terumi, who had already waited many days in Omegakure, finally signed a cooperative treaty between the two villages, alongside Konan and Tendo Pain in the leader's office. After confirming there were no issues with the treaty, Mei set the document down and got right to business. I have no objections to any of the articles in our two-village agreement. However, I believe the Akatsuki branch in Kirigakure must be run by one of your core members. Kirigakure is, after all, one of the 5 great ninja villages. If someone truly capable doesn't oversee the Akatsuki's affairs there, I fear your branch won't get off the ground. Wouldn't you agree? Hearing this, Tendo Pain and Konan both nodded. Kirigakure was one of the 5 great villages, and there'd certainly be many complications. In such circumstances, sending a strong, high-ranking member of the organization to Kirigakure for support was indeed the logical move. As Konan and Tendo Pain pondered, Mei Terumi casually remarked, in that case, I think Senshi would be an excellent choice. When she said that, Tendo Pain and Konan both gave polite, thought-heightful nods, but they weren't actually agreeing with Mei. They were busy figuring out whom to assign. Noticing them nod, Mei kept a neutral expression, but deep down she was thrilled. Could it really be that easy? With both the boss and the angel of a megacure nodding, there couldn't possibly be any hurdles, right? But, naturally, if it seems nothing will go wrong, that just means the trouble hasn't started yet. After a moment's consideration, Konan decided on the most suitable candidate, Hoshigaki Kisame. Lately, Kisame and Ataka had been lurking around the village instead of going out on missions, and they'd never been that enthusiastic to begin with. This time, Konan would assign them to run the Kirigakure branch. Given Kisame was originally from Kiri, it made perfect sense for them to set up shop there. Konan jotted down a few lines on a sheet of paper, folded it with her paper ninjutsu, and Tendo Pain, meaning Nagato behind him, immediately realized she didn't know yet that Kisame and Itaka had changed. He two lazy enthusiasts had actually gone off to the black market to farm missions. Because so many troublemakers had caused chaos there, Nagato had revised the black market rules multiple times to keep these tireless mission machines under control. He was about to speak through Tendo Pain when Konan released her paper crane to summon them. Itaki and Kisame arrived in no time, but Kisame wasn't there to accept any assignment. He started complaining the moment he saw Pain and Konan. Pain, Konan, Kakuzu is completely out of line. Now that there's a cap on how many tasks one ninja can pick each time, that bastard brings 5 extra people so he can snatch up even more missions. We only have 10 core Akatsuki members total, yet he's taking 6 at once to the black market mission desk. You've got to do something about him like this. That jerk and his brats leave me and Ataka-san with nothing to do. Konan, surprised face, what on earth? Kisame and Itaki are in some kind of mission-stealing showdown with Kakuzu. Now? Kakuzu is trying to pick up even more commissions by bringing 5 people at once? How had it come to this? Tendo Pain could only press a hand to his face in exasperation. He was fully aware of everything that had been happening, but how did Akatsuki and Omegakure end up like this? Even normally calm people like Kisame and Itaka were now clamoring to hog black market missions. What more was there to say? At last, Konan had some inkling of just how much trouble these maniacs were causing. Her dumbfounded expression, Mei Terumi's lips curved in a faintly triumphant smile. She could guess the reason for all this, the influence of staying around Senshi too long. Mei remembered how, after one trip to Omegakure with Senshi, Kojiro had practically sprinted for the black market the moment they got back to Kirigakure, as if addicted to doing missions. He acted like he couldn't stand going even one day without taking a job. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of OT Hers. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, Obito is back on the surface. Although Konan did not quite understand why Kisame Hoshigaki and Itaki Uchiha, 2 people so focused on wellness and self-care, would run off to the black market hall to snatch missions with Kakuzu, she nevertheless decided to send Kisame and Itaka to the Akatsuki branch in the Kirigakure to serve as those in charge. Konan looked at Kisame and Itaki. Kisame, Itaki, Omegakure, and Kirigakure have formed an in-depth cooperative relationship. We plan to set up an Akatsuki branch in Kiri so that both villages can share resources and develop together. The organization has now decided to appoint you two, Kisame Hoshigaki and Itaki Uchiha, as the persons in charge of our Kiri branch. You'll be responsible for its establishment as well as everything else involved. Hearing this, Kisame and Itake were both dumbfounded. Wow, so they were being shipped off from Omegakure to Kirigakure for work. Itake wanted no part of it. He was a traitor from Konoha, how could he possibly devote time and effort to helping Akatsuki grow? All he wanted was to stay in AIM, gather intelligence on the organization and on Omegakure, and while away the days. Kisame likewise had no interest. He was busy making money so he could, as soon as possible, become sworn brothers with Senshi, part of Senshi's closest circle. No way did he have time to go off to Kiri to found some new Akatsuki branch, let alone oversee its development. Shaking his head, Kisame told Konan, "I'm sorry, Konan, but I refuse. I need to stay in AIM to make money by doing missions. I don't have time to help build an Akatsuki branch in Kiri." Upon hearing that, while Itake secretly breathed a sigh of relief, he also couldn't help feeling that Kisame was, well, real honest. Other people would at least think up some plausible excuse for refusing a direct assignment from a superior, but Kisame just came right out and said he was staying behind to keep raking in cash. Konan, however, knew Kisame's personality full well. She was not bothered in the least by him flatly rejecting her instructions. Rather, she just smiled faintly and said, "Kisame, AIM and Kiri are now partners in deep cooperation. We've established an excellent bilateral relationship. If you and Itake go to the Kiri, you can still earn money doing missions there. Are you sure you don't want to go?" Kisame, underscore. At first, Kisame figured Konan simply wanted him to relocate to the Kiri to work. If that was the case, he certainly wouldn't go. He and Itake had been making a killing from missions in the AIM, so why would he leave? But if he could continue earning money by doing missions in the Kiri, well, that changed everything. Kiri is one of the 5 great shinobi villages, backed by the land of Water, one of the 5 great nations. Sure, the AIM is developing rapidly, things look promising, and it seems peaceful and harmonious. But compared to the land of water, a long-established power, AIM is still smaller and weaker economically. A large country like the land of water has a lot more tasks that need ninja to handle, i.e. more mission requests, whether through the Kiri's own mission center or black markets across the land of water. Besides, if he stayed in the AIM, Kakuzu, who'd assembled a 6-person team, would be hogging all the missions. Kisame and Itake were barely getting a slice. Thinking about that, Kisame's face lit up. He looked at Konan eagerly and said, "Konan, why didn't you say so sooner? Itake and I can leave for Kiri right this minute." Itake froze. Seriously? Was Kisame really willing to travel all that way? Didn't he give in rather too quickly? Wasn't it better for them both to just continue their leisurely lives in the AIM, doing a mission here or there rather than heading to the Kiri to set up a branch? How would Itake keep tabs on Akatsuki and the AIM once they were stationed in Kiri? How could he send intelligence back to Konoha? On top of that, with Kiri shinobi eyeing him, it'd be harder for him to sneak out and check on his beloved little brother. He really didn't want to go to work in the Kiri. But his objections clearly made no difference, because Kisame was already all fired up. Konan was quite satisfied with the arrangement, and the leader Pain hadn't voiced any objections her, so there was no changing what was now more or less set in stone. However, aside from Itake, there was one more person who strongly opposed the arrangement. Mei Terumi, the 5th Mizukage. She'd gone to such lengths, laying out careful plans to save her village in a roundabout way. She'd directly invited Senshi to remain in the Kiri. Senshi had refused. She'd tried to lure him there through other means as well, to no avail. So after racking her brains, She'd come up with the notion of having Akatsuki set up a branch in the Kiri to foster joint development and install Senshi as its leader. And what do they do now? They appoint Kisame Hoshigaki to run the new Kiri branch. This was not at all the result she wanted. She wanted Senshi to be the one in charge. As of now, Mei felt rather helpless. She did not wish for Kisame to head that branch, but it wasn't her decision to make. Besides, thanks to Senshi, both Akatsuki and the AIM were undergoing rapid expansion. Even if Kisame was the one establishing the Kiri branch, it could still bring many benefits to the village. Kiri could send some of its own shinobi to join, and the others could collaborate and exchange ideas with them in various ways. Also, within Akatsuki branch actually in the Kiri, they would naturally have tighter links to Senshi, albeit not the exact arrangement she'd hoped for. She was disappointed that Senshi wouldn't personally be leading the branch, but that didn't mean the cooperation was over. Most crucially, Kisame might not remain the one in charge forever. When the right time came, she could always talk to the AIM leadership about switching him out for Senshi. And there were still plenty of ways to bring Senshi over to Kiri's side. No need to rush. She just had to look at the bigger picture and stay patient. First, let Kisame and Takako lay the foundation for Kiri branch doing the heavy lifting. Then, when the time was ripe, she could bring Senshi in to reap the rewards. Getting Senshi to do manual grunt work would have been a waste of his talents anyway. With that line of thought, Mei's perfect features lit up again in a sweet smile. Sitting across from Mei in the meeting room, the other beautiful woman Konan was also quite pleased. From her viewpoint, it was better to send Kisame and Itaki out to help both Akatsuki and the Kiri grow, rather than let them lounge around the AIM not doing much of anything. And Kisame seemed very motivated, that was a good sign. Soon afterward, Konan and Pain along with Mei Terumi formally signed their bilateral partnership agreement, in which the AIM and the Kiri would do all they could to expand cooperation between the Land of Rain and the Land of Water in every domain for mutual benefit. Once that was done, Mei did not leave immediately but stayed to discuss some supplementary terms with Konan and Pain, laying groundwork to replace Kisame with Senshi as the future leader of the Kiri branch, when an opportunity should arise. Most people start as the shiny new toy that everyone is excited about, only to later become the forgotten old trinket collecting dust on a shelf. Kisame, however, had never been anyone's shiny new toy in the first place. Mei's willingness to have him set up Kiri branch was purely a matter of expediency. But that didn't trouble him in the least. Having grabbed the formal paperwork, he couldn't be bothered to wait for Mei to depart. He immediately dragged Itaki off and set out for Kiri. Unlike their usual leisurely pace, the two quickly headed out this time. However, after traveling for a while, Kisame frowned and said, "Itaki-san, I feel like I'm forgetting something important. Anything comes to mind for you?" He recalled how, whenever he'd done missions with Senshi, they never had to go anywhere on foot. But whenever he traveled with Itachi, it was always just the two of them walking everywhere. Itaki simply shook his head. "It's a long way from the AIM to the Kiri. Let's take it slowly." The leader and Konan didn't give us a deadline. As a Konoha spy, Itaki wasn't about to hurry on an assignment. For Akatsuki, he'd naturally seize every chance to dawdle. Of course, he also knew they could pick up a bodyguard/escort mission along the way, hitch a ride, and earn extra cash like Senshi often did, but he saw no point. He didn't need money, nor did he want to arrive too soon. Kisame had assumed that Itaki always had some grand reasoning for making them walk, but the truth was simpler, Itaki wanted to kill time. As a result, they walked for an entire day yet only covered half the distance. Kisame was exasperated. We've only covered half the route after walking all day. If we keep this up, how am I supposed to earn enough money to bribe Senshi with a huge stock of gold and become his sworn brother? But Ataka shook his head again. We've already gone quite far. We should look for an inn and rest properly. That way we'll have plenty of energy to continue tomorrow. In other words, he was simply taking advantage of Kisame's easygoing temperament. Kisame could only nod, and the two spent some time finding a shabby little inn and checked in for the night. Itaka didn't mind it being run down. His objective was just to procrastinate. Late that night, moonlight draped the land in silver, and the solitary hoot of an owl rang out just outside Kisame's window. Hearing that call, Kisame's eyes flew open. He looked a bit astonished. A moment later, that same familiar cry sounded again. This time, Kisame was sure it was the signal from someone who had been missing for some time. He wondered why that person had suddenly shown up. But without delay, he left his room to rendezvous. The one waiting under a tree near the inn was none other than Obito Uchiha Madara's successor. Of all the people in Akatsuki, Obito trusted Kisame the most. Kisame was one of the FEW who'd seen his true face. Kisame had heard Obito, alias Madara, had gone missing. He never thought that, the moment he left the Omegakure, Obito would appear. That made him suspect something big must have happened with Obito. Indeed, Obito wanted to gather intelligence mainly on Senshi. Although he had Zetsu helping, he distrusted Zetsu, believing it to be a creation of the original Madara. Plus, lately Zetsu had been skulking around with a big sack, frequently disappearing. As a result, Obito had little information flow. He was desperate to learn about Senshi's recent movements. The best way would normally be sneaking into the aim to investigate directly or to find Kisame, but Senshi's clones were everywhere in aim, making it dangerous for him to approach. Sure, he had Kamui, but that dimension was no longer safe for him. Senshi might be hiding there, waiting. So Obito didn't dare risk it. Instead, he lingered around AIM's borders. As soon as Kisame and Itaki left, he noticed, but waited until Itaki was asleep and everything was quiet to use their secret signal. When Kisame found the masked Obito under the tree, he politely greeted him, "Lord Madara, why are you here so suddenly?" Obito had no interest in small talk. He got right to the point, "Kisame, I need information on Senshi." Kisame blinked, unsure why Obito was so concerned about Senshi, but he asked, "What exactly do you want to know?" Knowing Kisame's straightforward nature, Obito was concise. "First, is Senshi currently in the aim?" Kisame nodded. "Yes, he's been in aim all this time." At that, wariness flickered in Obito's eyes, and he continued, "Where was he before that?" Kisame replied, "He went to Kumo, then Kiri, but I'm not sure what business he had in either place." Obito nodded again. Tihen asked more specifically, "Do you know if Senshi has fought recently, or if there's anyone who's seen him fight lately?" He wanted to gauge how far Senshi's strength had progressed so he could plan accordingly. At first, Kisame answered obediently. But when Obito started asking a lot about Senshi's true power, Kisame sensed that something was off. Madara-sama seemed far too obsessed with Senshi's capabilities. Kisame couldn't help asking back, "Lord Madara, is your absence from the aim lately somehow connected to Senshi?" Obito, unaware of the terror Kisame used to feel toward Senshi, simply admitted the general situation, "Yes. Not long ago." Kisame's heart sank, cold sweat broke out on his back. Was Obito actually crossing swords with Senshi? Then he remembered how not long ago, he himself had misunderstood Senshi thinking. Senshi was a ruthless tyrant who'd driven Kakuzu and Haiden insane. After a little insight from Itaki, plus his own subsequent observations around the village and his minor run-ins with Senshi's clones, Kisame finally realized Senshi was nothing like the menace he'd once imagined. Thinking perhaps Obito was in a similar boat misjudging Senshi, Kisame tried to talk him down. Almost like a support group for people who are freaked out by Senshi. Lord Madara, did you provoke Senshi by accident? Really, you don't need to worry so much. Senshi's pretty casual if you ask me. If you're imagining him as some vengeful, hyper-reactive shinobi, then you're misunderstanding him. Based on what I've seen, he barely pays attention to most things unrelated to his own missions. In other words, even if you'd had some minor clash with him, you don't need to stress over it. He might not even remember or care. He's not that petty. Obito, confused face, he was stunned. He'd always known Kisame to be a straightforward, honest shark. But now, Kisame was sounding like a clueless fan singing Senshi's praises. Obito decided not to argue, he simply said in a cold voice. Kisame, let me be blunt, Senshi did something utterly unforgivable to me. I will never let him off. He hurt me severely, and I intend to pay him back 100 times over. Right now, I need every shred of information you have on Senshi. Tell me everything. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Chunin Exam. Obito's words left Kisame utterly stunned. Madara, you're actually going through with this? At that thought, Kisame couldn't help shuddering. This time, Uchiha Madara had truly led him into trouble. He never realized Madara and Senshi were already at a point of irreconcilable enmity. Otherwise, when Madara first asked about every detail concerning Senshi, Kisame would never have answered. Now Kisame fully grasps that Senshi would attack random strangers over small matters. But Uchiha Madara is an entirely different case. No matter how forgiving Senshi might be, he would never show mercy toward someone trying to kill him, right? And though Madara certainly can't kill Senshi, that itself is where the problem lies. Once Madara's attempt on Senshi fails, Madara is sure to face Senshi's retaliation. Meanwhile, Kisame, who provided Madara with so much intel on Senshi, could easily be seen as Madara's accomplice and be taken down as wheel. At that thought, Kisame was on the verge of tears. Oh heavens above, why treat me so unfairly? He had just broken free from that old life of fear and dread. But fate wouldn't let him go. He'd barely escaped one trap when he immediately fell into another. This time, he's certain it's no paranoid fantasy. If Senshi finds out he helped Madara go after him, Senshi definitely won't let him off. Kisame took a deep breath, forced a troubled look, and asked Obito, Lord Madara, the reason you're gathering all this information on Senshi, is to deal with him. Obito replied, what else? Of course he was collecting intel on Senshi to take him down. Why else would he ask? Ever since Obito fled back to the mountain graveyard, not a single day passed without thoughts of settling things with Senshi, Orochimaru, and Nagato. He'd been jolted awake by nightmares countless times. After Senshi knocked him out, that bastard Orochimaru had done who knows what to his body. Only after a long recovery back at the mountain graveyard did Obito gradually return to normal. Such a deep grudge could only be answered by killing Senshi, killing Orochimaru, and then killing that maniac Nagato. Had Nagato joined him early on to strike first against Senshi, none of these endless troubles would have occurred. Kisame could sense Obito's overwhelming hatred toward Senshi, so intense it felt bottomless. Kisame himself was trembling. Obito was dead serious about getting revenge as fast as possible. Which left Kisame distraught. He had just escaped leaving in Senshi's shadow of fear, and now he was being dragged back in. After thinking it through, Kisame looked at Obito and asked, "Lord Madara, really, is there no room for negotiation?" Obito couldn't figure out why Kisame had suddenly become so long-winded, but he still needed intel from Kisame regarding Senshi, so he held back his impatience and answered, "Either he exists, or I do. It's one or the other." Those few words made his stance crystal clear. Had he known Senshi's precise level of power, he would have gone to settle things long ago. Hearing this, Kisame understood Madara's attitude completely. Under such circumstances, the best choice would be turning himself into Senshi right away. After all, ignorance can sometimes be forgiven. He would never have gotten involved if he'd known the situation sooner. But he couldn't do that. Samehada was just his partner, whereas Lord Madara was his benefactor. Back when he was still a Kiri ninja, he and his teammates had once been surrounded by Konoha ninja like Marino Ibiki. In order to protect important intel from falling into enemy hands, he'd even killed all his own comrades, among them a female companion, Miru, who had shown him kindness. Because as long as they lived, there was a chance they would be interrogated. Yet afterward, he discovered that while he had been willing to murder his teammates to guard village secrets, his superior, Fugyuki Sukazan, was busy selling out Kiri's intel. Enraged, he killed Fugyuki Sukazan, seized the great blade Samehada, and became a rogue ninja, wanted by his former village. He spent a long time wandering, confused and despairing about the world, with no idea what to believe or where to go. During that period, he encountered Madara, who revealed his infinite Tsukuyomi plan to reshape their deceptive, suffering world. Kisame truly believed Madara's plan could usher in eternal peace, and he was prepared to devote himself to it. It was Madara who, at Kisame's lowest point, lit the way and gave him renewed hope and a new purpose. Kisame prided himself on gratitude and the courage to face most perils, a true man, not a coward who runs from death. With that in mind, Kisame steeled himself, looking more resolute than ever. He said with great seriousness, "Lord Madara. Tota why, I never saw you. We never spoke. And I won't go reporting you to Senshi. Farewell." That was all he could do. With those words, Kisame whirled around decisively and left. Obito, surprised face, what on earth was going on with Kisame? Ever since learning Obito planned to attack Senshi, Kisame had been acting bizarrely. Was Senshi really that terrifying? Yes, Obito had initially been defeated by Senshi when he lacked complete intel and only had one Sharingan. But now he was a far more capable Obito, who could open Susanoo with double Kamui. Even if he still wasn't up to Senshi's level, there was no need to fear him to that extent. Obito's voice turned icy. "Kisame, does this mean you're betraying me?" Kisame did not answer directly. Without even pausing, he called back, "Oh, and don't contact me again. I don't want Senshi to misunderstand." What the heck was that supposed to mean? Obito was completely baffled. Kisame's behavior was becoming more and more incomprehensible. After those words, Kisame really did walk away without looking back. How outrageous! He trusted Kisame, yet Kisame dropped him so easily. Still, Obito didn't dare chase after him now for more questions or intel. Kisame wasn't traveling alone. Uchiha Itachi was by his side. From what Black Zetsu and other sources had revealed, Itachi was extremely dangerous, particularly regarding his connections to Senshi. First, Itaka had once teamed up briefly with Senshi, suggesting the two got along well. Second, Itaka's younger brother, Suzuki, happened to be Senshi's student. The relationship between Itaka and Obito was tricky enough, and Itaka was someone Obito regarded with caution. If Itaka was now close to Senshi, that only made him more threatening. Pursuing Kisame now could easily attract Itaka's notice, and if Itaka had a way to reach Senshi, Obito might be walking into a trap. He could be cornered before he knew it. Staring in the direction Kisame had disappeared, Obito silently vowed another grudge against Senshi. Damn him! Everything going wrong is because of Senshi. When you're involved, you don't see things as clearly as an onlooker would. Nagato still didn't realize how the Akatsuki and the Ames development were veering off course. Though both were indeed flourishing, it wasn't in the way Nagato had first envisioned. Obito, by contrast, recognized the core problem, Senshi. His plans had been running smoothly at first until Senshi joined the Akatsuki, brought in one unwelcome change after another, and sent the organization's trajectory beyond Obito's control. As the hidden manipulator, Obito had watched from the shadows and swiftly pinpointed the root cause. He even invited Nagato to deal with Senshi. But foolish Nagato wouldn't listen. Hence things escalated to this total mess. No matter. Obito had nearly mastered a perfect Susanoo, and his double Kamui was becoming ever more fluid. As soon as he compiled enough intel on Senshi and improved his own abilities a bit further, he planned to take Senshi down. Given how quickly he was progressing, that day shouldn't be far off. Land of Fire, Black Market. After prolonged observation, Kakashi noticed Naruto and Suzuki truly were getting stronger at a shocking pace by completing large volumes of missions. Wanting to verify this so-called mass mission training method, he tested it himself. He, along with all other shinobi, did missions anyway, but never had they seen such explosive growth from it. So Kakashi wondered if simply piling up enough missions could trigger a leap in strength. Unfortunately, his experiment yielded failure. Tagging along as Naruto and Suzuki frantically took mission after mission only left Kakashi more and more worn out, without any notable power gains. Outside the Black Market's mission center, Kakashi observed Naruto and Suzuki happily clutching a thick stack of contracts, leaving him once again lost in thought. Where did things go wrong? I did everything the same, tons of missions. Why isn't my strength skyrocketing like theirs? Could it be that this training method only works for genin? Or does jonin need an even more ridiculous number of missions to experience that kind of transformation? Watching Naruto and Suzuki grow stronger day by day, Kakashi simply couldn't figure it out, partly because he was missing a key piece of insight. As dusk set in, the three, one adult and two kids, began making their way back to the Konoha. Naruto and Suzuki were still full of energy, flushed with the day's harvest, while Kakashi, trailing behind, felt bone-tired. He recalled Tehi Pair's performance, which was already at a level close to jonin, and it only deepened his gloom. They displayed such skill on these missions, clearly they've made another big jump. So why am I using the exact same approach, seeing almost nothing? Sigh. He let out a soft sigh, determined to keep investigating the mystery behind their phenomenal advancement. Thankfully, he would keep serving as their temporary mentor for a while yet, so he'd have more time to observe. He believed that with patience, eventually he'd uncover how it all worked. A short distance ahead, Naruto and Suzuki were strolling along and chatting. Casually, Naruto remarked, "Kakashi-sensei's been taking a lot of missions lately, hey? Once we can pick the tougher jobs, Do you think we'll have to compete with him for those, too? Sasuke shook his head. That won't happen. Based on my observations, Kakashi-sensei doesn't finish very many missions he won't get in our way. In other words, Kakashi's contribution barely made a dent in the vast T-Black Market mission list. Despite trailing a short distance behind, Kakashi overheard them easily and felt a stab of dismay. He was giving it his all, and yet to them, he'd barely done anything. Each of the trio had their own thoughts as they neared Konoha's main gate. The moment they arrived, an Anbu operative in a cat-like mask appeared before Kakashi. In a flat, emotionless voice, the masked shinobi said, "Kakashi. Lord Hokage requests your presence in his office immediately upon your return." Kakashi was startled. He hadn't expected the Hokage to be this anxious, even posting an Anbu at the gate. The operative must have been waiting for some time. "I understand," Kakashi replied. "I'll head there right away." The Anbu nodded and vanished. Kakashi went straight to see Hiruzen Sarutobi at the Hokage's office. Inside the office, Sarutobi smoked his pipe in silence. Of late, the old man had no peace of mind. Since the Forest of Death incident, so many things had gone wrong. If that brilliant young man were still alive, Sarutobi wouldn't be bearing all these burdens alone. But that was neither here nor there. He had to handle it himself. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," Sarutobi called. The door opened, and Kakashi stepped inside. Seeing him, Sarutobi wasted no time. "Kakashi, you've been supervising Naruto and Sasuke's training and watching their progress. What's the latest?" Kakashi answered earnestly, "Lord Hokage, Naruto and Sasuke are growing at an astonishing rate. Hard as it may be to believe, they're already nearing Jonin level strength." Sarutobi was overjoyed. This was wonderful news indeed. He praised Kakashi. "Well done, Kakashi. Putting you in charge of Naruto and Sasuke has clearly been the right choice." Kakashi felt rather awkward. "Lord Hokage, I've barely done anything." It was true, though he'd wanted to guide them in ninjutsu, Naruto and Sasuke had been busy taking mission after mission on the black market and rarely came to him for instruction. Their improvement basically happened in the field. But in Sarutobi's ears, Kakashi just sounded modest. Delighted by the report that the boys were nearly at Jonin level, he went on. "Kakashi, the AIM, Kiri, Kumo, and Kusa are all expanding rapidly. Meanwhile, our Konoha is lagging behind, and our influence in the shinobi world has been slipping. Many employers who used to rely on us have switched to posting missions in the Kiri or Cloud. They Land of Fire's daimyo and other top officials are unhappy. So, to regain Konoha's visibility, we're hosting a Chunin exam with Suna in 2 weeks. During the exam, we'll demonstrate Konoha's strength." Kakashi was surprised because it wasn't the usual period to hold the Chunin exam. He asked, "Lord Hokage, is that confirmed?" Sarutobi nodded. "We've already handled the major arrangements. We were just waiting on details about Naruto and Sasuke's status. Now that we know they're nearly Jonin caliber, we can inform the Suna and invite the other smaller villages to the exam in 2 weeks." Nothing else remained for Kakashi to question, so he simply accepted the new reality. "Lord Hokage, is there anything else you need me to do?" Sarutobi shook his head. "Not for now. Just keep an eye on Naruto and Sasuke, protect them and continue guiding their training." With that, Kakashi was dismissed. Meanwhile, regarding the Chunin exam, the exam would be jointly hosted by the Konoha and the Suna, with invitations extended to the AIM, Kusa, Taki, and other and small-scale shinobi villages. In the AIM's leader's office, Conan summoned Senshi and Karin with a paper crane. Once they arrived, Conan relayed the message. Senshi, Konoha will be CO hosting a Chunin exam with the Suna in half a month. A Chunin exam? Senshi blurted, briefly astonished. Conan continued, Konoha's invitation list includes AIM, Kusa, and Taki. We're all expected to participate. Then Pain spoke, since both the Konoha and Suna plus several smaller villages are taking part. Our AIM can't sit this out. Normally, gaining intel on the Konoha or Suna can be difficult, but this exam provides an opening for us to assess their latest developments. That's why, after some discussion, Conan and I decided you'll be the one to lead our team for the Chunin exam in Konoha. Just select the participating shinobi from our academy. Hearing that, Senshi perked up. He rubbed his hands as if seeing a golden opportunity, addressing Pain with a grin. But before he could start discussing fees and mission rewards in detail, Pain cut him off, clarifying that the AIM simply needed a presence in the exam for intel gathering, no need to cause a big stir or compete for top rankings. And so, Pain concluded concisely, we'll pay you 100 million RY to lead our squad, attend the Chunin exam, and investigate the Land of Fire's situation while you're there. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Participants of Chunin exam. Mission accepted. Client, Nagato. Goal, lead a team to take part in the Chunin exams and gather intelligence on the various nations participating. Reward, 100 million Ryo. Rank, S. Bonus, 100,000 employment points. Senshi felt a little regretful for not being able to accept more missions this time, but getting this one was still a decent outcome. Moreover, during these Chunin exams, there were plenty of things he could do. After accepting the commission, Senshi did not leave immediately, which made Nagato and Conan feel a twinge of unease. They could certainly rest assured leaving the matter to him after all, whenever Senshi took a job. He never failed. Yet the troublesome thing about Senshi was that he was a bit tight-fisted, always haggling daily and bundling services together for extra payment. Tendo Pain cleared his throat and said to Senshi, Senshi, there's only half a month left until the official start of the Chunin exams. Hurry up and get ready. He hoped that Senshi would not think up any tricky or expensive ideas. Although the Akatsuki had relatively ample funds, They couldn't afford to blow several 100 million Ryo on these exams. When Pain finished, Senshi grinned and said, since I'm the one leading a Megakure's team to Konoha, do I get to pick the participants for the exam? Pain nodded. A Megakure will send TWO Anbu as logistical support to follow the team. As for which ninja will participate, you're free to choose. That was exactly what Senshi wanted. In that instant, countless ideas flashed through his mind. Once Nagato agreed, Senshi got up cheerfully. He turned to Tendo Pain and Conan, saying, Boss Nagato, Sister Conan, don't worry about this. Leave everything about a Megakure's Chunin exam to me. I guarantee there won't be any problems. He patted his chest confidently, full of assurance. But seeing him like that only made Conan and Nagato, who was manipulating Tendo Pain from the shadows, feel a pang of dread. They knew him too well. When Senshi made that kind of promise, it was always trouble-free on the surface, yet also certain to produce some unexpected twists. Senshi felt rather wronged by their looks. He was, after all, a legendary black market mercenary with a 100% mission completion rate. When had he ever messed up? Never. If, in the midst of a mission, he did some extra activities that didn't affect the main goal, that was purely his own business. After leaving the leader's office, Senshi headed straight for a Megakure's Ninja Academy. Compared to the academies in Konoha or Kirigakure, a Megakure's academy was quite different. Konoha's academy, for instance, only taught basic techniques like the 3 basic jutsu. Learning advanced jutsu while still in school was practically impossible there. But the ninja academy that Senshi had founded in Megakure wasn't like that. He had recruited numerous skilled ninjas as instructors to teach advanced techniques in various specialties. Moreover, Senshi had stationed some of his own wood clone bodies there, dedicated full-time to teaching. Among the many classes in the academy, the lightning release class taught by Senshi's wood clone stood out as having the highest instructional level. After all, with a 6 paths level ninja like Senshi personally leaving wood clone instructors, they could teach every known lightning release jutsu that had ever appeared in the ninja world. When the academy gradually removed age restrictions and opened classes for all ages, even someone like the Raikage renowned for his mastery of lightning release could come to Senshi's lightning release class to further his skills. This time, Senshi came to the academy to arrange early graduation for a pair of talented siblings from that lightning release class. His wood clone in charge of the class had many top-tier students, but these two shone the brightest. They were Raimon Yukika and Raimon Hayate. Both possessed extremely powerful lightning release aptitudes, even rivaling Uzumaki Lanyu. At the academy lightning release class. Inside the classroom, Senshi's wood clone was in the middle of a lesson when, suddenly, a dark red vortex-like portal appeared out of nowhere. All the students froze briefly, then erupted in excitement. Because through that portal stepped Senshi and Karin. Wow! It's Principal Senshi and Karin. Not Karin. She's Dean Karin now. I can't believe I'm finally seeing the principal in person. This is the best day ever. All at once, the lightning release students cheered in a frenzy. Seeing how excited they were, Senshi clapped his hands to calm them. Everyone, quiet. I have an announcement. The classroom went silent immediately. Senshi addressed them. In half a month, Konoha and Tsunagakure will be jointly hosting a Chunin exam. The daimyo of the Land of Fire and Land of Wind, as well as top figures from many industries, will be in attendance. Amegakure, Kyuzagakure, Takigakure, and other mid-sized villages have all been invited to participate in this exam. I plan to select 2 of you from the lightning release class and form a 3-person team with Karin, to represent Amegakure in the Chunin exams. The moment he said that, the entire classroom erupted in cheers. Principal Senshi, pick me. I want to fight for the honor of Amegakure. Let me in. I'm sure I can pass the exam. Principal, look over here. Please let me go, I've trained so hard. In a heartbeat, everyone was scrambling to volunteer, determined to represent Amegakure in the upcoming exams. However, it was all but certain that only one pair of students would be chosen, the ace siblings of the lightning release class. Soon, Senshi's voice echoed rough the room again. Raimon Yukika, Raimon Hayate, come on up. Upon hearing that, many of the students wore an as expected expression. The 2 Raimon siblings were the class's trump cards. Their innate lightning prowess was already monstrous, and under the wood clone principal's guidance, they'd become even more exceptional. At lightning release. At Senshi's call, the siblings who moments earlier had been anxiously volunteering stepped forward in delight. At last, they could stop worrying about whether Tihei would be picked. Raimon Yukika, like Konan, had striking blue hair. Though still a young girl, she had a personality somewhat akin to Mei Terumi, a wise, leader-type ninja. In class, she was the big sister figure. Her younger brother, Raimon Hayate, also had blue hair. His temperament resembled that of a reckless Kumo ninja. Fortunately, he had his big sister to keep him in line, so he couldn't be too wild. At this moment, both siblings were thrilled just like Karin, who was excited that she'd be teaming up with two new companions for the Chunin exams. Once they came up to the front, Senshi nodded at them. "All right, let's go get your early graduation paperwork done. In the meantime, get acquainted with Karin." Respectfully, they answered, "Yes, Principal." Senshi wasted no time. He took the three of them to the academy office to handle formalities. Meanwhile, outside in the courtyard, Karin and the two Raymond siblings determined who would be the leader in their squad. Yukika was 11, slightly older than Karin. Hayate was close to Karin's age. Standing in a practice area, Hayate spoke first. "The one with the strongest strength should be the captain." The other two listened to that captain's orders. Agreed. Hearing that, Karin gave a cheeky smile. "No problem. You two ready?" Yukika nodded calmly. Hayate, more brashly, said, "Karin, I hope you're ready. Even if you're Principal Senshi's assistant, I won't hold back. After all, I'm clearly the strongest of us three, so I should be the captain." With that, lightning nature chakra surged around him, forming a rudimentary lightning cloak on his body. Yukika likewise began a series of quick hand signs for a lightning jutsu. However, she stopped halfway. "Susanoo." Not bothering with politeness, Karin directly summoned a pink Susanoo mecha in front of them. Yukika, surprised face. Hayate, surprised face. Seeing Karin standing on the shoulder of a third-stage Susanoo giant, the siblings were left in utter shock. If they were someone like Danzo, maybe they'd try to rush up and stab it with a kunao, but that certainly wasn't happening here. And realistically, facing a stage -3 Susanoo, what could they even do? From the Susanoo's forehead, Karin gazed down and said, "Any disagreement about who the captain is now?" Both siblings, looking rather innocent, shook their heads obediently. After all, the eternal Mangeki Sharingan was too monstrous. They wouldn't stand a chance, even going all out. Thus, once Karin had shown off her pink Susanoo, her captaincy in the Trio was firmly established. At about that moment after she dispersed the Susanoo, Senshi walked out of the office. He said to the three of them, "Let's go. Now we're off to find Kakuzu. There's another team of 3 you'll be traveling with." Yes, for the Jo and Konohasuna Chunin exams, Senshi planned to bring 2 teams from Omegakure. One was Karin's trio, the other consisted of the 3 little punks from the Uzumaki clan, Muzan, Lanyu, and Lanmu. Recently, those 3 had earned him plenty of employment points. Their potential was huge. This was a perfect opportunity to let them see the wider world, or, possibly, the wider world would be seeing them. Before long, Senshi led Karin and her group to the black market, where they found Kakuzu. Normally, Kakuzu would only have Deidara and 4 other youngsters around, but this time there was a whole crowd of familiar faces, the leader of Takigakure, Hisan, and others. When Senshi arrived, he overheard Hisan telling Kakuzu, "Lord Kakuzu, this time Takigakure plans to dispatch 5 ninja, plus F, to form a team for the Chunin exams. We'd like you to lead 2 squads from Takigakure to Konoha. Would you be willing?" Of course, Kakuzu wasn't eager. Going to the Chunin exams would just eat into his precious mission time. Yet before Kakuzu could decline, F spoke excitedly, "So we can take the Chunin exams now and be led by Lord Kakuzu? That's awesome." Kakuzu? He hadn't agreed to it yet, so what was awesome about it? At that moment, the 3 young Uzumaki brats suddenly lit up. "Lord Senshi, Karin! You're here. They were thrilled. Lately, they've been leading very fulfilling lives, going on many missions daily and gaining a ton of real combat experience. Senshi gave them a slight nod, then said, Musen, Lanmu starting now, you'll be taking a break from missions. I plan to bring you to the joint Chunin exams in Konoha and Sunagakuer. Having overheard Hisen's talk earlier, the three Uzumaki kids were already intrigued. They wanted to see how they stacked up against other talented genin out there. They just hadn't expected that they'd really get to go. As soon as Senshi said it, they each blurted out. Lord Senshi, we'll do our best. We won't let you down. Their young faces were solemn. Senshi only smiled. No need to tense up. With your skills, passing the Chunin exams won't be a problem. By his side, Kakuzu changed his mind. Knowing Senshi wouldn't waste precious money making time on something meaningless, there must be profit to be gained. So he told Hisen, all right, then. Issue me the commission. I'll lead your squads. Hearing that, Hisen and F were delighted, and the three Uzumaki brats were also beaming as they turned expectantly to Senshi. Uzumaki Musen asked, Lord Senshi, does that mean we can stay by your side for a while? Senshi nodded. Yes. For the next few days, you don't need to do missions, just spar with Kairin's team. No sooner did he say that than the Uzumaki trio and Kairin's trio turned their gazes on one another. Over in the land of Wind Sunagakuer. At that same time, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, was busy making arrangements for the joint Chunin exams. In Sunagakuer, the main organizer was Beiki. In the Kazekage's office, Raza spoke in a grim tone, Beiki, these joint Chunin exams with Konoha are Sunagakuer's biggest priority right now. Our funding has been cut more and more every year by the daime. This time, the daime and high officials of the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire, as well as major businessmen from all across the ninja world, will all be coming to watch. We must show them the power and skill of Sunagakuer's ninja, no matter the cost, so they'll see our worth. You carry a great burden on your shoulders, as do those who will take the exam. But for the sake of our village, you must give it everything you have. Hearing this, Beiki straightened. Understood, Lord Kazekage. We won't betray your or the village's expectations. Beiki understood Sunagakuer's predicament. In the Third Great Ninja War, its performance had displeased the Wind Daime and other officials, leading them to reduce the village's budget annually. The fourth Kazekage even had to use his magnet release gold dust techniques to mine gold in the desert just to keep the village afloat. That situation had to change, and this Chunin exam was the perfect opportunity. Over the upcoming weeks, Beiki intended to train Suna's 6 chosen participants with all he had if they didn't collapse, keep pushing them. Meanwhile, in Konoha, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was also stepping up his game, issuing instructions to Nara, Shikaku and Kakashi. His expression was solemn as he said, Shikaku, Kakashi, Konoha must do everything in its power to take first place in these Chunin exams. Even if unforeseen events arise, our participating ninja must still display the finest performance possible. Naruto and Sasuke absolutely have to participate. The two of you will choose 4 additional genin. Split into 2 3-man teams, and send them to the exams. Having heard the Hokage's words, Shikaku and Kakashi both nodded earnestly. Yes, Lord Hokage, Shikaku answered. Kakashi and I will be meticulous in every detail to ensure we're fully prepared for these exams. Every possible detail, echoed Kakashi, wondering if that might be too extreme. But Hiruzen only emphasized further, it's absolutely necessary. The fire daime and the wind daime, along with numerous influential figures from across the lands, will be gathering. We must show them Konoha's best face, so that everyone recognizes the strength of our village. This can open many new doors for us. Seeing how serious the Hokage was, Shikaku and Kakashi resolved to give it their all. Similar scenes were playing out in various other mid- and smaller-sized villages, though they had no illusions of claiming the top spot, they still hoped to have at least a decent showing. With so many VIPs converging on Konoha, if their own people happened to catch some powerful figure's attention, it could mean major opportunities for their village's. Back to Omegakure. Where other villages were working overtime to prepare, things in Omegakure were rather laid back. Nagato and Konan, having commissioned Senshi, left him alone and didn't interfere further. They'd already paid once. If they asked for more help, he'd charge an additional fee. Besides, they didn't need a specific high ranking, as long as Senshi brought a team there and scouted intel on all the major and mid-tier countries, that would suffice. In other words, they had left the whole matter to Senshi, letting him handle it however he liked. Because Nagato and Konan hadn't demanded a high placement in the exams, Senshi didn't care much about the final outcome. Even so, Karin, the three Uzumaki brats, and the Raimon siblings were all extremely strong. Even if Senshi paid no attention to their ranking, those six would certainly excel in the competition. Among them, 4 were already part of his mercenary group Karin and 3 from the Uzumaki clan. The Raimon siblings hadn't joined yet, but Senshi had promised to observe them further. If they met the criteria, they could join too. After picking up the Uzumaki trio, Senshi brought all 6 of them to Omegakure's training ground for sparring. At that time, Mei Terumi, who had been staying in Omegakure, came to say goodbye before heading back to Kirigakure. She was surprised to find Senshi instead of him being off on a mission, as she'd expected. Even more surprising was the group of children around him. However, she soon found herself stunned. Each of these 6 was no ordinary kid. The Raimon siblings attacked first, shouting, "Lightning release chakra mode!" Both were instantly cloaked in sizzling lightning nature chakra. Watching 11-year-olds using the lightning cloak left Mei dumbfounded. Next came the Uzumaki trio. First, Uzumaki Lanya formed a flurry of hand signs, crying, "Storm release, thundercloud inner wave." A jutsu that manipulates lightning, somewhat like channeling Chidori in one's hand. Then Uzumaki Lanmu also formed signs, "Ice release, myriad blooming ice." She conjured a barrage of ice shuriken, popping into existence one after another around her. But any impact she made was immediately overshadowed by Muzan. Clapping his hands together, Muzan shouted, "Would release, true several thousand hands." Instantly, everyone stared at him. 1 second passed, 2 seconds passed, total silence. Senshi, surprised face. Mei, surprised face. Everyone else, surprised face. Senshi was momentarily at a loss. Was it really okay to have given this little rascal would release se? The boy obviously had no idea how to perform the actual true several thousand hands. He was just clapping loudly and shouting the name. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 122, Chapter 122, Ora Ora Ora. Damn it! Is my bond with Wood Release still not strong enough? Uzumaki Muzan spoke up according to his personal creed, "If I'm not embarrassed, then others will be." Raimon Yukika and her younger brother Raimon Hayate, having limited knowledge of Uzumaki Muzan, were momentarily stunned by his showy performance, their scalps tingling. As top students of the Ninja Academy, they had a very solid grounding in basic ninja knowledge. Other ninja of Omegakure might not know what level of jutsu true several thousand hands is, but the Raymond siblings did. Musen's actions weren't just random antics for a laugh. While the sister and brother were distracted, he formed seals at lightning speed and used one of his best wood release techniques. Wood release, silent strangling binding. Lengths of wooden stakes burst forth from the ground, extending rapidly toward the distant Raymond. Hey-8, intent on binding and crushing him. As the saying goes, it takes 3 years to learn virtue, and only a moment to learn vice. Facing Musen's wood release, Raymond Hey-8 actually let out a roar, but in all seriousness, he shouted, "Lightning release, lariat!" He might have said lightning release, lariat aloud, but in fact he was infusing himself with lightning-style chakra for high-speed movement, effectively using the body flicker technique. Watching this scene, Senshi rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Uzumaki Musen was already a bit of HNB, overly dramatic teen. Raymond Hey-8, meanwhile, was even MORI over the top, combining the wild, fierce nature of two legendary warriors from the Warring States period into one mad and reckless character. When Terumi Mei saw how Uzumaki Musen and the others were behaving, she couldn't help feeling a little dumbfounded. Although she had spent some time in Omegakure, she hadn't interacted with Musen and the others before. She had no idea the new generation of Omegakure ninja was this talented. Of course, the strongest among them was still Karin. Mei was already well aware of Karin's abilities. So she simply observed briefly and was able to divide the 6 kids into 3 tiers without further effort. Karin was number 1, the 3 from the Uzumaki clan came next, and the Raymond siblings were comparatively weaker. Bullet and T with their current skill in lightning release and their innate chakra talents, those 2 would be considered geniuses in any village. At that moment, Mei stopped watching Karin and Musen's sparring and walked over to Senshi. Senshi asked curiously, "Sister Mei, what brings you here?" With a charming smile, Mei said, "I came to say goodbye to you and Karin. I'm heading back to Kirigakure to deal with some village matters." After speaking, she glanced at Karin and the other 5, who were still sparring, and asked, "Why? Aren't you out on missions? Instead, you're here practicing with these kids." Senshi waved her off, "Sister Mei, you've got it wrong. Right now, I am doing a mission. In half a month, I'll be leading Omegakure's ninja to the Chunin exams Banji Co hosted by Konoha and Sunagakure." Mei was, of course, aware of this, she simply hadn't planned on having Kirigakure participate. But now that she knew Senshi would be taking a team to the Chunin exams in Konoha, and after seeing how outstanding Uzumaki Musen's group was, she changed her mind. Kirigakure would also take part in the upcoming Chunin exams. On one hand, Kirigakure's new generation could see the wider world. On the other hand, their most talented young ninja could showcase themselves and generate some good PR for the village. And lastly, by sending teams to the exams, Kirigakure's ninja would have more opportunities to interact with Senshi's group and deepen their friendship. With that in mind, Mei immediately declared, "Since you're bringing Karin and the others from Omegakure, I'll arrange for Kirigakure to send 2 squads of ninja as well." Senshi was slightly taken aback and asked, "Sister Mei, does Kirigakure really have suitable young ninja for the Chunin exams?" Mei, surprised face, outrageous. Kirigakure was being looked down upon. Even though it's one of the 5 great ninja villages and has been developing rapidly, so picking out a few outstanding genin should be no problem at all. But Karin's group of 6 really was too strong, and there wouldn't be anyone on quite their level. Among Kirigakure's genin, Mei was even tempted to send some of Kirigakure's talented youth to Omegakure's academy for further training. After gathering more info from Senshi about the Omegakure Ninja Academy, Mei left Omegakure and set out on her return journey. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Musen's group called an end to their sparring session. During the break, with Karin leading the way, Musen's side was still no match for Karen's side in a practice match, but even so, Musen's trio showed strength well above average for their age. As the six rested, Senshi beckoned them over. Karin, Musen, the rest of you come here, I have something to discuss with you. Hearing Senshi's call, the six kids immediately came running. Karin was brimming with confidence. She hadn't yet come across any children stronger than her. The Raymond siblings, however, looked depressed. Losing to Karin was one thing, but losing to Musen's group as well was quite the blow. Once they gathered, Musen looked at Senshi curiously. Lord Senshi, is there something you want us to do? Senshi shook his head, then said, next, I want to talk to you about what to watch out for in the Chunin exams at Konoha. At that, all six focused their attention. Once he had their full concentration, Senshi explained, the first stage of the Chunin exams is a written test, generally proctored by a ninja from Konoha's Interrogation Division, Marino Ibiki. The written part usually has 9 extremely difficult questions. You can cheat it, but you must never get caught. Getting caught 5 times means elimination. This phase assesses your ability to gather intelligence. Because in the exam room, there will be 2 ninjas who actually know the correct answers and will write them down on their papers. If you can't solve them on your own, try to copy them. If there's an extra question at the end, lucky you. Simply not giving up and handing in a blank sheet at the final step will mean you pass. Meanwhile, Hoshigaki Kisame and Ataki, who had departed earlier for Kirigakure, arrived there ahead of Mei. Today's Kirigakure was bustling, developing at a remarkable pace. Kids in red cloud cloaks, Akatsuki brand, could be seen running about the village, and you'd spot the busy figures of Senshi's wood clone working at the mission center and the black market. Kisame and Ataka could hardly believe their eyes, thinking they had somehow returned to Omegakure by mistake. Since there was no tight deadline for establishing the Akatsuki branch here, they decided to take things slow. Kisame took Ataka to the black market to pick up some missions. Whenever they weren't busy, he planned to spend spare time on the branch's construction. There was no rush, as long as the end results looked good. After completing several black market missions, Mei returned to Kirigakure, but she neither sought out Kisame nor paid much attention to the construction progress for the Akatsuki branch. If Senshi were the one in charge, she would keep a closer watch, but it was Kisame and Ataka's show, so she let them be. Her current priority was handling the upcoming Chunin exams. In the Mizuki's office, Mei called Ao and Gonbi, among others, to a meeting. When everyone arrived, she announced a major decision. In less than half a month, Konoha and Sunagakure will be hosting a Chunin exam in Konoha. They've invited Omegakure, Kusagakure, Takigakure, and several other small and mid-sized ninja villages to attend. I've decided Kirigakure will also send 2 elite squads to take part in these Chunin exams. She finished speaking, and Ao and Gonbi looked thoughtful. After a moment, Gonbi said, from the Hoshigaki clan and the Hojiki clan, there are a few decent young ones. We can gather up some other promising genin from elsewhere and form 2 3-person squads for the exam. That shouldn't be a problem. Mei gave a small nod at Gonbi's suggestion and said to him and Ao, you 2 will be in charge of selecting the 6 genin who will represent Kirigakure in the exams. Make sure to show us our best. Also, inform Konoha that we'll be participating. They both nodded and left to take care of the arrangements. Before long, word reached Konoha that Kirigakure was also sending teams. The news surprised Hiruzen Sarutobi. When small and mid-size villages wanted to join, that was one thing, but Kirigakure, as one of the 5 great nations, was another matter entirely. It warranted a proper discussion. Soon enough, the Konoha F3, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Homura Mito-Kato, and Koharu Yudatan, gathered in the Hokage's office. Sarutobi spoke plainly. Kirigakure also intends to dispatch squads for the upcoming Chunin exams. Both of the others were surprised. After thinking it over, Mito-Kato Homura asked, Hiruzen, how do you see it? Sarutobi hesitated for a moment, then said, Kirigakure has been developing rapidly and may bring a few uncertainties. But we mustn't get rattled. All we can do is prepare thoroughly and ensure our own ninja shine during the exam. After careful consideration, the other 2 agreed. Koharu Yudatan said, we'll rely on Narashikaku and Kakashi to make sure no other village's ninja steal the show from ours. Following this meeting, Sarutobi considered summoning Kakashi to inquire about Naruto and Sasuke's progress, but, given the importance of it all, he decided to go see them in person. After all, 3 of the 5 great villages were already confirmed to be participating. In some ways, it was almost as serious as a ninja war. Plus, by going there personally, he could get a more comprehensive picture of their abilities without disrupting Kakashi's training regimen. At the same time, 2 individuals who, strictly speaking, shouldn't have known about these events. Orochimaru and Yakushi Kabuto somehow got wind of the upcoming exam. In Orochimaru's laboratory, Kabuto approached respectfully. Orochimaru-sama, I've heard Konoha and Tsunagakure are hosting a Chunin exam soon. It's said that Kirigakure is also participating. And the daimyo of the Land of Fire and the Land of Wind plus many high-ranking officials will all attend. Hearing this, Orochimaru burst into wild laughter. Ha ha ha! Now this is a gift that keeps on giving. Time to upgrade the Eternal Chakra Elixir. Previously, he had sold a watered-down version of that elixir to Homura Mito-Kato. Now he could tweak the formula slightly and release the T3, Eternal Chakra Elixir, making a massive profit off those old fools' wallets. Lords, high officials, and social elites, none of them were lacking in money. Once he demonstrated the effects of his T3 elixir, they wouldn't be able to resist. They would see its potential and cause his fortune to skyrocket before it ever occurred to them to look into its secrets. Kabuto thought for a moment, then added, Orochimaru-sama, not only will the daimyos of major nations attend, but powerful figures from smaller villages like Omegakure, Kusagakure, and Takigakure will come too. Orochimaru gave a pleased nod. All the better. The more people, the merrier. Now that our ordinary research materials have lost value, we need higher-end subjects for our experiments. Naturally, those aren't easy to come by through normal channels. But if we have enough money, we can commission tasks from Senshi, have him gather what we need. So, while our products haven't drawn too much suspicion yet, we have to reap a tidy sum. At those words, a gleam shone on Kabuto's glasses. Yes, they had to make big money, right now. Under Orochimaru's guidance, Kabuto's earnings had soared, and soon he, too, would be able to buy higher-level supplies from Senshi, allowing him to follow Orochimaru-sama's lead that much better. As Kabuto mentally reviewed all this, Orochimaru gave him detailed instructions. Orochimaru intended to drag Iwagakure and Kumagakure into the mix as well. He knew all too well the Underlying rivalries among the major villages. Konoha, Tsunagakuer, and Kirigakuer had all jumped in. There was no way he was letting the remaining two off the hook. Orochimaru told Kabuto. Kabuto, hurry and spread the news of The Chunin exams to Iwagakuer and Kyumegakuer. 3 of the 5 great villages are taking part. Once Iwa and Kyumo learn this, they won't be content to be left out. When dealing with Kyumegakuer, you can stir them up by mentioning what's happening in Kirigakure. Exaggerate about the Akatsuki opening a branch there. Having served under Orochimaru for a long time, Kabuto immediately grasped his intent: do whatever it takes to lure more people to Konoha. The real spectacle wasn't the CO-hosted Chunin exams but rather Orochimaru's biotech product launch. Kabuto set out without delay to visit Iwagakuer and Kyumegakuer. Watching him go, Orochimaru smirked. His eternal chakra elixir was already capable of causing certain surprising, visible changes. For instance, making white hair turn black. Although that was just a superficial effect, it was enough to stun an audience and make great advertisements. With such a wondrous product, how could he not expand his market among influential buyers from all over the ninja world? Back in Omegakure, on an open training field, Senshi had been putting the Little Liars Keirin's group through an intensive program ever since getting the mission to lead them to Konoha. Thanks to his wood clones scattered across the continent, he had an all-encompassing grasp of the Chunin exams. Obviously, Konoha was setting the stage for something big this time. When the exams began, nearly every major faction from across the ninja world would converge on Konoha. Since Konoha was building a grand arena, Senshi certainly wouldn't pass up the opportunity. Over a few days of special training, Keirin's 6-person squad improved dramatically. However, their progress left the Raymon siblings in a bittersweet spot. In the academy, they'd been praised as genius lightning-style users, but now they found themselves at the bottom of the 6-person ladder, with little hope of turning the tide anytime soon. Seeing this, Karin tried to cheer them up. Don't get discouraged. Right now, you're behind because you've just graduated and haven't had a chance to do many missions. Take a look at Senshi, he's always got wood clones out doing missions, so he's become incredibly powerful. As for me, constantly following him and taking on loads of tasks is how I got where I am. She didn't need to finish for them to understand the rest. Uzumaki Musen and the other two had likewise done tons of missions under Kakuzu's tutelage. That realization dawned on Raymon Yukika and Raymon Hayate all at once, so that's why they were lagging behind. They simply haven't started farming missions yet. Senshi, overhearing Keirin's pep talk, only smiled. He had no objection to the siblings throwing themselves into mission work. It certainly wouldn't hurt. Once they were more seasoned, they could potentially join his mercenary group. As Senshi's special training continued, in Konoha, Naruto and Sasuke were also training relentlessly. In the time since the appearance of Senshi's wood clone, both had made tremendous strides. Naruto shouted across to Sasuke, laughing. Sasuke, this time you'll see just how awesome my hard work's been. Get ready to lose. Sasuke sniffed dismissively. Naruto, you've only improved a tiny bit. That's hardly what I'd call awesome progress. Naruto shot back, Sasuke, don't underestimate how hard I've been training, day in and day out. I'm putting everything into these missions so I can hone myself. Sasuke sneered. Naruto, so what? Did you think I wasn't training just as hard? I'm not only more diligent than you, I'm more talented. If you imagine you can beat me, you're dreaming. No way, Sasuke. Just watch, I'll show you how I'm gonna beat you. Tch, enough big talk, Naruto. Sasuke, Naruto. The two of them roared, lightning-like chakra surging around Sasuke and swirling power around Naruto, as they charged each other. All the while, Kakashi stood by observing, baffled by how fast these kids were growing and at their habit of shouting ridiculously long lead-ups before every clash. He couldn't figure out how or why they'd suddenly become so strong in such a short span. But he didn't have time to dwell on it, because Naruto and Sasuke were once again displaying techniques not on any official Konoha roster. Thunder Punch, Aura Sphere. Their attacks were now even stronger than before. Naruto, with a cry, fired a small black orb from his palm like a dark pill, pouring his chakra into it. Sasuke channeled lightning-style chakra throughout his body, pushing his thunder punch to the limit. He also recalled some advice from teacher Senshi. There was a special way of yelling while using thunder punch that would raise its power even more, even if it was embarrassing. Determined not to tie again, he did it. Aura aura aura, he shouted as he lunged. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, Muta Muta Muta. Sasuke unleashed his thunder punch, blasting away as if in a frenzy. Naruto instantly sprang up with a slash and a leap. He never expected that Sasuke would come at him full force the moment he made a move. Could Naruto put up with that? Facing Sasuke's onslaught, which was like a raging storm, Naruto's blonde hair glowed brilliantly. He roared, Muta, 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 Muta. One after another, spheres of energy coalesced in Naruto's hands, colliding furiously with Sasuke's lightning-infused fists in a spectacular clash. Sasuke, aura, aura, aura. Naruto, Muta, Muta, Muta. Kakashi, who had been watching all this, was already confused. He hadn't realized those two brats had hidden so many trump cards. Just as Kakashi was still in shock, an excited voice came from behind him. Kakashi, you've done very well. Hearing that familiar voice, Kakashi immediately turned around and Wednesday Lord Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi waved his hand dismissively and said in a quiet voice, "Don't interrupt there. Sparring." He was very pleased with Naruto and Sasuke's stunning performance. Although he had no idea how Kakashi had managed to teach Naruto and Sasuke to fight while shouting at the top of their lungs, it hardly mattered. As long as Naruto and Sasuke were powerful enough, that was good enough for him. And now, beyond a doubt, Naruto and Sasuke had already reached a frightening level of strength. Just look at them, Hiruzen thought, that's the spirit of our village's genin. Watching the two boys' spirited collision, Hiruzen quietly remarked to Kakashi, "Kakashi, who would have thought that besides being a genius yourself, you'd be so peerless at teaching others? There isn't a ninja of their age more powerful than those two. I'm already looking forward to seeing them shine in the Chunin exams." While Hiruzen was fantasizing about all the mission requests that would flood in, Kakashi spoke worriedly. "Lord Hokage, but they're only two people. They need a third member to form a three-man squad for the Chunin exams. In team-based missions, any individual's shortcomings can be covered by their teammates. A three-person team frequently exhibits a 1+1+1 effect. In the Chunin exams, teamwork is a crucial aspect being tested." Hiruzen, however, wasn't bothered. Ninja squads are formed in threes primarily to ensure the overall strength of the unit so they can handle various tasks. But with Naruto and Sasuke this strong, it hardly matters who the third member is. Kakashi didn't argue. Given their current situation, that was the truth. Naruto and Sasuke had become so powerful that you could pair them with practically anyone to make up a three-man squad. Hiruzen had originally been unsure about their strength, so he had come in person to check. But now, his concerns were totally put to rest. He praised Kakashi once more. Kakashi, you've done well. Keep guiding Naruto and Sasuke along this path. I'll return to the Hokage's office to handle some other work. With that, Hiruzen turned and left. Watching the Hokage depart, Kakashi felt an urge to say that aside from accompanying these two in their frenzied quest to grind out missions, there was nothing else he could teach them. Although he was the Konoha's first technician, the copy ninja well versed in countless jutsu, he honestly didn't know the techniques Naruto and Sasuke were now using. While Kakashi wore a rather helpless expression watching Naruto and Sasuke's explosive showdown, Kabuto had already reached the vicinity of Kumogakure. In Kumo, the AB brothers, the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee, were extremely satisfied with how quickly their village had been developing. Previously, Senshi had stayed in Kumo for quite a while, allowing them to reap huge developmental benefits. Even though Senshi had eventually been lured away by Meiterumi, there was still a large slice of cake left, and the profit chain kept flowing. Plus, although Senshi was physically absent, he had left several wood clone bodies behind at Kumo's mission office. Employers from the Land of Lightning and elsewhere could still hire those clones to perform various tasks. Nevertheless, the 4th Raikage and Killer Bee couldn't help feeling resentful. If only Senshi hadn't been whisked off by Meiterumi, Kumo would have soared to even greater heights by now. This made the Raikage, Killer Bee, and the village elders furious with Meiterumi and Kirigakure. Such a vicious business tactic was simply too underhanded. Inside the Raikage's office, the 4th Raikage and other top brass were discussing how to strengthen their partnership with Senshi. Kumo had gotten a good taste of working with him and wanted more. But they were still brainstorming ideas when Amwa suddenly pushed open the door. Lord Raikage, Orochimaru's assistant, Kabuto, is at the village gates, Amwa reported. He says he has extremely important information to share. What? Orochimaru's minion dares come to Kumo. Does he have a death wish? The 4th Raikage snarled as lightning chakra flickered around him. In his rage, he smashed through the office wall and charged straight for the village entrance. Seeing this, Darui and the others merely heaved exasperated sighs before hurrying after him. When they arrived at the gate, the Raikage looked like he wanted to burn Kabuto to ash with his glare alone. Indeed, the Raikage was so close to launching a lariat on the spot. After all, they had suffered financial losses worth hundreds of millions of RY due to Orochimaru's schemes. Kabuto, of course, knew full well what Orochimaru had done to Kumo. Sensing the hostility of A and B, he quickly changed tactics, trying to shift the blame. Adopting a solemn look, Kabuto addressed the 4th Raikage, Lord Raikage, I bring extremely urgent news. The 5th Mizukage of Kiri, Meiterumi, and Senshi have joined forces in Kiri's marketplace to plunder the people who were trading with you. Their partnership has taken a dramatic leap forward. Meiterumi has even formed a partnership with the Akatsuki inside Kirigakure, setting up an Akatsuki branch there to further solidify their ties with Senshi. 4th Raikage, Killer Bee, everyone from Kumo. Kabuto had stirred the pot just right. Hearing about Kirigakure's unfair competition left A, B, and everyone else livid. It was already irritating enough that the Mizukage had used a honey trap on Senshi. But going so far as to install an Akatsuki branch in their own village to keep him around? Too shameless. At Kumo's gates, the 4th Raikage fumed, practically spitting with rage over Kirigakure's boundless gall. At least Kumo would never stoop to letting Akatsuki set up shop in their village, or so they told themselves. But the immediate concern remained the upcoming Chunin exams. After all, Konoha, the Suna, Kiri, and many other small and medium-sized ninja villages were about to participate. Half the shinobi world was showing up, so Kumo couldn't afford to sit it out. They had plenty of genin who were fit to compete. By sending ninja to these exams, they'd show off Kumo's strength and give their teams opportunities to interact with Senshi to maintain their friendship. Even if they couldn't convince him to reside in Kumo again, at least they could stop him from remaining in Kiri for good. Some time later, without anyone noticing, Kabuto slipped away from Kumo, heading toward Iwa. Among the 5 great shinobi villages, only Iwa still hadn't been informed. Land of Earth. Iwagakure. Kabuto moved swiftly after leaving the Land of Lightning, rushing to reach Iwagakure. Of course, Iwa had already heard some rumors, but Kabuto possessed more detailed information. For instance, they didn't yet know that Kumo had decided to join the Chunin exams, only Kabuto had that intel. In the Tsuchikige's office, the third Tsuchikage Oniki received Kabuto. Oniki glanced at him. "I hear you have important information for me." Smiling politely, Kabuto replied, "Lord Tsuchikage, you've probably heard that Konoha and Suna plan to host the next Chunin exams." Oniki gave a small nod. He already knew that much. But in fact, Kabuto continued, this time, it won't just be Konoha and Suna participating among the 5 great nations. Kiri and Kumo plan to enter as well. That gave Oniki pause. He certainly hadn't expected that, except for Iwa, the other 4 major villages would all be joining. Frowning, Oniki asked Kabuto, "And how exactly did you come by such knowledge?" Without batting an eye, Kabuto said, "Word of Kiri joining is already spreading, perhaps Iwagakure only missed it because of how far we are from the Land of Water. Kumo's decision is something the Raikage personally entrusted me to relay to Konoha." Oniki briefly mulled it over, then nodded. "Then go back and tell Konoha this, Iwa will be sending teams too." "Understood, Lord Tsuchikage," Kabuto answered, his expression neutral but his heart brimming with satisfaction. With all 5 major villages now taking part, plus countless lords and nobility coming to watch, this would be an unprecedented spectacle. The bigger the event, the better for Orochimaru's new product launch. Kabuto could almost see the money rolling in and his own bonus along with it. Once Kabuto headed back to Konoha, Kumo and Iwa also began selecting their teams for the exam. Kumo would send 2 squads, led by Darui and Samui. Similarly, Iwagakure would send 2 squads, led by Akatsuki and Kuratsuki. Elsewhere, various large and small villages did not rest either. His was going to be one of the greatest Chunin exams in history, with every side locking horns in fierce competition. As the final preparations were made, the exam date drew ever closer. Meanwhile, at a black market in Omegakure, Senshi was bringing Alan G6 young protégés, heading toward the mission hall. With the Chunin exams coming soon, he was preparing to set out for Konoha, taking Karin and the others with him. Of course, he could have just teleported them directly using Kama, but good traditions had to be upheld. They'd pick up an escort mission along the way, then travel by carriage with a trading convoy to Konoha. Just as Senshi arrived at the black market hall with Karin and the others, they unexpectedly ran into Kakuzu and his crew, who had Siomi for the same purpose, to accept an escort mission and set off. The moment he spotted Senshi, Kakuzu exclaimed in righteous indignation, "Senshi, you've changed. You call yourself the strongest mercenary in the black market, yet you're lazing around. It's been half A month and you still haven't taken any missions. Senshi, surprised face, what slander? Kakuzu was completely framing him. Firstly, Senshi's recent special training with Karin and the girls was a form of mission in itself. Secondly, his wood clones stationed all across the ninja world were grinding missions day and night. Thirdly, his mercenary corps had never stopped working. Since he got 50% of the commissions from every mission the group completed, those earnings were his too. But no sooner had Kakuzu said that than Karin chimed in, "That's right, Senshi, you've changed." Senshi, surprised face, what nonsense? He was still the same relentless mission maniac as ever. Shaking his head, Senshi retorted, "You don't get it. Even if I seem to be taking it easy, I'm actually doing more missions than anyone else. Besides, I'm playing the long game. I can't expect you to understand. Let's just say I'm not interested in small-time profit, I'm aiming for bigger things." That left Kakuzu momentarily stumped. Given what he knew about Senshi, that was probably true. Senshi never did anything that wasn't profitable in the end. But Karin refused to yield, putting her hands on her hips. "Senshi, you've changed." Senshi recognized her mischief instantly. Pretending nonchalance, he reached out and ruffled her neatly combed red hair into a bird's nest. "Karin, ugh!" Outraged, Karin gave a little huff and said, "You jerk, Senshi. I challenge you to a duel." But Senshi neatly thwarted her with his usual head pats. At the same time, he told the black market manager, "I'd like to take on an escort mission from AIM to Konoha." "Of course, Lord Senshi," the manager replied courteously, swiftly finding a commission contract and handing it over. Senshi took it and added, "Also, give me whatever smaller missions there are along the route." That request made the manager hesitate. He said apologetically, "Lord Senshi, our boss, enforces strict limits on the total number of missions a single ninja can accept at once, no more than 10. After completing those 10, they can return to accept more." Waving him off, Senshi said, "Who said I'm taking them alone? There are 7 of us. So give me 70 missions." The manager looked at Senshi's 6 young companions and finally caught on, Senshi had come prepared. Previously, he'd usually only brought his personal assistant, but this time he had 6. Soon enough, Senshi was happily walking out with 70 commissions in hand. After that, he went to Konan and asked her to assign 2 AIM ninja for logistics. Those 2 would assist with information gathering and overall support during the Chunin exams. Already, Senshi led everyone out from AIM's gates. He and Karin, plus the siblings Raymon Yukika and Raymon Hayate, were in one carriage. In the other carriage ahead, the 2 AIM Anbu handled supplies while Uzumaki Musen's trio rode with them. On the road, Yukika and Hayate watched Senshi send out wood clones to complete missions, filled with envy. They finally understood they lagged behind the other FR because they lacked enough grinding. Had they done as many missions as Karin, they'd surely be stronger than Musen's squad. Alas, they didn't know wood style themselves, so it wasn't so simple. In the front carriage, Musen, who could use wood release, certainly wasn't going to laze around. He formed the seals to create wood clones, only for Uzumaki Lanmu to stop him with a sigh. "Come on, Musen, do you even know where to go once you leave the village? With your terrible sense of direction, you'll probably get lost before you reach any mission site." Undaunted, Musen summoned a clone anyway and sent it off. "If I can't figure out the route at first, I'll just take my time. Eventually it'll get done." Watching that, Uzumaki Lanyu sighed inwardly. Was it really okay for Senshi to grant wood release to such a goofball? Didn't seem to be a problem with Senshi, though. maybe would release just made certain people lazy. As Lanyu pondered, the convoy continued unimpeded into the land of fire, steadily nearing Konoha. Before long, Senshi noticed a host of teams heading to the exams. Activating his mantra, he saw no sign of a certain someone, which left him relieved. That someone was rumored to be so strong, he could shatter the rock that sealed Kagaya Tsutsukai. Senshi was just entertaining that wacky thought as they entered Konoha. At the gate, Konoha's 2 6 paths level gatekeepers, Izumo and Katetsu, were diligently checking everyone who entered. Of course, they had no complaints about recognized ninjas taking the main gate. Once inside, Senshi went to hand in his escort mission, and there he happened to encounter the squads from Kiri and Kumo. Like AIM, Kiri and Kumo had also sent 6 genin each. Senshi and Kiri's leading shinobi Gonbi and Chjr immediately recognized each other. They walked over and greeted him respectfully. "Lord Senshi, how fortunate to meet you the moment we arrived." Not to be outdone, Kumo's Darui and Samui quickly came over as well. "Lord Senshi, we truly enjoyed collaborating with you before. We look forward to working together again in various ways." Gonbi realized instantly this was a contest to win over Senshi. He jumped right in, "Lord Senshi, everyone in Kiri are young people, our citizens remains immensely grateful for all you've done for us, and we look forward to your next visit. In my view, Kirigakure will always be your best partner. Our doors are always open to you, anytime you'd like to talk business." Darui shot him a look, recognizing a tough competitor. He stepped up and added, "Lord Senshi, Kumo was the first to work with you in such a deep and broad capacity. We stand ready to collaborate in any way you'd like with the utmost sincerity. I'm convinced that over time, Kumo will prove to be your ideal partner." With Kumo and Kiri Ninja vying for Senshi's favor, Karin stood off to the side, waving her small fists and shouting, "Fight! Fight!" Raymon Yukika and Hayate, surprised face, Musen's trio, surprised face, they were all astonished at Karin's antics, worried it might be a bit much. Raymon Hayate looked like he, too, wanted to encourage a brawl until Yukika silenced him with a sharp glare. She knew Senshi wouldn't just let Karin's little provocations slide. Meanwhile, over on Musen's side, Uzumaki Lanyu and Lanyu simultaneously placed a hand on Musen's shoulder, hoping the knucklehead wouldn't join in. But Musen was clearly itching to stir up more commotion. At that very moment in the Hokage's office, Hiruzen Sarutobi sat smoking his pipe. He was torn over one issue. Naruto and Sasuke were so strong that it hardly mattered who their third teammate was. But he still wanted a strong partner who wouldn't hold them back. He thought of a bright young member of the Sarutobi clan, but that still didn't feel quite right. Unfortunately, he had no better ideas. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in," Hiruzen said, and to his surprise, it was Orochimaru who opened the door. "Orochimaru, I thought you were busy researching the Eternal Chakra Elixir. What brings you here?" Hiruzen asked. Orochimaru smiled. "Sensei, my research has made major breakthroughs. With enough funding, it won't be long before even greater results appear." Translated, that meant, "Sensei, please fund me." Hiruzen knew full well how valuable Orochimaru's research was for the Six Liege. He smiled as he reassured his old student. "Orochimaru, your work benefits the village immensely. You needn't worry about the funds." Orochimaru was delighted. "Sensei, I've heard there's a 3-man team for the Chunin exams. Missing one member. I suggest someone for that spot." "Oh? And who might that be?" Hiruzen asked, keenly interested. He had been fretting over this problem, so perhaps Orochimaru had a great candidate. He still cursed Danzo inwardly for deceiving Orochimaru all those years ago and driving him away. Who knew how much more Orochimaru could have done for Konoha if he'd stayed? Smiling, Orochimaru revealed his choice. Sensei, I'd like to recommend Yakushi Kabuto. Kabuto. Hiruzen considered it carefully. Kabuto had come out of the Anbu-root program and spent much of his time as an undercover agent throughout the major nations. He was not only powerful but also skilled in handling complicated situations. The more Hiruzen thought about it, the more he liked it. Naruto and Sasuke might have terrifying strength, but they were still young and relatively inexperienced. Kabuto's extensive experience would complement them perfectly. Hiruzen's old eyes lit up. Orochimaru, that's brilliant. Kabuto suits them to a T. Let's do it. Orochimaru smiled happily. Certainly, sensei. Placing Kabuto among the participants would serve many purposes: gather intelligence on the new generation's top talent, glean information from other villages, and let him act on the fly for other objective es. Orochimaru left the Hokage's office very satisfied indeed. He wanted to gather as much intelligence as possible before the official start of the exams. Then, whenever his Eternal Chakra project no longer brought in enough profit, he could capitalize on other new ventures, selling valuable products across the shinobi world. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, First Stage of Chunin Exams. Although the ninjas from various villages participating in the Chunin exams had already arrived one after another in Konohagakure, a whole day passed quietly without any trouble stirring in the village. Night fell as the moon rose and the sun set. In Naruto and Sasuke's room, a swirling vortex like a dark red black hole suddenly appeared. At this hour, there was no way the two little ones would be asleep. They were definitely undergoing extra training. Under the guidance of a wooden clone of a Six Paths level ninja, it was practically impossible for their strength not to skyrocket. Seeing that familiar spatial portal, both Naruto and Sasuke got excited. When Senshi and Karin appeared, Naruto ran over immediately. Teacher Senshi, Karin. Hearing this, Karin corrected him, Naruto, I'm not Karin. You and Sasuke should be calling me Karin ne. Naruto nodded seriously, got it, Karin. I'll remember that, Karin. Karin, surprised face, is this kid really that dense? Or is he doing it on purpose? While Karin was thinking about that, Senshi, following local custom, patted Naruto and Sasuke on the head one by one. You've both worked very hard lately and finished plenty of missions. You can receive a reward from me. Once Senshi said that, Naruto and Sasuke were overjoyed. Naruto went to a nearby bookshelf, took out a notebook, and shouted, Teacher Senshi, during my missions, I earned a total of 20,460,000 RY. Sasuke likewise flipped open his own mission record notebook and said, Teacher Senshi, during my missions, I earned a total of 20,470,000 RY. Both little ones were members of Senshi's mercenary group, and whenever they reached 20 million RY, Senshi would earn 50% of that as employment points. Those points were enough for Senshi to do 20 lucky draws. From the resulting 20 items, he picked 2, one for Naruto and one for Sasuke. Without delay, he did 2 sets of 10 draws each. Senshi decided, the first item drawn would go to Naruto, and the second would go to Sasuke. Of course, if these 2 items or even all 20 didn't suit either Naruto or Sasuke, he could select more suitable items from his system inventory as their rewards. Begin drawing. Deducting 20,000 employment points. Drawing 20 times. Remaining points. 478,000. Congratulations on obtaining Passive Ability Disc, Steadfast X1, Tricolor Dango X1, Ichiraku Ramen X1, Sake X1, Woodfish Rice Ball X1, Senzu Bean X1, Bloodline Limit, 3 Tomo Sharingan X1. Senshi, confused face, he was astonished by these draws. Did Sasuke come here from the Kumagakuer? How old his luck be so bad? At least Naruto had drawn a trait learning disc. Sasuke had gotten nothing but a skewer of tricolor Dango. Fortunately, there was a guaranteed safety mechanism. If the items drawn were useless, he could exchange them for something good. Otherwise, it would have been a total joke. He handed the trait disc to Naruto and told him, "This is your prize from teacher." Then, if he were to just hand the tricolor Dango to Sasuke and say, "This is the reward you earned from grinding away at missions for half a year," that would absolutely send Sasuke's personality spiraling off in a new direction at least a few steps sooner than attack his plan. Still, Senshi actually came out ahead from the 20 draws. After giving it a bit of thought, Senshi took out the steadfast trait disc and gave it to Naruto. Then he said, "Naruto, your reward this time is a passive ninjutsu. It's called steadfast. Every time you're stunned or knocked senseless, this steadfast will flare up, giving you a boost of speed as well as an overall increase in your combat power." When Naruto heard this, his little head filled with question marks. Hey? A passive ninjutsu? That's a thing. He wasn't too well read. Was his teacher tricking him? From Sasuke's point of view, he could clearly see the shining silver disc melt into Naruto's body as if it were light, and his envy skyrocketed. After all, no matter how strong you are, a ninja could one day still face an enemy they can't handle. That's when Naruto's passive skill, steadfast, would activate. In Sasuke's view, that's extremely useful. It could ease one's fear, boost speed, and give a partial increase in overall ability. At that point, you could attack or escape, you might even pull off a miraculous comeback. Haven't you seen the great prize Naruto received? Sasuke looked forward to what he'd get from teacher Senshi. Senshi wasted no time, saying to Sasuke, "Here it's yours." Speaking as he handed Sasuke a skewer of tricolor Dango. Sasuke, confused face, Naruto, confused face, Karin, confused face. Sasuke was stunned. That's his reward, a skewer of Dango? Naruto was dumbfounded too. Why did Sasuke's prize turn out to be Dango? Karin couldn't help guessing, maybe Senshi accidentally gave him the wrong thing? Otherwise Sasuke seemed pretty pitiful. Luckily for Sasuke, that was just a false alarm. Right then, Senshi pulled out 3 more skewers of tricolor Dango, giving one each to Naruto and Karin, and keeping one for himself. While eating, he explained, "Sasuke, training the Sharingan from a single tomo onward, step by step, is too time consuming. So I'm just going to help you open the 3 tomo Sharingan all at once as a reward for your hard work on missions." Sasuke, confused face, Senshi's words filled Sasuke's head with questions. Training the Sharingan step by step is time consuming? But then, if you don't do it step by step, how are you supposed to awaken the eyes? And can you really just jump straight to 3 tomo? From the old records of the Uchiha clan, such a thing sounded impossible. While Sasuke was still confused, Karin nodded seriously and said, "Exactly, Sasuke. Slowly leveling up. The Sharingan is just too time consuming. My Sharingan started at that level from the beginning, so I saved a ton of time." When she finished, Karin directly opened her eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Naruto looked at that elaborate and mysterious design in Karin's eyes, then recalled Sasuke's single tomo Sharingan. Inwardly he thought, is that really the same type of eye? So overpowered. As Sasuke stared at Karin's eternal Mangeki, he began to question his entire worldview. Could the Uchiha clan's records be wrong? Maybe you're not supposed to train Tomo by Tomo. The real path is to open the Mangeki from the start? While Sasuke was in the middle of a breakdown, Senshi motioned for Karin to hold back any more surprises. Karin had nearly spilled the beans that a pure-blood Uchiha already had the eternal Mangeki. That kind of revelation would be psychologically crushing to a 10-year-old Uchiha. Then Senshi patted Sasuke on the shoulder and said, Karin's situation is special. For you to have 3 Tomo at age 10 is already very impressive. As he spoke, he lightly tapped Sasuke on the forehead. Using a spare set of 3 Tomo Sharingan, he raised Sasuke's eyes directly to 3 Tomo. If Karin weren't here, Sasuke could have bragged, I awakened 3 Tomo in both eyes by the time I was 10. What about you guys? But with Karin around, he had to tone it down. Even so, Sasuke was thrilled, his strength took a huge leap. By now, Naruto and Sasuke were more than ready to pass the Chunin exams. So Senshi decided not to teach them anything else or grant them any further cheat boosts. Besides, he had his own plans and needed to hold these 2 younglings back just a bit. Naruto, Sasuke, Senshi said, you've gained a big power-up, but as an outstanding ninja, you still need to study one more lesson in theory. This lesson is about learning to keep your own intel secret. For any ninja, revealing all of your abilities is extremely dangerous. Naruto, Sasuke, and Karin all nodded seriously. Karin, however, would soon realize that once they left here, Senshi would preach a different lesson to the others. Seeing that Naruto and Sasuke were listening intently, Senshi continued his gentle persuasion. That's why, in any situation, hiding your true power is the greatest triumph. As long as you can accomplish the mission, you must conceal the full extent of your abilities, ensuring you always have cards left to play. Even in the most extreme scenario, you won't be panicking helplessly with nothing left at your disposal. Naruto, hearing this, clapped his fists together with a determined expression, I guess I shouldn't casually use that super strong aura sphere jutsu. I'll keep it as a trump card. Sasuke nodded, just as serious, Teacher Senshi, I understand. From now on, unless it's absolutely necessary, I'll pretend I haven't awakened the Sharingan. That way, enemies who don't know my intel will completely underestimate me. Senshi was overjoyed. Sasuke had grasped the essence of it. Being able to open both eyes to 3 Tomo but acting like you haven't awakened them at all, that's genius. After reminding the 2 little ones, Senshi left with Karin. Once he got back to the gathering place for the Omegakure group, he took 5 more kids away to his room at once via Kama. Those 5 were all dumbfounded at being warped over so abruptly. Clearing his throat, Senshi said to Karin and the 5 children, Muzan and company, I've already explained the written test portion of the Chunin exams and all the other parts. But here's an extra note, after the written portion is over, once you enter the forest of death to hunt for the heaven and earth scrolls, do not hold back, give it everything you've got. As an outstanding ninja, you must remember even a lion uses its full strength to kill a rabbit. Don't worry about going overboard. In the exam, just do whatever it takes. However many other teams you can overpower, do it, don't leave room for mercy. The 5 Muzan kids were fine, they hadn't been taught that concealing your strength is the ultimate victory line of thought. Karin, though, was left completely confused. Karin, confused face, she had just learned an excellent ninja philosophy about hiding your power. Weren't they telling her something totally different now? But on second thought, she found this new lesson also kind of made sense. If you crush your Enemies with all you've got, you won't have to worry about a thing. Once Karan and the other 5 nodded seriously, Senshi felt reassured. Everything was set now, it was just a matter of waiting for the exam to begin. They didn't wait long. On the second day of their arrival in Konoha, the Chunin exams formally started. Teams from each village all entered the test site in an orderly fashion. From Omegakure, Karan and the other 5 also came in. The moment they arrived, Karan realized that there were a lot of weirdos in this exam room. Some were wrapped up like mummies, and others wore breathing masks as if Konoha's air was poisonous. That wasn't even the strangest sight. Karan noticed that the candidate on her left was squatting upside down on the ceiling like a spider, and the candidate on her right had countless little bugs crawling up and down his arms, bugs that would burrow into his body. Karan felt annoyed. Couldn't they arrange for 2 normal people to sit next to her? After most of the candidates filed in, a big middle-aged man in black walked into the classroom. He swept his sharp gaze across the room, then spoke in a cold, emotionless tone. The first part of the Chunin exams is a written test, and I am your proctor for this portion, Marino Ibiki. Ibiki's intimidating aura made more than a few examinees shiver in fear. The one perched on the ceiling obediently climbed down to sit, and the Aberame ninja playing with his insects also tucked his bugs away. Once all the candidates were paying attention, Ibiki continued, in this written test, there are 9 standard questions and 1 additional question. For every question you answer wrong, 1 point is deducted. If, across a 3-person team, the total points lost hit 10, the whole team is eliminated. In a 3-person squad, if even any member ends up with 0 points, the entire squad fails. We'll distribute each question in turn and allow a set time to answer. Once time's up, we move on to the next. He paused, then continued, also, if you're caught cheating more than 5 times, you'll be disqualified on the spot. A hush fell over the entire exam hall. The 6 kids from AIM, Karan and her group, were fine. They already knew exactly how this test worked. Others, however, were already nervous. The rules seemed a bit odd. But once They thought it through, they noticed that if you weren't sure about an answer, it was better to leave it blank and avoid losing points. On the other hand, if you felt certain, you should go for it. After all, if your squad could get at least 1 point, you wouldn't be disqualified. But what was that about cheating 5 times before disqualification? Could it be that cheating was actually allowed? If you weren't sure at all, maybe you could cheat without getting caught. They guessed mostly correctly. Meanwhile, the 6 from AIM knew for sure that among the examinees there were 2 undercover Chunin who held the correct answers. All they had to do was figure out how to copy those. When the test started, Karan dove in confidently, not because she studied like crazy and could do any question, but because she had her mind's eye of the Kagura technique. With it, she could read every tiny movement in the room, quickly identifying which 2 Chunin had the real answers and copying them. The 3 from Uzumaki Musen's group, though also Uzumaki clan members, had not awakened mind's eye of the Kagura. Still, they had their own ways. Uzumaki Lanyu had strong ninja fundamentals and believed he could answer most questions himself. Uzumaki Lanyu only needed to get 1 question right, and Karan had promised to slip her an answer. Indeed, just as Lanyu was thinking about that, her pen began to move by itself, writing out the correct response. Karan had deployed Killer Queen to control Lanyu's pen from a distance. As for Uzumaki Musen, he planned to hand in a blank paper, just to mess with Ibiki and show him a thing or two. Meanwhile, Raymond Yukika and Raymond Hayate were stunned that these problems were actually simpler than what they'd faced in AIM's academy. Though they were the weakest two in terms of compatibility among the six, academically they were top students, so they flew through the questions. Not far off, Kabuto found himself bored. These were just standard knowledge questions for genin, so to someone who'd spent years assisting Orochimaru, they were trivial. Elsewhere, Naruto's personal goal was to get at least one question right. Recently, teacher Senshi had taught him a lot about fundamental ninja knowledge. He was pretty confident he could do it. Least one. Seisuke, on the other hand, had already figured out the trick of this test. He simply opened his 3-tomo Sharingan and copied the handwriting of those two Chunin who had all the correct answers. Meanwhile, not far from Naruto and Sasuke, there was a seasoned test-taker Kabuto himself, but his two new teammates were proving to be quite a headache. Naruto sat there ages without picking up his pen, and Sasuke wrote so fast that it looked suspicious. To Kabuto, none of this was actually difficult, but he was worried they'd all fail if Naruto got 0 or Sasuke lost too many points. What on earth are they doing? I can't let them ruin Lord Orochimaru's plans. He wanted to help them cheat, but they sat too far away. All he could do was watch anxiously, hoping some twist of fate would let his team survive the first round. As long as they got through this part, the rest would be easy. But Naruto and Sasuke just kept upping the anxiety. Naruto stared at his paper, not writing a single word for the longest time, leaving the first several questions blank. Sasuke, on the other hand, scribbled madly. Kabuto suspected Sasuke wasn't even reading the questions, just blindly copying the two Chunin's motions. Kabuto, oh, oh. He was beside himself, worrying they'd get disqualified in the first round. Eventually, time ran out. Sasuke completed all 10 questions, while Naruto only filled in one. Something about water release that teacher Senshi had explained earlier. The proctor, Ibiki, and his assistants collected the papers and graded them swiftly. Soon, Ibiki was back at the front, holding several test sheets in his hand. They belonged to Uchiha Sasuke, Yakushi Kabuto, Raimon Yukika, Raimon Heiate Uzumaki Karin, Uzumaki Lanyu, Uzumaki Lanyu, and Uzumaki Muzan. 7 of them were perf CT scores, whether by real ability or by skillful cheating. But the real surprise was Uzumaki Muzan, the red-haired kid who submitted a blank paper for all 10 questions. Thanks to a hidden rule in the exam, Muzan also passed. Ibiki wasn't aware that Karin had secretly secured another perfect score for their team, ensuring they passed anyway. When Ibiki finished grading, he said, "Besides testing your fundamental knowledge, this written exam also measures your skill in intelligence gathering." All 10 of the SE questions were quite difficult, and within the room, 2 Chunin who knew the correct answers were actually filling them in. As he spoke, those 2 Chunin stood up, waving slightly to the crowd. Some examinees were shocked, so that was how you were Maya NT to pass. Others had already suspected. Ibiki then read out the names of those who passed. Afterward, a ninja from Iwagakure asked, "I watched that red-haired kid, Uzumaki Muzan, he didn't write a single correct word. How come he still passed?" All eyes fell on Ibiki, who answered coolly, "Because a ninja must understand this principle, no matter how dire the circumstances, you must never give up. Even if you can't answer a single question, as long as you never surrender, you pass." Uzumaki Muzan may not have answered anything, but he never turned in his paper early or left in frustration. That alone means he passes. Many examinees were speechless. That was a reason to pass? But some gained a new respect for Muzan. He was able to endure all the way to the end even with a blank sheet, whereas many People gave up after leaving several questions blank. That made Muzan the only one who passed. With a completely empty paper. At the back of the classroom, Kabuto was wiping the sweat off his brow. Naruto and Sasuke had really put him on edge, but in the end it was just a false alarm. Before the written exam had ended, the fourth Kazekage, Raza, had already gone to the Hokage's office to discuss something urgent with the third Hokage. Raza, upon seeing Hiruzen Sarutobi, said worriedly, "Lord Hokage, this situation is not what we expected." Hiruzen nodded. "That can't be helped. Most of the time, plans just can't keep pace with the changes that happen." But Raza cut straight to the point. "The reason we, Tsunagakure and Konohagakure, decided to hold this joint Chunin exam was to showcase the power of our two great villages to bolster our standing in the shinobi world and curtail the rapid growth of Kiri, Kumo, and some smaller villages. Yet this time, Kiri, Kumo, and Evniwa have sent some of their most promising young ninjas to take the exam as well. I fear that, for both Konoha and Suna, this might not turn out in our favor." He didn't like the possibility that this event, meant to glorify Suna and Konoha, could end up becoming a stage for someone else to shine. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 100 chapters ahead of others. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, Second Stage of Chunin Exams. Raza's concerns were something Hiruzen Sarutobi could understand. But he still reassured him, "Don't worry. This time our two villages are extremely well prepared. The other three villages barely had half a month to get ready before being forced to participate, so it'll be hard for them to put on any impressive performance." Although what Hiruzen said made sense, Raza was still deeply worried. His face full of anxiety, he said, "Too much is at stake in this Chunin exam, there's no room for mistakes." Lately, Kumagakure and Kirigakure have snatched away quite a few major clients. And not just them. Even smaller shinobi villages like Omegakure are showing strong competitiveness. If Konoha's and Tsunagakure ninjas perform worse than Kirigakure and Kumagakure in front of dignitaries and leaders from all over, the losses we'll suffer will be immeasurable. Raza couldn't understand why the third Hokage was so optimistic. After all, many people were arriving in Konoha for this exam. If this Chunin exam turned into a disaster for their two villages, the future would be even more difficulty. Hearing what Raza meant, Hiruzen understood completely. Noticing the worry on Raza's face, Hiruzen decided to give him a confidence boost. "Kazekage-sama, from the start of this Chunin exam, Konoha and Tsunagakure have already been in an unbeatable position." Raza, surprised face, "What? How come he wasn't aware that Tsunagakure was already in an unbeatable position?" While Raza was still puzzled, Hiruzen continued explaining. "Besides the written test, the Forest of Death Scroll stage, the preliminaries, and the final round all depend on pure strength. This time, both of our villages are sending our Jinchuriki. Kumagakure's Jinchuriki is too old to participate. Kirigakure has one Jinchuriki who's also too old, and as for their other tailed beast, according to the intelligence Konoha has gathered, they haven't yet sealed it into a Jinchuriki." Once Hiruzen finished speaking, Raza's expression brightened at once. Indeed. In this Chunin exam, the two villages' advantage was overwhelming. Apart from the written exam, the Jinchuriki of Tsunagakure, his youngest son Gaara, could practically sweep aside every other participant. Thinking of that, the deep frown on Raza's forehead began to ease. Hiruzen, of course, noticed that Raza's expression had relaxed. He also knew why Rasa suddenly felt so relieved. No doubt Raza believed that the Jinchuriki from Tsunagakure was invincible. All Hiruzen could think was that Raza was a bit too naive. However, he wouldn't say that out loud. Wearing an aged face and a kind smile, Hiruzen said, under these circumstances, the more people come to watch this Chunin exam, the better it is for Konoha and Tsunagakuer. Raza inclined his head slightly. You're exactly right, Hokage-sama. Kirigakuer, Kumigakuer, and even Uegakuer's ninjas will all come serve as background while Konoha and our Tsunagakuer show off our strength. Indeed, the more big players show up, the better it will be. As Hiruzen and Raza talked in the Hokage's office, Senshi's mantra still blanketed all of Konoha. Of course, he heard their entire conversation. He couldn't help chuckling. Yes, the more leaders from all forces in the ninja world come, the better. That'll allow me to more effectively promote the mercenary group and the Omegakure Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, the second stag-e of the Chunin exam had begun. Karin, Raimon Yukika, and Raimon Heiate siblings, Uzumaki Muzan, and all the other candidates who passed the written exam now gathered outside. A beautiful female ninja dressed in a dull yellow coat over fishnet gear appeared before the crowd. That beautiful kunoichi was Anko Mitarashi. Standing in front of everyone, she began her self-introduction and an explanation of the second stage of the exam. I am the proctor for the second stage, Anko Mitarashi. The second stage will take place in this forest behind me, what we call the Forest of Death. Now let me go over the rules of this part of the exam. Listen closely. While Anko spoke, all the ninjas listened attentively. This time, every one of the 5 great shinobi villages had sent elite ninjas to participate, so the competition was intense. In an unchanged storyline, Naruto and Sasuke wouldn't be taking the Chunin exam quite this soon. And that particular exam had only involved Konoha and Tsunagakuer. During the written exam in that older storyline, only 26 teams 78 ninjas passed. This time, however, not only are all 5 great villages participating, but many other well-known small and medium shinobi villages have come too. Consequently, at the end of the written exam, 65 teams 195 ninjas in total advanced, gathering outside the Forest of Death. Seeing everyone's focus on her, Anko continued, the time limit for the test in the Forest of Death is 5 days. After we begin, each team of 3 will be issued either a even scroll or an earth scroll. You must secure both a heaven and earth scroll and make it through the Forest of Death within the time limit to pass. Everyone else will be eliminated. Got it? When Anko finished speaking, the ninjas all nodded. The rules for the Forest of Death were simple. Keep hold of your team's scroll while finding and seizing the other scroll you need, then cross the forest by the deadline. Having explained, Anko did not waste time. She handed out heaven and earth scrolls to each team of 3. Once everyone had received their scroll, they entered the Forest of Death. Naruto, Sasuke, and their teammate Kabuto set off for the forest like everyone else. Not long after they entered, Sasuke said to Naruto, "Check which scroll we got." Naruto promptly looked. "We got a heaven scroll. That means we need a team with an earth scroll if we want to pass." Sasuke nodded slightly and began considering the best way to secure an earth scroll quickly. Just then, Kabuto spoke. "Before we go on, let me take charge of the heaven scroll." Naruto frowned. "Why should we give you the heaven scroll?" Kabuto was thinking, obviously because you 2 knuckleheads are completely unreliable. But instead he said, "I'm better at reconnaissance and defense, less so at direct combat. You 2 will have to put in the work to grab an earth scroll. I'm used to handling important items, so it's best if I keep the heaven scroll safe." After Kabuto finished, Naruto didn't hand it over right away. He glanced at Sasuke. "Sasuke, what do you think?" After a brief moment of thought, Sasuke nodded. Let's give the heaven scroll to Kabuto-senpai. 2. Get the earth scroll as fast as possible, both of us will have to fight. Since Sasuke agreed, Naruto could only hand over the scroll with a scowl. Then he turned to Sasuke. And, grinning, said, Sasuke. Let's see who can snag an earth scroll first, hey. Sasuke responded flatly, boring. Kabuto, listening, could only feel a headache coming on. Naruto, seeing Sasuke refuse to compete, wasn't about to give up. He pressed on with a cheeky grin. What's wrong, Sasuke? Don't tell me you're giving up without a fight. Sasuke threw him a casual glance. Naruto, I've told you before, don't say stupid things. Naruto shot back confidently, Sasuke, don't underestimate how much I've improved recently. Sasuke said calmly, Naruto, are you assuming I haven't improved as well? Naruto, Sasuke. Sasuke, Naruto. With that, they vanished in opposite directions. Kabuto, surprised face. The instant Naruto and Sasuke took off, Kabuto was left speechless. What the hell just happened? Those two idiots. They're far too reckless. If Naruto and Sasuke get taken out, then the three-man team of Team Inoshikacho, no, wait. That's not them. Team 7 plus Kabuto will fail the Forest of Death too. After briefly feeling sorry for himself, Kabuto decided to chase after Naruto, that hot-headed knucklehead. After all, Naruto acts first and thinks later, with zero regard for consequences. They're in the middle of the Chunin exam, and those two want to hold a contest to see who can get the Earth Scroll first. Elsewhere, Karin and the Raimon siblings Raimon Yukika and Raimon Hayate had also entered the Forest of Death. Raimon Yukika looked at the scroll they'd received, opened it, and said, we have an Earth Scroll. Next, we'll need a Heaven Scroll to pass the exam. Raimon Hayate thumped his chest. Leave it to me. I'll go grab a Heaven Scroll right now. Karin wagged her index finger with a grin. No, no, no. Lord Senshi said that in the Forest of Death, we need to give our training the fullest showcase. Raimon Yukika nodded. Captain, what do you have in mind? Raimon Hayate looked at Karin with the same question in his eyes, curious how she planned to show off T-Air training results. Karin had already thought it through. She smiled mischievously. We don't have to focus on searching for a team that has a Heaven Scroll. As we move through the forest, whichever team we run into, we'll take their scroll. If they see our OSSR path, that's their tough luck. Raimon Yukika, surprised face. Raimon Hayate, surprised face. The two siblings never expected Karin to be that aggressive. If they really do take out whoever they see, the Forest of Death will become a nightmare for everyone else. After all, the three of them are extremely powerful, easily capable of wiping out anyone who stands in their way. Karin will wipe them out, while the Raimon siblings provide the gaga. Meanwhile, Uzumaki Musen and his two teammates had also entered the Forest of Death at top speed. They, too, ended up with an Earth Scroll. As the three of them moved through the forest, Musen, who was quite the chatterbox, couldn't help speaking up. A bunch of other Omegakure ninjas came this time, not just us six. I though Ughite only. The six of us from AIM were coming. Lan Mu replied casually, Omegakure has been developing at a remarkable pace lately. There are plenty of ninjas who meet the requirements to be promoted to Chunin, so it's not just the six of us. He paused, THN added, but our six-man squad is the face of Omegakure right now. Through every stage of this exam, we have to give it our all. Hearing that, Lan Yu nodded firmly. Musen, however, sounded a bit distracted. I've got a suggestion. Before he could continue, Lan Yu and Lan Yu cut him off in unison. Shut it. No doubt they expected he was about to suggest some wacky idea. Muzan didn't mind, he was determined to have his say. How about we split up? At our level, we won't face much trouble even if we're alone, and we'd get more individual training that way. Lan Mu paused for a moment and then said, "That's a great idea. Don't bring it up again." In Lan Mu's eyes, since Lord Senshi had told them to go all out and not let their guard down, they couldn't afford the slightest slip. Each of them alone was indeed strong, but moving as a trio was safer and ensured a higher success rate. Muzan sighed. So boring. If only I were on the same team as Karin. You two are way too cautious. Senshi, still keeping tabs on everyone in the Forest of Death, couldn't help twitching at Muzan's comment. If Muzan is chaotic, Karin is on a whole other level of more chaotic. Putting them on the same team would practically blow up the entire Forest of Death. Even now, without Muzan, Karin's already planning to sow havoc throughout the forest. Not only Senshi but the 5 Cage were keeping a close eye on the forest as well. From these battles, they could assess roughly how strong the various squads really were. However, the Forest of Death was vast, and none of them had a mantra like Senshi. They could only observe partial areas, missing the bigger picture. By then, most teams in the forest had already begun trying to seize the scroll they needed. But a few teams were special, for instance, Gaara's team from Sunagakure. Gaara, Suna's Jinkraki, was extremely bloodthirsty. Any team that ran into him was quickly crushed. At that moment, a poor 3-man squad from Iwagakure found themselves blocked by Gaara. Unfortunately, they had no idea how terrifying he was. Gaara gave them no time to reconsider. He raised his right hand and said coldly, "Sand binding. Coffin." As he spoke, grains of sand rose from the soil. They moved as if alive and rapidly wrapped around the 3 IWA ninjas, binding them before they could react. Their scroll was yanked away by a claw-like formation of sand and delivered straight into Gaara's hand. Seeing that it was a heaven scroll yet again, Gaara wore a disappointed look. Temari suggested, "Gaara, don't kill them anymore. Let's move on." Kankuro kept silent. Although he was Gaara's older brother, Gaara never listened to him anyway. And indeed, Gaara paid no heed to Temari. Right after her words fell, he said icily, tightening his right hand, "Sand burial." Crack, crack, crack. The intense pressure within the sand reduced the 3 hapless IWA genin to nothing more than red paste. Not a scrap was left behind. After finishing them off, Gaara moved on without changing expression. So far, the 3 of them had run into 3 teams, but all had turned out to have heaven scrolls. Continuing forward, Gaara said in an aloof tone, "Seems like there's no one worth my attention in this exam." Temari shook her head. "You can't afford to underestimate them. The first 2 teams we ran into were from small villages. The last one was from Iwagakure, sure, but they weren't part of Iwagakure's elite squad, just some regular genin. We haven't seen any top teams yet." Gaara merely replied, "Makes no difference to me." Temari could only sigh in exasperation. At that moment, they encountered a 4th group. Kankuro looked at the other trio's forward protectors and said, "They're from Omegakure." Temari nodded. "Be careful. Although Omegakure used to be just a small hidden village, it changed drastically under Lord Senshi. That red-haired girl over there is Uzumaki Karin, Lord Senshi's young assistant. She wields the Uchiha clan's Sharingan. The 2 blue-haired ninja beside her are the Raimon siblings' talents from Omegakure's Ninja Academy. This is definitely one of the strongest squads they sent." On Karin's side, Raimon Yukika was also warning her teammates about Gaara's group. She looked warily at Gaara. That's Tsunagaku's Jinkriki, Gaara. Apparently, he can tap into the tailed beast's power. He's very dangerous. Karin just shook her head. He can use a tailed beast's power? That doesn't seem dangerous at all. From Karin's perspective, tailed beasts were quite well-behaved and tame creatures. The ones she kept sealed in her Kamui dimension Matatabi, 2 tails, and Seiken, 6 tails, were very docile, never giving her any trouble. Whenever she asked them to help her test new jutsu, they always cooperated. However, what Raymond Hayate said next made Karin more cautious. He leaned in and whispered, "Captain, look at those dark rings around his eyes. I saw the same thing on Lord Haydn once, and they said it came from days and nights of non-stop mission grinding. That means Tsunagaku's Jinkriki has racked up a lot of mission time." New fanfic available. 1. Journey to Godhood begins in Frieren. 2. Leading Hunter x Hunter to the top of the anime multiverse. 3. Judgment descends upon the ninja world. Please check it out. Patreon.com/Bleem. Currently you can read 200 plus chapters ahead of others. Chapter 126, Chapter 126, Terrible lost one after another. Karin listened and nodded seriously. If the opponent can simply use a tailed beast's power, that's no big deal. But if the opponent is a ninja who has insanely farmed missions to the point of having such severe dark circles, then he must be taken seriously. Other people might not understand how much a ninja can improve by furiously completing missions. But she has been at Senshi's side all along and knows better than anyone how much progress that kind of training brings. When a very serious look appeared on Karen's adorable little face, Senshi, who was watching through mantra, nearly burst out laughing. All he could say was that Raymond Hayate, who combined the worst personality traits of the warring State's twin legends, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, was really something else. That wild analysis just now totally fooled Karin. In truth, Gaara's dark circles are obviously because the tailed beast in his heart went out of control. So he's afraid to sleep. Still, Senshi was a bit curious about how Karin, once she got serious, would fare in a fight with Gaara. Once Karin learned that Gaara might be a powerful ninja who had grown quickly by farming missions, she abandoned sportsmanship and gave the kill order, preparing to crush Gaara. At the same time, her hidden Susanoo immediately began to change. On the pink Susanoo skeleton, flesh appeared in an instant, then, at a speed visible to the naked eye, 2 arms emerged. That wasn't all. Armor appeared on the giant's body, and a great sword materialized in its hand. Obviously, Karin was taking Gaara very seriously and went straight to the 4th stage of Susanoo. When a pink mecha appeared in the forest of death, the powerful ninja spectators scattered throughout the forest, as well as the 5 cage were all astonished. Especially the many ninja from Konoha, who were momentarily stunned. They all recognized it as the unique jutsu of the once prestigious Uchiha clan of Konoha. Nowadays, even though Konoha still has one surviving Uchiha, he can't possibly pull off a technique of this caliber. Gaara was rather surprised by Karin's jutsu. He had only encountered Genin, who started a fight by throwing shuriken at him, so how did it suddenly escalate to firing up a giant mecha once he got to Karin? Not only that, he was now getting an intense sense of danger from her. Hurriedly, he tossed aside the gourd tool on his back. Meanwhile, not far away, Killer Queen pressed the second nuclei of her right-hand index finger, detonating an explosive. A moment earlier, when Karin activated the 4th stage of Susanoo, Killer Queen had snuck behind Gaara and touched his gourd tool, turning it into a bomb. So, when Gaara threw his gourd tool, Temari and Kankuro were confused. Did Gaara learn some new technique? Boom! The next moment, the gourd tool Gaara had tossed exploded violently. Temari and Kankuro were utterly bewildered. Did their little brother really learn some new jutsu? But they quickly dismissed that idea because Gaara, while carefully surveying the area, said icily, "That kid has a very unusual jutsu that seems to be able to detonate ninja tools. Step back. I may have to release that monster." Both Temari and Kankuro were shocked. By that monster, Gaara obviously meant the one-tailed Shikaku of Tsunagakuer. They had never thought that even Gaara would be forced to bring out the tailed beast when facing Karin. After some thought, Temari still gave Gaara a warning, "That person is a very dangerous ninja. Try not to kill Uzumaki Karin, or it could cause trouble." Although some distance separated them, Karin had mind's eye of the Kagura and heard Temari's conversation with Gaara. Karin, surprised face, hearing Temari urge Gaara not to kill her mad Karin suck in a breath of cold air. The adorable look on her little face grew even more serious. Her bright eyes also revealed a trace of fear. As expected of Gaara, just like Senshi, he gained power so quickly through mission farming that he's as terrifying as Sith himself. If that's the case, she can't afford to hold back. Seated in the brow of Susanoo, Karin quietly put away Susanoo's sword and then used its trump card Kamui Shuriken. Opposite her, Gaara wasted no time. He directly used his fake sleep P technique to awaken the one-tailed Shikaku. The other side had already summoned a mecha to fight him. Of course, he wouldn't just use normal ninjutsu. Just a few minutes earlier, Shikaku, Matatabi, the two tails, and Seiken, the six tails, were having a meeting in the tailed beast space. Shikaku boasted loudly, "Number 2, number 6, you two losers, I've run into that red-haired bastard you told me about." Hearing this, Matatabi giggled. "Shikaku, which red-haired bastard did you meet?" "The big one, or the little one?" Shikaku replied without hesitation, "Right now I'm dealing with the little red-haired bastard. But don't worry, once your Lord Shikaku has that brat crying for his mom, I'll go take care of the bigger one." Seiken, lifting a paw in salute, said, "Shikaku, I, Seiken, salute you as the bravest." Too lazy to listen to the flattery, Shikaku said, "Enough nonsense. I'm going out to handle that little red-haired brat." Shikaku's roar reverberated in the tailed beast space. Then came a rumbling crash. In the forest of death, a giant tailed beast with a sandy brown body resembling a tanuki suddenly appeared. Its size was like a small mountain, even the tall forest trees looked tiny next to it. Shikaku glanced at the fourth stage Susanoo Acro's S from it, totally unconcerned. He was about to fire a wind bullet to warm up. He had no clue how serious the situation really was, because Kamui Shuriken could slice off even the arm of a tailed beast transformed Kagaya Otsutsuki. Faced off in the forest of death, the massive tailed beast and the pink Susanoo immediately drew everyone's attention. All around, people were astonished that such a high-level clash was happening so soon after the Forest of Death trial began. Plus, is this really the kind of battle that should occur among genin? When did genin become this strong? Back in the forest, Shikaku took one look at Karin in the brow of the Susanoo giant, sneered, and opened his jaws wide. A white wind bullet rapidly gathered in its mouth. At first, it was only the size of a wash basin, but within moments, it swelled to dozens of times that size. Inside the pink Susanoo, Karin had no idea what was going on with Gaara using the fake sleep technique. Still, she had already brought out Susanoo's special weapons and complementary ninjutsu. Under her control, the Susanoo giant crossed its arms in front of its body. Each hand wielded a shuriken with a distinctive shape. In the next instant, both Shikaku and Karin attacked almost simultaneously. Wind bullet. Kamui Shuriken. A number of powerful ninja from various factions were watching, so they all witnessed a jaw-dropping sight. Whish! The two Kamui shuriken hurled by the Susanoo giant shot through the air, colliding head-on with Shikaku's wind bullet. In a flash, the wind bullet was shredded like rotting wood. Then, without losing momentum, the shuriken slashed right across Shikaku's colossal body. Roar! Shikaku bellowed in agony, his roar shaking the heavens and the earth. Wherever the Kamui shuriken swept through, the part of his chakra body they touched vanished completely. After just that one exchange, Shikaku looked up toward Karin in the Susanoo's brow. Eye contact was made, and Shikaku recognized at once that he was up against someone he couldn't beat. Eru! Eru! Even as he howled, Karin flung two more Kamui shuriken. They terrified Shikaku. His prized wind bullet was worthless against them, and his tailed beast form offered no protection. He wasn't weak, he was just totally countered by her. There was no way to keep fighting that red-haired menace. Shikaku turned and ran without hesitation. Karin blinked in surprise. She hadn't expected the tailed beast to flee after such a brief exchange. She didn't waste time, though. She summoned the giant sword again and took off after Shikaku. Hiruzen Sarutobi, surprised face, Raza, surprised face, Meiterumi, surprised face, Onaki, surprised face, surprised face. Even the 5 watching from different parts of the Forest of Death froze in shock. They could understand if Karin old used Susanoo to stand her ground against a tailed beast in its jinkriki. But for her to chase after them and lay into them with Susanoo was downright hair-raising. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, looked extremely grim at that moment. Tsunagakure and Kono Agakure had hosted this Chunin exam hoping to show off, not to be humiliated. Yet here was their tailed beast and jinkriki being chased and beaten by an AIM ninja. What a disgrace! Meanwhile, Karin pursued Shikaku a short distance, then stopped. She grabbed an enormous boulder, moved it in front of Killer Queen for a touch, and then hurled it toward Shikaku. Because Killer Queen's touch had turned it into a bomb, it exploded spectacularly once it landed. Boom! A thunderous blast echoed, and a massive fireball shot into the sky. Shikaku howled in pain once again. That fight with Karin had finally shut him down. All over the Forest of Death, elite ninja who saw this happen were left speechless. The tailed beast and its jinkriki from Tsunagakure got beaten up by a ninja from AIM. At the same time, in the tailed beast space, Matatabi and Seiken were waiting for Shikaku to reappear. After a bit, Matatabi couldn't help asking, "Number 6, it's about time, isn't it? Why isn't Shikaku back yet?" Seiken though for a moment. "I don't know if that little red-haired brat can handle Shikaku, but if Shikaku beat that brat, he'd definitely provoke the bigger one to show up. Maybe Shikaku's in the middle of that right now." Matatabi nodded. "I guess it won't be long before he comes to hang out with us." Ha 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 ha. Matatabi's words made Seiken laugh wildly, filling the tailed beast space with a cheerful atmosphere. Soon, Seiken started calling for him, "Hey, Shikaku! Didn't you say you'd make the little red-haired brat scream for mercy? Why so quiet now?" Matatabi joined in. "Shikaku, come on out. Don't pretend you can't hear us." Shikaku, of course, could hear them perfectly, but he refused to show up. He had talked a big game but got smacked down by Karin, losing all dignity. It wasn't that he was weak, it was simply a terrible matchup. Back in the Forest of Death, the rumblings of Karin's fight with Shikaku drew attention from many ninjas in the exam including Naruto and Suzuki. Suzuki gazed toward the area where Karin's Susanoo had vanished, feeling a bit uneasy. He now knew that if his 3 Tomo Sharingan advanced further, he would also be able to wield power like that. Recalling how his single Tomo Sharingan had reached 3 Tomo, Sasuke realized that evolving a Sharingan by normal means was difficult. But if he completed enough missions, maybe he could earn a reward from Senshi that would let him evolve his Sharingan again. With this in mind, Sasuke was eager for the Chunin exam to end so he could go back to doing missions. Right at that moment, however, a ninja Sasuke recognized from the village appeared nearby, a bushy-browed, bowl-cut fellow in a green leotard. This was Rock Lee. After learning that Naruto and Sasuke were prodigies who'd graduated early from the ninja academy, Lee had been longing to challenge them. He couldn't use ninjutsu or genjutsu, all he had was taijutsu and effort. But he wanted to prove that with enough dedication, even someone who can't use ninjutsu or genjutsu can surpass geniuses like Naruto and Sasuke. Originally, he planned to challenge them before the written exam. However, Naruto and Sasuke arrived almost at the last second to the test venue, because they were busy farming, so Lee never got the chance to fight them. Once inside the forest of death, he'd been searching everywhere for them. At last, persistence paid off. He found one of the 2 geniuses. Seeing Sasuke, Lee couldn't stop himself from asking, "Sasuke, why did you and Naruto wait until right before the written exam started to appear in the testing hall?" Sasuke replied carelessly, "What does that have to do with you?" Lee answered earnestly, "It has everything to do with me. I want to defeat you 2 geniuses who graduated early, to prove that I'm the strongest genin in Konoha." When Lee finished, Sasuke just sneered, "How boring." He felt that certain aspects of Lee were similar to Naruto. Both had a sense of self-importance and thought they could beat him. At the moment, Sasuke didn't want to waste time fighting Lee. He intended to leave and meet up with Naruto. "Wait, aren't you brave enough to accept my challenge?" Lee asked in disappointment, seeing that Sasuke was leaving. Sasuke looked away and said, "I have other things to do. I'm not interested in a pointless duel." But Lee wasn't about to let Sasuke leave. Whoosh! In a flash, he used his excellent taijutsu skills to launch an attack on Sasuke. He was fast, but Sasuke was no slouch either. When Lee's punch came flying at him, Sasuke used the body flicker technique to evade and quickly put some distance between them. Sasuke eyed him coldly. Lee's initial strike had been swift, catching him by surprise. "This guy is so fast. Among my peers in Konoha, besides Naruto, he's the quickest I've seen," Sasuke mused. Lee, having tested Sasuke's skills, continued, "As I said, I want to challenge you and Naruto." Sasuke just scoffed. "If I were you, I wouldn't bother doing something so masochistic." Lee bristled. "Then why don't you defeat me first before talking big?" As soon as he said this, Lee rushed in even faster. Though Sasuke was impressed by Lee's speed, he wasn't overly concerned. Thanks to Senshi's wood clone training, Sasuke had also mastered nintaijutsu. Lee couldn't possibly be faster than Lightning Release Enhanced Taijutsu. Bzzzt, bzzzt. Lightning crackled around Sasuke, arcing across his body in anticipation. Leaf Whirlwind. As Lee dashed in, he delivered a fierce kick aimed at Sasuke's head. Whoosh! In a flash of lightning, Sasuke vanished from Lee's sight. "He's gone!" Lee cried. Sasuke's speed amazed him, but he responded quickly, preparing another strike. Leaf Gale. He ducked low, trying to evade Sasuke's counterattack while also sweeping Sasuke's legs to break his balance. Then he could use Leaf Rising Wind to kick Sasuke high into the air. But halfway through his move, Lee took a sudden blow. Sasuke kicked him with lightning-backed force, sending him flying sideways. Lee flipped backward several times, dispersing the impact and opening the gap between them again. Now watching Sasuke with a serious expression, Lee thought, as expected of a genius who graduated early. He's incredibly fast and has amazing combat instincts. But that's what makes this a real expression of youth. Revved up, Lee considered getting more serious. Then he recalled what Guy-sensei had told him, he must not use the 8 gates lightly. That left him conflicted. If he opened the 8 gates, he was sure he could defeat Sasuke. But this was still just the preliminary, not to mention the final round. He should keep his trump card under wraps for now, just as Guy-sensei advised. So Lee said to Sasuke, "You really are strong. If I don't give it my all, I won't be able to beat you. But I'll save that for the finals. In the end, I'm going to prove that with enough hard work, anyone can surpass a genius." With that, he vanished in an instant, leaving Sasuke behind. Watching Lee's departure, Sasuke muttered, "What a waste of time." He remembered that Senshi always told him that hiding your strength is the surest route to victory. In that brief fight, he hadn't used plenty of techniques that would have shut down Lee's hard work. Beats genius delusions on the spot. "Sasuke, what are you doing over here?" Naruto's voice rang out as he and Kabuto arrived. Seeing them, Sasuke replied casually, "I just had a pointless little fight." Surprised, Naruto asked, "So you ran into somebody?" Sasuke nodded. "Yes, someone we've seen around the village before. That ninja with the green training suit." Recognizing the person, Kabuto felt a bit uneasy. Naruto and Sasuke never did things by the book. And the Forest of Death is normally a trial that hinges on teamwork. Yet these two had gone off on their own immediately, and Sasuke had even gotten into a fight. Confirming Sasuke was okay, Kabuto said, "All right. From now on, no more operating alone." He turned to Naruto. "Hand me the earth scroll you grabbed earlier, and we can head straight out of the Forest of Death." Naruto nodded, bulletin as he reached for it. He was stunned to find the earth scroll missing. Kabuto wasn't worried at first, but after seeing Naruto rummage around and come up empty-handed, he was struck dumb. They had snagged that earth scroll just 10 minutes ago. How in the world had Naruto lost it so fast? Naruto fumbled a bit more, then scratched his head and said sheepishly, Kabuto-senpai. I can't find it. I must have dropped it on our way here. Let's head back and look for it." Kabuto felt dizzy. Naruto had truly outdone himself this time. He'd lost the scroll in under 10 minutes. He was grateful he'd taken the team's heaven scroll from Naruto right at the start. Otherwise, Naruto might have lost that, too, and they would have had to scramble to steal another pair of scrolls. With no choice, they retraced their steps and tried to find Naruto's lost earth scroll. But it was nowhere to be found. They did, however, run into Gaara, Temari, and Kankuro. Gaara had been roughed up by Karin not long ago and was still injured, which left him in a horrible mood. When he saw Naruto's group, his voice was icy, "Hand over your scrolls if you don't want to die." Naruto shot back, "It's you who should be handing over your scrolls." Naruto and Sasuke didn't know much about Gaara's background, but Kabuto knew exactly who he was dealing with. Realizing they had stumbled into the Sans Jinkriki, Kabuto quickly tried to pull them away. "He's a top-tier ninja from Tsunagakure. We shouldn't try to fight them head-on. Let's retreat and find an easier team to rob." It was sensible advice, but Naruto and Sasuke weren't going to listen. Gaara also wasted no time. He attacked immediately. Sand-binding coffin. With a wave of Gaara's hand, waves of sand swirled toward Naruto's team, hoping to entomb them. But all three avoided it with ease, leaving Gaara's jutsu grasping at air. Seeing Gaara go on the offensive, Naruto and Sasuke fought back without hesitation. Temari and Kankuro were startled, they stepped in to help Gaara. Naruto and Sasuke, both quite brash, rushed headlong at Gaara. Kabuto cursed silently. He wanted nothing to do with a direct confrontation against Suna's Jinchuriki. But since Naruto and Sasuke refused to withdraw, and Gaara showed no sign of letting up, Kabuto had little choice but to engage Temari and Kankuro to keep them off the two hotheads. To the siblings' shock, Naruto and Sasuke weren't at a disadvantage against Gaara at all. Temari and Kankuro realized that Gaara, despite his earlier loss to Karin, should still have had enough strength to handle almost any other genin. Yet Naruto and Sasuke were coming on strong. Before long, Sasuke made quick work of Temari, and Kabuto dispatched Kankuro. Gaara struggled just holding off Naruto. Seeing that Sasuke and Kabuto were now free to join in, he quickly lost ground. Naruto, annoyed that his fight with Gaara hadn't ended sooner, gathered a pitch-black orb in front of him. Aura Sphere. Sasuke saw Naruto forming the Aura Sphere and gathered crackling blue electricity in his own hand. Thunder Punch. Sensing danger, Gaara frantically raised both arms and moved the surrounding sand to form a barrier. Sand Shield. The swirling sand converged around him, blocking Naruto's Aura Sphere with difficulty, but cracking under he impact. Before Gaara could generate more sand, Sasuke's Thunder Punch shattered the already damaged barrier. He landed a direct hit, but Gaara's sand armor prevented any real injury, leaving just cracks on the armor's surface. Still, facing both Naruto and Sasuke at once was clearly too much for Gaara right now, especially with Kabuto eyeing him as well. With no other choice, Gaara used his sand to grab Temari and Kankuro, then pulled back. "Hand over your scroll first," Naruto shouted, not wanting to let them escape. Gaara responded by creating a giant claw of sand that took a swipe at Naruto. Aura Sphere. Naruto blasted the claw to pieces, but it bought Gaara just enough time to retreat with his siblings. Some distance away, Gaara halted. Temari, still shaken, asked worriedly, "Are you all right, Gaara?" Kankuro was also anxiously watching him. Gaara was panting heavily. His previous fight with Karin had already taken a toll, and though he hadn't sustained fresh injuries here, the back-to-back battles had drained his chakra. Most of all, losing twice in a row left him deeply frustrated. Early on, this forest of death trial had gone well enough, but then, without warning, they ran into two terrifying teams in a row. Gaara's voice was grim, "We'll rest a bit and then move on." Temari nodded and, after a moment's hesitation, tried to advise him, "We only need to pass the trial, right? Let's not go out of our way to pick fights. All 5 great nations have sent strong candidates. There are bound to be other tough opponents out there." But Gaara cut her off with a cold glare, ending the conversation. After half an hour of rest, the three moved on again. Temari and Kankuro were still hesitant, wanting to find an easy target and breeze through the forest of DH. But to their surprise, Gaara suddenly said, "I've changed my mind. There's no need to keep fighting. Everyone here. Once the prelims and finals start, I can kill to my heart's content." Though Gaara's desire to kill to his heart's content still made THM nervous, at least they'd get out of this forest mess for now. They continued onward until stopping yet again. The 3 figures facing them this time made Temari and Kankuro tense up. Temari whispered, "Careful. Another 3 wearing those black cloaks with red clouds, probably elite ninja from AIM." Kankuro nodded. "Let's find another target. AIM is different now." Yet Gaara refused to back down. He might have lost to Karin and to Naruto plus Sasuke, but surely he could beat these 3 nobodies. He refused to believe that as a one-tail Jinchuriki in the Chunin exam, he'd keep getting thrashed. Gaara glared at the three rain ninja Uzumaki Muzan, Lanyu, and Lanwu and said icily, "Hand over your scrolls and get lost if you don't want to die." Muzan, surprised face. Lanyu, surprised face. Lanwu, surprised face. New fanfic available. 1. Journey to Godhood begins in Frieren. 2. Leading Hunter x Hunter to the top of the anime multiverse. 3. Judgment descends upon the ninja world. Please check it out. Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Deal with the Hokage and the Kazekage. Muzan and his two teammates did not know Gaara. However, in the Forest of Death, they had already fought against many Oth-er ninja. From those battles, they concluded that the ninja participating in this Chunin exam were far weaker than Karin and the others they had previously sparred with. They had made it all the way here without encountering a single worthy opponent. Seeing Gaara's arrogance, Muzan decided not to hold back. He spoke directly to Lanyu and Lanwu, "Take their scroll." Lanyu and Lanwu nodded and moved into action alongside Muzan. When Gaara saw the three of them actually dare to face him in battle, a killing intent surged within him. Swish! Under his control, three huge sand claws suddenly came crashing down on Muzan's trio. Ice release, ice rock dome of magnificent nothingness. Lanwu quickly formed hand seals, creating a massive ice dome to shield Muzan, Lanyu, and herself. Boom! 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 The three giant sand claws slammed onto the ice dome, shattering it into pieces. Muzan and the others remained unharmed. Without any hesitation, the three advanced toward Gaara's team. Upon seeing Lanwu use ice release, Temari frowned. An ice release user with a Kekii Genkai. Just as she finished speaking, she witnessed a scene that made her scalp tingle. Muzan and Lanyu both quickly formed hand seals and unleashed their jutsu. Wood release, Great Forest Technique. Storm release, Laser Circus. Muzan's right arm instantly transformed into numerous wooden tendrils, surging forward to violently constrict Gaara. Meanwhile, a torrent of lightning-like water erupted from Lanyu's palm, fully engulfing Gaara. Realizing these three possessed Kekii Genkai, Gaara no longer tried to fight head-on. Especially now that Shikaku, ever since being struck by Karen's Kamui Shuriken, had developed a psychological trauma and was reluctant to come out. Gaara ended up running away again with Temari and Kankuro. After losing them, he was inwardly distraught. So much for being the ultimate weapon. Why am I staying awake all night if not for this? I am the one-tailed Jinchuriki of the sand, yet I've suffered 3 losses in a row. Temari and Kankuro also felt defeated. Before coming to the exam, they believed they would rampage unopposed. But now, they had run into 3 waves of powerful enemies during the Chunin exam ninja with special techniques, monstrously strong, impossible to defeat no matter how they tried. Little did Gaara's team know, their luck had simply been terrible. They had run into the 3 most fearsome teams in this entire exam. With Gaara's team so unlucky, others naturally had relatively better luck. As time passed, more than 10 teams had already collected both Heaven and Earth scrolls and started racing across the Forest of Death. Gaara's luck eventually stopped being so wretched, too. After all, they had already weathered every storm of this exam. Soon, they also managed to gather complete Heaven and Earth scrolls. From the very start of the Forest of Death, Kabuto had been troubled, and he still was. His 3-man squad had also obtained a full set of scrolls by now. But Naruto and Sasuke continued to be a handful. They were saying that because they were usually busy doing missions, they didn't have time to spar against powerful ninja. Now that elites from the 5 great shinobi villages and various medium and small villages had gathered, they wanted to seize this rare opportunity for real combat. So after giving Kabuto their Heaven and Earth scrolls for safekeeping, Naruto and Sasuke each went off to find other ninja to battle. Not far behind Naruto, Kabuto followed, fists clenched. He dearly wished he could knock both Naruto and Sasuke unconscious and haul them to the exit. But fortunately, Naruto and Sasuke were both extremely strong, so there was basically no danger of them losing. Trailing behind Naruto, Kabuto had watched as Naruto, single-handed, swept through several 3-man teams. Elsewhere, Sasuke came face to face with Muzan, Lanyu, and Lan Yu. Earlier, 2 Omegakure 3-man squads had surrounded a Konoha 3-man team, trying to steal their scrolls. Upon seeing this, Sasuke decisively stepped in to help, thrashing the 2 AIM squads. Muzan and his group, spotting the AIM ninja being robbed of their scrolls, also decided to intervene. That ultimately led to Sasuke clashing with Muzan's trio. But when Sasuke saw that they were wearing red cloud uniforms, he hesitated, reluctant to fight. He figured the trio must have some special connection to his teacher, Senshi-sensei, because not only did they wear the signature red cloud attire, they also had the trademark red hair of the Uzumaki clan, making them Senshi's clansmen. Though Sasuke didn't want to fight them, Muzan seemed very interested in Sasuke. "Hey there, Konoha guy, you're pretty strong, beating 2 Omegakure squads on your own. But let me see what you've really got." As Muzan spoke, he attacked Sasuke without waiting for a response. Since Muzan had struck first, Sasuke could no longer hold back. Buzz! His Sharingan spun with 3 tomo, and lightning release chakra erupted all around him. Sensing Sasuke's formidable power enough to take down 2 squads by himself, Lanyu and Lanyu leaped into battle. As strong as Muzan was, he might not be able to handle Sasuke alone. Wood release, Great Forest Technique. Storm release, Laser Circus. Ice release, Myriad Flowers of Ice. Sasuke, surprised face. Once the 3 attacked together, Sasuke was taken aback. Muzan had just challenged him to show his full strength, but as soon as the fight started, it became 3 against -1. How was that fair? At least let him bring that dope, Naruto, over to help. Although Sasuke was powerful, 4 hands are better than 2, and even a fierce tiger cannot hold off a pack of wolves. One-on-one, any of these 3 might not be able to handle Sasuke alone. But having to fight 3 Kekii Genkai users at once? That was way too much. Moreover, Muzan's ability was none other than wood release, famed as the first Hokage's specialty. Sasuke could meet Muzan's wood release head-on with his lightning-charged fists, but Lanyu's storm release and Lanyu's ice release made the fight extremely difficult. Under their combined assault, even escaping was tough. Just as Sasuke was in trouble, a swirl of transparent ripples appeared in front of him, and Karen's figure emerged. Relieved, Sasuke realized he was saved. He now had BAC Cup. Even one reliable ally would be enough to turn the tables against Muzan's trio. Neither Sasuke nor Karen knew that due to Senshi's interference, the entire timeline had changed drastically. In the original scenario, it should have been Karen who was hazed across the forest by a bear, only for Sasuke to rescue her. This time, however, it was Sasuke who got surrounded by Muzan's group and fell into a disadvantage, leading to Karen's timely appearance. Seeing Karen, Sasuke quickly said, "Karen, can we team up?" Meanwhile, Muzan's trio greeted her politely, "Karen-sama, you're here." If there were no outsiders around, they would have just called her Karen, but clearly Sasuke was an outsider. After both sides greeted each other, Karen motioned for them to lower their voices and said quietly, Stop fighting. We're all on the same side. But this is classified information, so don't let others know. Sasuke, surprised face. Musen's trio, surprised face. Hearing Kairin's words, the four of them froze in place. They had spent so much time brawling, only to find out they were on the same side all along. If only Lord, Teacher, Senshi had set up some kind of code phrase, we could have avoided all this. After Karin arrived, Sasuke left the area to regroup with Naruto and Kabuto. In fairness, Musen's trio also withdrew, leaving the Konoha team and AIM Ninja behind to contest the scrolls themselves. Following Sasuke's skirmish with Musen's team, the Forest of Death trial gradually drew to a close. Before long, the second stage of the Chunin exams, the Forest of Death trial, ended. Of the 65 squads who entered, only 24 remained, meaning 72 ninja in total successfully passed. After the trial, Konoha gave these 72 ninja a day of rest. Then, one day later, the preliminaries for the third stage of the Chunin exams would officially begin. The preliminaries were in a one-on-one format, with 72 fighters split into pairs. The winner of each matchup, 36 in total, would advance to the finals 2 weeks later. Since it was a single elimination format regardless of pairing, luck suddenly mattered a great deal. If anyone were unlucky enough to face Karin and others like her, their best option might be to surrender immediately and try again next time. Likewise, meeting someone whose techniques directly counter yours could make victory very difficult. As soon as the Forest of Death trial ended, the leaders of the 5 great shinobi nations and other factions began discussing everyone's performance in the forest. All sorts of intel regarding the participating ninja soon reached the upper echelons of these villages and factions. Many learned just how fearsome the kunoichi called Uzumaki Karin truly was. Beyond that, they also discovered that Kairin's 2 teammates were similarly formidable. From the latest reports, those 2 were named Raimon Yukika and Raimon Hayate, from Amegakure's Ninja Academy. Based on statements from ninja who had fought them, both were definitely among the top 10 strongest of the nearly 200 participants in this exam. So, when the Forest of Death trial ended, some people celebrated while others could only sigh. Senshi, however, was very pleased with how Kairin's team of 6 had performed. All 6 of them had done admirably well in the forest, so he took them out for a yakiniku fast. Meanwhile, Konoha's and Tsunagakure's high officials were rather worried, each holding high-level meetings to figure out what to do. Senshi and his group, in contrast, were relaxing over grilled meat. Karin was actually displeased that Senshi wanted to treat them to yakiniku. After all, in her eyes, the food she cooked was the most delicious of all, so why did Senshi keep going out to eat? She raised her head and suggested, Senshi, how about we skip the barbecue place and go have a cookout in the woods? I've learned a lot of new recipes. Senshi declined on the spot. No way. Konoha's barbecue places have a unique style, and since we've got time, we have to try them. Deep down, Senshi thought, we still have the preliminaries and finals. If I let Karin cook and end up poisoning these 5 kids, what would happen then? Even the strongest ship can sink from a leak within. Shikaku couldn't bring them down, but Kairin's cooking might capsize the whole crew. While Senshi amused himself with these thoughts, he led his team to a yakiniku restaurant in the village. As they enjoyed their meal, Raza and Tsunagaku higher-ups were on pins and needles. Most people already knew about the major stir caused by Kairin's fight with Gaara, though many didn't realize Gaara had then gone on to lose twice more, making it a 3-loss streak. If nothing was done before the preliminaries, it would end up with Konoha and Tsunagaku setting the stage while Amegakure stole the show. That was clearly unacceptable. Raza decided to meet Sarutobi Hiruzen that very night to discuss a plan. On the Iwagakure side, Onaki stood by a window with his hands behind his back, while Akatsuki and Kuratsuka silently stood at his side. After a long while, Onaki sighed, saying, "Iwagakure's development speed is truly frightening. Their ability to foster this new generation of ninja is even more astounding. From now on, Iwagakure must pay closer attention to them." Compared to Konoha, Suna, and Iwa, the upper echelons of Kumo and Kiri seemed much calmer. Those two villages had close ties to Senshi, and they already knew Karin was formidable. They simply hadn't expected her to be this strong enough, in fact, to chase down the one-tail Jinchuriki. Night soon came, and on the rooftop of the Hokage residence, two figures appeared. One was the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The other was the fourth Kazekage, Raza. Both men wore grim expressions. Even though their villages boasted powerful Jinchuriki, the situation in the exam was worrying. Turn ing to the third Hokage with a heavy look, Raza asked, "Lord Hokage, does Konoha have any ideas about our present situation?" Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and asked in return, "Does Tsunagakure have any plan?" Raza sighed. "We held a meeting, but no effective solutions emerged." A similar look of resignation crossed Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. "It's the same on our side. Those kids from Iwagakure aren't just relying on Uzumaki Karin, her teammates are hardly pushovers. Before the finals start, we have to find a way to address this. If we fail, Iwagakure will become the biggest winner, and both Konoha and Tsunagakure will be relegated to mere supporting roles." Raza understood perfectly well, but at the moment, Suna had no plan. Realizing Konoha was also stuck, Raza said, "Since neither of our villages has a solution right now, I'll return and continue discussing with the higher-ups in Tsunagakure." Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded lightly and watched him depart. Once Raza was gone, a sharp gleam flashed in the old Hokage's eyes. "Raza, it's not that both of us have no solutions, it's just that Tsunagakure doesn't have one. Only one village can come out on top here, and that must be Konoha." Indeed, Konoha did have a way to handle things. They had been gathering intelligence on Senshi for quite some time, aware that his wood clone was taking missions off the black market in the land of fire. With sufficient background on Senshi, it wouldn't be difficult to arrange a solution. All they had to do was commission Senshi to tell his Iwagakure students to play along when facing Konoha's ninja. After all, achieving the rank of Chunin in the finals wasn't solely about winning, it was about one's overall performance. If those 6 Iwagakure elites were willing to cooperate, even in defeat Konoha's ninja wouldn't look too bad. At least they wouldn't be rooted in humiliating fashion. But Konoha aimed higher than simply avoiding embarrassment. They wanted to shine in front of the daimyo of the 5 great nations and the leaders of various factions. Given how strong the AIM kids were, that wouldn't be easy, but Konoha believed it was feasible to negotiate with Senshi. Knowing him, as long as the payment was sufficient, almost nothing was off the table. Of course, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of mentioning any of this to Tsunagakure. Because if there was to be a big winner, it had to be Konoha. After Raza left, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not return to the Sarutobi compound but instead headed for the inn where Senshi's group was staying. Meanwhile, Raza hadn't truly left the area. He was extremely anxious over the rain problem. If Iwagakure's young ninja were all this powerful, Suna's group risked being nothing more than kindling in a wildfire. But while Raza was growing desperate, he noticed Sarutobi Hiruzen's apparent composure. Though the Hokage had feigned worry, there was something off in his demeanor during their conversation that piqued Raza's suspicion. He had lingered at a distance, secretly watching Sarutobi Hiruzen. When Sarutobi headed toward the inn where Senshi's group was staying, Raza carefully trailed him. From afar, On the rooftop of that inn, Sarutobi Hiruzen had just arrived when he saw Senshi standing there. Arms folded, staring at him with a faint smile. He immediately realized Senshi had sensed him coming and gone up to wait for him. This elicited genuine admiration from the third Hokage. The shinobi world is indeed full of new talents. Each generation surpasses the last. This was no hollow compliment. In Sarutobi's eyes, Senshi at his current age already exceeded any ninja in recorded history, be it the third's own teachers or the first Hokage or Madara Uchiha. Senshi gave a casual shrug. You flatter me, Lord Hokage. May I ask what brings you here so late? Ever since arriving in Konoha, Senshi had been using mantra to keep track of the village's top brass. So he already knew why Sarutobi had come. But he waited for Sarutobi to speak first. After pausing briefly, Sarutobi stated, "This Chunin exam is crucial to Konoha's future. We hope that you, Senshi, could hold back a bit, giving Konoha's ninja a chance to showcase themselves. To that end, Konoha is prepared to pay a mission fee of 100 million ryo." Hearing this, Senshi instantly put on a show of righteous indignation. He replied sternly, "Lord Hokage, do you have any idea how much effort my students poured into preparing for this exam? And you offer 100 million ryo for them to throw matches?" Sarutobi could only groan inwardly at such theatrics. He knew full well that AIM's participation was decided at almost the last second. There'd been no time for them to train that intensely. But for Konoha's grand plan, he forced himself to endure, raising his offer. "Konoha appreciates their hard work. For the sake of our friendship, we are willing to pay 150 million ryo so that both sides can maintain goodwill for all time." Even then, Senshi shook his head. Putting on an even more somber face, he said, "It seems you still don't understand just how hard those 6 worked. Let me tell you about them. Karin, for instance, has gone through unimaginable struggles. Everyone sees her shining performance in these exams, but they know nothing of the sacrifices behind it. Before the Chunin exam, from the moment she woke up to the moment she collapsed asleep, she trained and pushed herself relentlessly, day after day. As for Muzan, Lanyu, and Lanyu, their journeys have been even more difficult. At first, they were homeless orphans, wandering aimlessly, struggling to survive each day. They overcame harsh living conditions to enroll at a Megakure's Ninja Academy, training step by step to reach their current level." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned, finding this difficult to deal with. 4 of the 6 were supposedly on that level of dedication? This was going to be complicated. Yet Senshi continued. "Then there are Raimon Yukika and Raimon Hayate, also children of refugees. If the AIM Academy hadn't offered free admission, they would never even have dreamed of becoming ninja. From the moment they were accepted, they trained from dawn till dusk, steadily improving until they finally stood out from the crowd. As their teacher, how could I possibly let their efforts be wasted?" At these words, Senshi paused, slowly raising 2 fingers. "Unless..." Sarutobi Hiruzen, surprised face, watching Senshi's gesture, the Hokage's thoughts whipsawed. He had been on the verge of concluding the deal was off, only to see that Senshi was actually giving him a price. A second ago, Sarutobi had almost started empathizing with Senshi's protective devotion to his students, reminiscing on how he once taught Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and Tsunade. But then he realized, so it's just a matter of more money. Looking at Senshi's fingers, Sarutobi entered a guess, 200 million ryo. Senshi shook his head. "I meant double your previous offer. 300 million ryo. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes went wide. That was hard to swallow. Considering they were just paying 6 genin to cooperate in SOM staged performances. But as soon as he began hesitating, Senshi once again put on a mournful face, about to drone on about the 6 young ninjas' tragic backstories. Sighing, Sarutobi relented. Fine. Konoha will pay 300 million ryo, hiring Yoyu to ensure that the Omega Kure kids give our Konoha ninja a fair chance to shine in both the preliminaries and the finals. Ah, wonderful, Senshi replied with a grin. Mission accepted. Client, Sarutobi Hiruzen goal, have the Omega Kure ninja give Konoha ninja enough opportunities to display their abilities during the exam. Reward, 300 million ryo. Rank, S. Bonus, 300,000 employment points. Hearing the system's prompt in his mind, Senshi rejoiced. This was a massive payday, well worth orchestrating that big commotion in the forest of death. Sarutobi Hiruzen also felt relieved now that the deal was sealed. He and Konoha's higher-ups could finally rest easy. With Naruto and Sasuke's strength, as long as they didn't run headlong into Karin, there shouldn't be any major problems. Now that Karin was taken care of, he could head home for a good night's sleep. With everything settled, Sarutobi Hiruzen vanished as quietly as he had come. Afterward, Senshi remained on the rooftop, turning to a certain direction and casually calling out, "Lord Kazekage, do you have business with me too?" These words startled Raza, who had believed neither Senshi nor Sarutobi were aware of his presence. Realizing Senshi had known all along, Raza had no choice but to drop his stealth and step forward. Gritting his teeth, Raza said, "Senshi, Tsunagakure also offers 300 million ryo to hire you, so that our ninja can have ample opportunity to show their skills during the Chunin exam." "I see," Senshi remarked with feigned solemnity. "I guess the efforts of Suna's kids must not be overlooked either." Patreon.com/Bleem. You can read the fanfic until completion. This fanfic is completed in Patreon. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, Duke it out. Mission accepted. Client, Raza. Goal, give the sand-hidden village's shinobi plenty of opportunities to show off during the Chunin exams. Reward, 300 million RY. Rank, S. Mission bonus, 300,000 employment points. When this system notification popped into his mind, Senshi couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Jackpot! In a single mission, he'd be earning a whopping 600 million RY, i.e., 600,000 employment points. Granted, there was going to be a half-month break between the preliminary rounds and the finals, which dragged things out a bit. But 600 million RY in rewards, plus 600,000 employment points, would come in one go without any deduction. All Senshi could say was that Hiruzen, Sarutobi and Raza, both being Kage of the 5 great shinobi villages, truly lived up to their reputations. Once they made a move, they did it in a grand fashion. Not only that, but once the timing was right, he could also go perform painless extraction surgery on both the 1 tail and the 9 tails. You could say that coming to Konoha to take part in the Chunin exams this time was a total win. After accepting Raza's mission, Senshi spoke solemnly to Raza, "Rest assured, Lord Kazekage. They shinobi of Omega Kure came to the Chunin exams prioritizing friendship first and competition second. Without a doubt, Tsunagakure and Omega Kure share a deep friendship. We look forward to more collaboration in various fields between our 2 villages." Upon hearing this, Raza made it clear he didn't believe a single word of Senshi's friendship first statement, not even the punctuation marks. If Omega Kure's shinobi truly carried that motto, would they have bothered hunting down Suna's tailed beast and Jinkraki, giving them such brutal beatdowns? Still, now that Senshi had accepted the job, Raza felt at ease. Senshi's name was already renowned throughout the ninja world, and Tsunagakure not only knew of him but had collected plenty of intel regarding his abilities and character. So with him officially taking on the mission, Raza could set his worries aside. With Uzumaki Karin out of the picture, his son Gaara could now rampage freely, right? Once the deal between Raza and Senshi was made, Raza also left. After he was gone, Senshi used the space travel power of the Kama seal to return to his room. The moment he appeared, Karin hopped over with a bounce, her big, bright eyes full of anticipation. As she looked up at him. Senshi, do I get a cut of this mission's reward? I'm the leading star, after all. Earlier, she'd used her mind's eye of the Kagura to monitor the rooftop and so knew the mission details perfectly well. Seeing her expectant look, Senshi gently patted her head and said, "Of course you do. But to hide your true strength, it'd be better for you to withdraw from the exam tomorrow. Otherwise it'll be too suspicious." After all, Karin was someone who could beat Gaara and Shikaku until they howled. If she went all out during the Chunin exams and actually traded blows with other shinobi from Konoha and Suna on equal footing, it would be like rubbing all the 5 great nations Daimi and the other major factions' intelligence in the dirt. Yay! Karin gave an immediate nod. She'd already found it annoying to put on a show against those other shinobi, anyway. This way, she could just quit and not pretend with them. She could spend her precious time on cooking instead. Practically dancing with joy, she quickly returned to her room. She was thrilled after withdrawing. The next day, she'd have a nice long break, roughly 15 days. A night passed without event. Next morning, at dawn, Senshi gathered all 6 of the little ones together and announced 2 things. Listen up, everyone. I have 2 important announcements. First, Karin won't be participating in the rest of the exams for certain reasons. Second, in the upcoming preliminaries and finals, whenever you encounter Konoha or Suna shinobi, you must remember, friendship first, competition second. Make sure to give them plenty of time to show off. Don't just crush them in one blow. You get what I mean. Hearing this, the 5 Musen, Lanmu, Yukika, and Heiate nodded earnestly. Yes, Lord. Senshi, Headmaster. Understood. After that, Musen asked curiously, why is Karin withdrawing? Is it because her strength is too overwhelming and she may kill someone if she's not careful? Karin, surprised face, she froze, then indignantly put her hands on her hips. Am I really that violent? Before Musen could answer, she grinned widely and said, anyway, don't worry about why I'm withdrawing. Just do as Senshi says. At this moment, Karin was in too good a mood to be upset. After all, her teammates still had to continue preparing for the Chunin exams, whereas as Uzumaki Karin, she was officially on vacation. For about 15 days, no less. She couldn't imagine how many new recipes she might learn in that time. Meanwhile, within the Kamui dimension, the 2 tails, Matatabi, suddenly jolted awake from a nightmare. It woke the dozing Seiken across from it and said, Old 6, something's wrong. I had a terrible nightmare again. I dreamt that, for the next while, that red-haired rascal would show up every day to feed us. Hearing that, Seiken just rolled its eyes. Matatabi, you fool! There's no way that red-haired little brat would have that much free time. Matatabi paused, then said, yeah, you're right. Good point, Old 6. She can only manage to drop by every few days or so. Yet just as it finished speaking, the space in the Kamui dimension rippled in a transparent swirl. In the next second, Karin stepped out. She appeared in high spirits and ran over to Matatabi and Seiken. A moment ago, these 2-tailed beasts, who were calling her a red-haired brat, now became especially docile. They sat obediently in their own corners, and Karin, following their example, gave each of them a pat on the head. Then she said, "Old 2, Old 6, I've got good news for you. For the next 15 days, you'll be feasting. I can learn new recipes every day and cook them for you. Matatabi, oh, oh. Saiken, oh, oh." When Karin finished, it was as if all hope died for Matatabi, while Saiken's eyes rolled back, fainting on the spot. Back on the other side, Senshi had taken the 5 remaining youngsters to the preliminaries hall for the Chunin exams. He'd already informed Tihi organizers that Karin would be withdrawing. Once this news reached Hiruzen Sarutobi and Raza, both were overjoyed. Senshi was too dependable, worthy of the name #1 mercenary of the black market. Absolutely trustworthy. With Karin dropping out, both Konoha's and Suna's Jinkriki could now fully show their stuff. In that instant, both Hiruzen Sarutobi and Raza felt that the money they'd shelled out was definitely worth it. If they wanted to place any more big-budget missions from now on, they'd know exactly who to hire to give them peace of mind. Karen's withdrawal was soon passed on to the other shinobi village higher-ups and various major powers. They were surprised, but not too dramatically so. Everyone had already witnessed her chasing down tailed beasts and Jinkriki. Even a typical Jainin wouldn't match her combat prowess. From her performance in the Forest of Death, many felt she deserved a special fast track to become a Jainin straight away. After Karen's withdrawal, the Chunin exams preliminary round continued. The preliminaries took place in a huge arena. In the stands surrounding it, there wasn't an empty seat to be found. The higher-ups from the 5 great shinobi villages and numerous other smaller villages were all in attendance. Aside from them, leading figures from various powers across the ninja world also arrived with their entourages, filling the spectators' seats. At the finals in half a month, even the daimyo of the 5 great countries themselves would attend, making for an unprecedented event. Once everyone was seated, the ninja who were still in the exam also entered in succession. Their proctor for the preliminaries, Gekhe-8, appeared to one side of the arena and began his introduction. "I am Gekhe-8, the proctor for the Chunin exams preliminary round. The preliminaries will use a 1-on-1 format, 2 enter, 1 advances. The organizers will randomly select pairs of contestants to battle. The winner of each match will proceed to the finals in half a month." When Hay-8 finished explaining, the many participating genin couldn't help feeling anxious. Although Karin had withdrawn, there were still quite a few fearsome shinobi left in the preliminaries. Any ordinary genin who faced them would surely get crushed. Soon, Gekhe-8 announced the names of the first match. In this match, Uzumaki Musen from Omegakure vs Rika from Hashigakure. Hashigakure, located in the Land of Bears, had a star emblem on its forehead protectors. They practiced the unique mysterious peacock method ninjutsu, which was fairly formidable. Seeing that his opponent wasn't from one of the 5 great villages, Rika let out a sigh of relief. At least he stood some chance if he wasn't facing a genin from any of the major villages. Across from him, Musen noticed Rika's forehead protector and, seeing it wasn't Konoha or Suna, decided to show no mercy. He clapped his hands together and rapidly formed seals. Wood release, great forest technique. With that, Musen's right arm transformed into countless wooden tendrils that shot toward Rika. Before Rika even realized what was happening, he was completely immobilized. Overwhelmed by shock and fear, he cried, "I forfeit." The moment Musen used wood release, the spectators erupted in surprise. In Konoha's seating area, practically everyone leapt to their feet. Wood release. The one Kekii Genkai Konoha most longed to see flourish again. They had paid a great price trying to replicate would release and expand their ranks of Mokuton users, yet after Tenzo, Yamato, they hadn't managed to produce a second user. But now there was a genuine would release user in Omegakure, a 14-year-old boy who could skillfully control would release at will. Very quickly, Gekhei 8 announced the result: Uzumaki Musen vs Reka. The winner is Uzumaki Musen. The preliminaries continued, and after several more matches, it was finally Lanyu's turn. Gekhei 8 checked his record and announced the two contenders. This match, Uzumaki Lanyu from Omegakure vs US Shiratsuya from the Hanagakure. Hanagakure was a small village in the land of vegetables. They specialized in secret flower ninjutsu, which could be quite powerful. Unfortunately for Shiratsuyu, she ended up facing Lanyu. As soon as the match began, Lanyu used his storm release to make quick work of her. After Lanyu's victory, Hei-8 moved on to announce the next pairing. This match, F from Takigakure vs Season from Yugakure. The match begins now. Takigakure's ninja had come this time under Kakuzu's leadership. Kakuzu was patiently waiting for F's match to end so he could take the Takigakure group to the black markets in the Land of Fire on a spree of mission completions. Since there would be a 15-day gap after the prelims, he planned to use the time to rake in more money. At the center of the arena stood F, a short-haired girl with aqua blue locks and a serious expression. She eyed the shinobi opposite her, named Season, from Yugakure in the Land of Hot Springs. As another assistant type C character, she felt compelled to excel now that Kairin's feats in the Forest of Death were so impressive. She couldn't afford to disappoint Lord Kakuzu. Facing her was a slightly boyish-looking Season. Coming from a village that had all but forgotten warfare, he'd already done well to get this far. Yet going up against F in the prelims, he was unfortunately doomed to defeat. Once the match began, F deftly formed seals and blew a mouthful of fine glittering powder. Hiding in scale powder technique. A wave of silvery dust enveloped Season, blinding his vision. It was as if F had gained permanent invisibility. Then her voice came again. Wing slash.